Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry walked into Gringotts for school supplies and was declared the richest wizard alive? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Weight of Gold. The goblin at the front desk didn't look up when Harry approached. That was fine. Harry was used to being overlooked. 10 years with the Dursleys had taught him invisibility was a survival skill, and he'd gotten good at it, moving through crowds without drawing attention, keeping his head down, making himself small enough that people's eyes slid right past him. But today felt different. Gringotts rose around him like a cathedral built by creatures who understood wealth the way priests understood prayer. White marble columns climbed toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Golden light spilled from chandeliers that hung like frozen constellations. And everywhere, behind counters, walking the aisles, emerging from doors that appeared and vanished in the walls, goblins moved with purposeful efficiency. Hagrid had been talking the whole walk from the leaky cauldron, his booming voice filling the narrow streets of Diagon Alley with explanations about galleons and sickles and nuts. Harry had listened carefully, filing away each piece of information, but he'd also been watching. Noticing the way witches and wizards moved aside for Hagrid without being asked. The way shop owners' eyes lingered on Harry's forehead before snapping away. The way everyone seemed to know something he didn't. He was getting tired of being the only one without answers. Right then, Hagrid said, patting his enormous coat. Got your key here somewhere. Dumbledore gave it to me fair safekeepin'. Ah, here we are. He produced a tiny golden key that looked like it belonged to a music box, not a vault. Harry took it, turning it over in his palm. His parents' key. The first physical proof he had that they'd existed outside of dreams and the occasional flash of green light. Just give that to one of the goblins, Hagrid continued. They'll take you down to your vault. I've got some business to attend to myself, Hogwarts stuff, very important, very secret. He tapped the side of his nose conspiratorially. Meet ya back here in an hour. Harry nodded, already moving toward the nearest available teller. Hagrid meant well, but Harry had learned to recognize when adults wanted him out of the way. Whatever Dumbledore had sent him to collect, Hagrid didn't want witnesses. That was interesting. Harry filed it away with everything else. The goblin he approached was ancient, skin like crumpled parchment, ears that drooped past his jaw, spectacles so thick they made his eyes look like dark marbles. He was writing something in a ledger, the scratch of his quill the only sound in the immediate vicinity. Harry waited. The quill continued scratching. Harry kept waiting. He'd once stood outside Uncle Vernon's office for 3 hours because Vernon had told him to wait and then forgotten about him. This was nothing. After 30 seconds, an eternity in goblin customer service, the ancient creature looked up. His marble eyes fixed on Harry's face, traveled to his forehead, and widened fractionally. Mr. Potter, he said. Not a question. Yes, sir. Harry placed the key on the counter between them. I'd like to access my vault, please. The goblin's nostrils flared. He picked up the key, examined it, and then set it back down with a soft click that somehow conveyed disapproval. This key grants access to Trust Vault 687, he said. A withdrawal account established for your educational expenses. Is that your intention? To make a withdrawal? There was something in the way he said it. A test hidden in plain language. Harry had spent years learning to hear what adults meant instead of what they said, and this goblin was definitely meaning something. I was told I have a vault, Harry said carefully. I wasn't told it was a trust vault. What's the difference? The goblin's thin lips twitched. It might have been irritation. It might have been approval. A trust vault is a subsidiary account established by a primary vault holder. Withdrawals are limited to educational and essential living expenses until the beneficiary reaches majority or claims their full inheritance. Full inheritance, Harry repeated. So there's more than one vault. The Potter family has banked with Gringotts for 7 centuries, Mr. Potter. The question is not whether there are additional vaults. The goblin leaned forward slightly. The question is whether you intend to remain ignorant of what belongs to you. Harry felt something shift in his chest. It was the same feeling he got when Dudley's gang chased him, that moment when running wasn't enough and he had to think, had to find an angle, had to be smarter than everyone who underestimated him. No, he said. I don't intend to remain ignorant of anything. The goblin nodded once, sharply, and raised one gnarled hand. Somewhere in the depths of the bank, a bell chimed. Then you will require verification, he said. Blood verification. It is the only way to establish your full identity and unlock any additional claims that may exist. Blood verification. 3 drops on a ritual parchment. It will confirm your lineage and any inheritances tied to your bloodline. The goblin's marble eyes glittered. Most wizards never bother. They assume their parents told them everything. They assume the ministry's records are complete. They are, frequently, incorrect. Harry thought about the Dursleys, who told him his parents died in a car crash. About Hagrid, who'd mentioned a trust vault without explaining what trust meant. About Dumbledore, who'd apparently had his key all along and never thought to mention it. Everyone's been making assumptions about me my whole life, Harry said quietly. Let's find out how wrong they were. The verification chamber was deep underground, past vaults that looked like they hadn't been opened in centuries, through corridors carved from living rock that hummed with magic Harry could feel in his teeth. The goblin who escorted him wasn't the ancient teller but a younger one, relatively speaking, with sharp features and sharper armor visible beneath his Gringotts uniform. Grip Hook, the goblin had introduced himself. Senior Accounts Manager. Your case has been flagged. Flagged how? Griphook didn't answer. He just led Harry deeper. The chamber itself was circular, maybe 20 feet across, with walls covered in symbols that seemed to move when Harry wasn't looking directly at them. In the center stood a stone pedestal holding a piece of parchment that glowed faintly gold. Behind the pedestal waited 3 goblins. No, Harry corrected himself as he stepped into the chamber, 3 goblins and something else. The 4th figure was larger than the others, dressed in robes rather than the Gringotts uniform, and he radiated an authority that made the others look like clerks. Mr. Potter, the robed goblin said. His voice was like gravel in a tumbler, rough, heavy, and somehow musical. I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. I have administered blood verifications for 643 years. In that time, I have seen precisely 12 results that warranted my personal attention. He paused, letting the weight of that settle. I believe yours will be the 13th. Harry looked at the parchment, at the waiting goblins, at Ragnarok's ancient, knowing eyes. This was another test. Maybe the biggest one yet. He could walk away, take the trust vault, buy his school supplies, and remain exactly as ignorant as everyone seemed to expect him to be. Or he could find out who he really was. What do I need to do? Ragnarok's lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. Extend your hand over the parchment. The ritual will do the rest. Harry approached the pedestal. The parchment's glow intensified as he drew near, shifting from gold to something warmer, almost welcoming. He held out his right hand. One of the attending goblins produced a silver knife so thin it was almost invisible. Before Harry could tense, the blade had kissed his palm, just a whisper of pressure, and 3 drops of blood fell onto the parchment. The reaction was immediate. Light erupted from the parchment, not the warm glow from before but something fiercer, brighter, ancient. It spiraled upward like a living thing, carrying Harry's blood with it, dissolving the red drops into streams of golden fire that wrote themselves across the air. Harry couldn't look away. The light formed words, names, that burned themselves into existence and then faded, replaced by more, faster and faster until the entire chamber was filled with overlapping genealogies stretching back centuries. Houses and bloodlines and connections that branched and merged and twisted through history like rivers finding their way to the sea. And then, finally, the light concentrated. Solidified. Became 5 distinct symbols that hung in the air before Harry like judgment rendered visible. A stag surrounded by flames. A crow perched on a skull. 3 shapes arranged in a triangle, a line, a circle, a triangle within. A serpent eating its own tail. And one more, a phoenix rising from ashes, wings spread wide. The goblins had gone silent. Even Ragnarok, who had supposedly seen everything in 6 centuries, was staring at those 5 symbols with an expression Harry couldn't read. Then, slowly, the director of Gringotts lowered himself to one knee. The other goblins followed. Heir of Potter, Ragnarok said, his gravel voice somehow softer now. Heir of Black. Heir of Peveril. Heir of Slytherin by right of conquest. He looked up, and his ancient eyes held something that might have been wonder. An heir of House Emrys through a bloodline we believed extinct for 400 years. Harry stared at the symbols, at the kneeling goblins, at the parchment that was still writing, columns of text that seemed to go on forever. What does that mean? Ragnarok rose, moving to stand beside the pedestal. He gestured at the parchment, and the writing slowed, organized itself into something readable. It means, Mr. Potter, that you have just become the wealthiest wizard in recorded history. He traced a finger down one column. Combined liquid assets across all 5 houses, 847,322,914 galleons. Properties spanning 3 continents. Voting seats in the Wisengamot totaling 37. Business holdings including controlling shares in the Daily Prophet, Nimbus Racing Brooms, and Slug and Jiggers Apothecary. The numbers washed over Harry. They were too big, too abstract. Millions didn't mean anything to a boy who'd never held more than pocket change. But Ragnarok wasn't finished. It also means you have enemies, Mr. Potter. Enemies who have spent the last decade assuming these vaults would remain unclaimed forever. He produced a smaller piece of parchment from his robes, this one covered in dense handwriting. This is a list of every individual and institution that has accessed your assets without authorization since your parents' death. Harry took the parchment. His hands weren't shaking, he wouldn't let them, but something cold was settling in his chest as he scanned the names. Malfoy. The name appeared 17 times. Dumbledore. Twice, both times accessing the Potter Trust Vault to redirect funds. The Ministry of Magic itself, drawing from House Black accounts to fund security operations. Dozens of others. Hundreds of transactions. 10 years of theft hidden behind legal technicalities and assumptions that no one would ever check. They stole from me, Harry said quietly. They stole from a vault whose heir was presumed dead or ignorant, Ragnarok corrected. Legally, there is a distinction. Practically. He shrugged, a surprisingly human gesture. They stole from you. Harry looked at the list again. At the Malfoy name, repeated like a drumbeat. At Dumbledore's entries, smaller but somehow more infuriating because Hagrid had just handed Harry a key that Dumbledore had possessed all along. What happens now? Ragnarok's smile was all teeth. That, Mr. Potter, depends entirely on you. You could take your gold and disappear. Purchase an island. Live comfortably for 1,000 lifetimes and never think about Britain again. He paused. Or you could learn to use what you've inherited. The wealth is significant, but it is not the true power of these houses. The true power is influence. Connections. Debts owed across generations. The ability to shape wizarding society not through force, but through leverage. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About a cupboard under the stairs. About years of being told he was worthless, unwanted, a burden to be endured. He thought about his parents, who'd apparently been important enough that people had been fighting over their legacy for a decade. He thought about the list in his hands, all those names, all those people who treated his heritage like an abandoned treasury to be looted at will. "I don't want to disappear," he said. "I want to understand. All of it. The houses, the politics, the enemies." He met Ragnar's eyes. "And I want to know why everyone's been so certain I'd never find out." Ragnar studied him for a long moment. Whatever he was looking for, he seemed to find it. "Then we have much to discuss, Lord Potter." He turned to the other goblins. "Clear my schedule for the afternoon. Send word to the inheritance department that we'll need full dossiers on all 5 houses. And bring tea, the good tea, not that swill we serve to ministry officials." The goblins scattered. Ragnar gestured toward a door that definitely hadn't been there before. "Shall we?" The director's office was nothing like Harry expected. He'd imagined something like Gringotts itself, marble and gold and overwhelming displays of wealth. Instead, Ragnar led him into a room that could have belonged to any scholar in any age. Bookshelves covered 3 walls, stuffed with volumes in languages Harry didn't recognize. A massive desk dominated the center, its surface buried under papers, maps, and artifacts that hummed with contained magic. The 4th wall was entirely window, looking out over an impossible vista, mountains and valleys and a sky that definitely wasn't London's. "A memory," Ragnar said, noticing Harry's gaze. "The Goblin Highlands, before the last war. A reminder of what we lost to wizard aggression." He settled into a chair behind the desk that made him look less like a banker and more like a general. "And what we gained by learning to fight differently." Harry took the seat across from him. It was sized for humans, slightly too large for a goblin, slightly too small for a full-grown wizard. Deliberately uncomfortable for everyone. "You expected me to come," Harry said. "It wasn't a question. I hoped." Ragnar steepled his fingers. "Your parents were clients of this institution for their entire lives. Your grandparents before them. The Potter family has maintained accounts with Gringotts since before the Ministry of Magic existed." He paused. "We take such relationships seriously. When your parents were killed and their son vanished into the Muggle world, there were concerns. Concerns about your investment. Concerns about a child entrusted to people who would ensure he never learned his own name." Ragnar's tone sharpened. "Do you know how your placement with the Dursleys was arranged, Mr. Potter?" Harry shook his head. "Neither do we. No legal proceeding. No guardianship hearing. No notification to Gringotts as the Potter estate managers. One day James and Lily Potter were alive, valued clients with comprehensive estate plans. The next day they were dead, and their son had been deposited on a Muggle doorstep like an unwanted package." Ragnar's eyes glittered. Albus Dumbledore signed the authorization. No one else was consulted. The cold feeling in Harry's chest intensified. Why would he do that? "That is the question, isn't it?" Ragnar leaned back. "Dumbledore claimed concern for your safety. The remnants of the Dark Lord's followers were still active, placing you with magical guardians would have made you a target. A reasonable argument, on its surface. But your parents will specify exactly who should receive custody if they died. Sirius Black, your godfather, currently imprisoned in Azkaban without trial, which is its own fascinating irregularity. Alice Longbottom, your godmother, incapacitated before she could claim you. Minerva McGonagall, specifically mentioned as a backup guardian. Remus Lupin, a close family friend." Ragnar spread his hands. "For options, any of whom would have raised you within the magical world, aware of your heritage. Dumbledore chose none of them. Instead, he selected Petunia Dursley, a woman who was specifically listed in the will as someone who should never receive custody under any circumstances." Harry felt something shift inside him. Not anger, exactly. Something colder. More patient. "You have my parents' will. We have all Potter family documents dating back 7 centuries. Ragnar reached into his desk and produced a thick folder. I had this prepared when the verification was requested. Your parents were thorough people, Mr. Potter. They knew they were targets. They planned accordingly. He slid the folder across the desk. Everything they wanted you to know is in there. Everything they wanted you to have is in the vaults below. Harry opened the folder. The first page was a letter, handwritten in two different scripts, one neat and precise, the other bold and sprawling. Dear Harry, if you're reading this, we're gone and Dumbledore has done something stupid. Don't be too hard on the old man, he means well, he just thinks he's always right, and that's a dangerous thing to think when you're as powerful as he is. We don't have time to explain everything. The war is heating up, and we've just received intelligence that puts us at the top of someone's list. But there are things you need to know. Harry stopped reading. His vision had gone blurry, and he realized with distant surprise that he was crying. Not sobbing, just a quiet leaking of tears he couldn't control. His parents had written this. His mother's precise handwriting, his father's bold scrawl. They'd known they might die. They'd prepared this letter for him. And someone had made sure he never received it. Take your time, Ragnar said quietly. Harry wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. No. I need to understand what I'm dealing with before I can afford to feel anything. He looked at the folder, at the pages waiting beneath that first letter. Tell me about the houses. All 5 of them. What I've inherited and what it means. Ragnar nodded slowly. Very well. Let us begin with what you know. House Potter. The Potters have been a noble house for 6 centuries, Ragnar said, pulling a ledger from the stack on his desk. Before that, they were simply wealthy, merchants and craftsmen who accumulated gold through talent rather than title. The elevation came during the Goblin rebellions of the 1400s, when Hardwin Potter negotiated the treaty that ended the Third Conflict. A wizard who negotiated for goblins. A wizard who recognized that endless war benefited no one. Ragnar's expression flickered with something like respect. The ministry wanted extermination. The goblins wanted independence. Hardwin Potter found a middle path, autonomy in exchange for non-aggression, with Gringotts established as neutral ground. He was rewarded with a noble title and the gratitude of the goblin nation. He paused. We do not forget our debts, Mr. Potter. Even after 600 years. Harry filed that away. What about the others? House Black. Your grandmother was Doria Black, sister to the main line. When she married Charles Potter, she retained her inheritance rights but they were considered secondary to her brothers. Orion Black, the most recent patriarch, died without specifying his heir clearly. His eldest son, Sirius, was disowned and imprisoned. His younger son, Regulus, died during the war. The title and assets defaulted to the nearest eligible blood relative. Ragnar smiled thinly. You, through Doria's line. Even though my grandmother married out of the family. Black inheritance law is, baroque. But specific. Blood matters more than name. You are the last Black of eligible lineage. He turned to another ledger. House Black assets are substantial, 200 million galleons liquid, properties across Europe, and considerable political influence despite recent scandals. The Black seat on the Wisengamot has sat empty since Orion's death. Until today. 2 houses. 2 seats. Already more political power than most families accumulated in generations. Peveril, Harry said. Ragnar's expression shifted. For the first time, Harry saw something like uncertainty in those ancient eyes. House Peveril is complicated. The family was believed extinct for 500 years. The last known Peveril died in 1492, and the bloodline was thought to have ended with him. He set down his quill. Except it didn't. The Peveril line continued through female descendants who married into other houses. Your family, the Potters, carried the blood without knowing its significance. The inheritance was dormant, waiting for someone whose blood ran pure enough to reactivate the claim. And that's me. Your father carried Peveril blood through his mother's line. Your mother, despite being Muggle-born, carried magical ancestry that no one suspected, a squib branch of an old family that maintained just enough magic to matter. Ragnarok met Harry's eyes. You are, Mr. Potter, the first person in 5 centuries whose blood satisfies every condition for the Peveril inheritance. The magic itself recognized you during verification. Harry thought about the symbol he'd seen, the triangle, circle, and line. What does the Peveril inheritance include? The Peveril vault has been sealed since 1492. Not even goblins have entered it. The wards respond only to the true heir. Ragnarok paused. What we know is legend more than fact. The Peveril brothers were said to possess artifacts of extraordinary power, objects that death itself had blessed. Whether this is metaphor or truth, I cannot say. What I can tell you is that the vault exists, it contains something, and you are the only person alive who can open it. That was unsettling. Harry moved on. Slytherin. Right of conquest. Ragnarok's tone was matter-of-fact. When Voldemort attacked your family, he held the Slytherin inheritance by blood descent. When his curse rebounded and his power was broken, the magical contract of conquest activated. You defeated the heir of Slytherin, therefore, you became the heir of Slytherin. I was 15 months old. Magic does not concern itself with age, Mr. Potter. Only with results. Ragnarok pulled out a thinner ledger, most of it blank. The Slytherin vault has been nearly empty for centuries. Voldemort's ancestors sold most assets generations ago. What remains is primarily symbolic, the title, the Wisengamot seat, and claim to certain artifacts that Salazar Slytherin hid within Hogwarts itself. The founder's personal treasures, hidden somewhere in the school Harry would be attending in a few weeks. That was worth remembering. And House Emrys? Ragnarok set down all his papers. When he spoke again, his voice was different, quieter, almost reverent. House Emrys has not had a claimant in 400 years. The bloodline was thought completely extinct, not merely dormant. The last Emrys died in 1589, and the vault was sealed with wards that would only open for true blood descent. He looked at Harry with something approaching awe. Your mother's ancestry, Mr. Potter. The squib branch we identified traces back further than we knew. Through marriage, through circumstance, through pure chance, her blood carried the Emrys line. I've never heard of House Emrys. No. You wouldn't have. Ragnarok stood, moving to the window that showed the impossible mountains. Emrys is an old name. Very old. Before there was a Britain, before there were wizards as we know them, there was a man who could command magic itself. He wore many names across many ages. The Celts called him Myrddin. The Romans called him Ambrosius. Your history books call him Merlin. Harry stopped breathing. House Emrys, Ragnarok said quietly, is the House of Merlin. And you, Mr. Potter, are his last living descendant. The tea arrived, but Harry barely noticed. His mind was still reeling, trying to fit together pieces that shouldn't fit. Merlin. He was a descendant of Merlin. I don't understand, he said finally. How could no one know this? My mother was Muggle-born, everyone said so. How could she be descended from the most famous wizard who ever lived? Because the Emrys line bred true for magic only rarely. Ragnarok poured tea with hands that were perfectly steady. Merlin's children were powerful, but his grandchildren less so, and each generation diluted the gift further. By the 1500s, the family produced squibs more often than wizards. The magical world forgot about them. They married into Muggle families, lived Muggle lives, became invisible. But the blood remained. Blood always remains. It merely waits for the right combination. Ragnarok handed Harry a cup. Your mother was an anomaly, a muggle born with enough latent magic to reactivate capabilities that had been dormant for generations. Your father was an anomaly, a pure-blood whose ancestors included both Peveril and Potter blood in unusually pure concentrations. When they had a child together, the bloodlines combined. Precisely. You are the product of magical coincidences so unlikely that most arithmancers would call them impossible. And yet here you sit, heir to 5 houses, descendant of founders and legends. Ragnak sipped his own tea. The question is, what will you do with it? Harry stared into his cup. The tea was excellent, rich and complex, nothing like the weak stuff Aunt Petunia served to impress guests. He could taste honey and something floral, something that made his thoughts sharper instead of duller. You said I have enemies, he said slowly. People who've been stealing from me for 10 years. People who assumed I'd never find out. He looked up. What happens when they learn I know? Some will attempt to negotiate. The intelligent ones will recognize that their position has become untenable and will seek the best terms they can get. Ragnak set down his cup. Others will try to suppress the information. Delegitimize your claims. Find legal technicalities to delay your inheritance. And some will try to kill me. Almost certainly. Ragnak didn't flinch from it. You have accumulated, through no effort of your own, enough power to reshape magical Britain. There are people who have spent decades building influence that your mere existence threatens. They will not accept that quietly. Harry thought about the list. About 17 entries with the Malfoy name. About Dumbledore's unauthorized access to his trust fund. About whoever had decided that Harry Potter should grow up ignorant and powerless in a cupboard under the stairs. I was supposed to stay small, he said quietly. Grateful for whatever scraps I was given. Never asking questions about where I came from or what I was owed. Yes. Someone planned this. Not just Dumbledore, he's not clever enough to think this far ahead. But someone looked at the boy who lived and decided that he needed to be controllable. Humble. Dependent on others for every scrap of information about his own life. An astute observation. Ragnak's eyes glittered with approval. The question is, what do you intend to do about it? Harry drained his tea and set the cup aside. I intend to learn, he said. Everything about the houses I've inherited. Everything about the people who stole from me. Everything about the political landscape I've apparently been dropped into. He met Ragnak's ancient gaze. And then I intend to make decisions from a position of knowledge instead of ignorance. A wise approach. Ragnak produced a small silver bell from his desk. I can provide tutors. Goblin advisors who can teach you history, politics, finance, the tools you'll need to wield your inheritance effectively. I can also provide something more valuable, time. Time. You are expected at Hogwarts in 24 days. In that time, you will need to acquire school supplies, arrange appropriate living quarters, and present yourself to the magical world as the heir to 5 noble houses. Ragnak's smile was sharp. I suggest we use those days efficiently. The bell chimed once, and the door opened. A goblin entered carrying a stack of documents that reached his chin. Dossiers on houses Potter, Black, Peveril, Slytherin, and Emrys, Ragnak said. Complete financial records. Political analyses. Lists of allies, enemies, and unknowns. You have much reading ahead of you, Mr. Potter. Harry took the stack. It was heavier than it looked, not just in weight, but in significance. One more thing, he said. The list of people who accessed my vaults. What can I do about them legally? That depends on the severity of the offense. Ragnak produced another document. Unauthorized withdrawals under 10,000 galleons can be treated as administrative errors, easily resolved through repayment agreements. Larger amounts constitute theft, punishable by asset seizure and potential imprisonment. And in cases where the unauthorized access was used to influence political outcomes or manipulate the heir's circumstances. Treason. Against a noble house? Yes. The old laws are quite specific. Ragnar's expression was predatory now. Lucius Malfoy, for example, used his unauthorized access to Potter assets to fund a campaign that resulted in 3 ministry appointments favorable to his interests. Under the Charter of 1612, that constitutes appropriation of noble influence, a crime punishable by forfeiture of all assets gained thereby. Harry looked at the document. At Malfoy's name, repeated again and again. "I want everything you have on the Malfoys," he said. Every transaction, every connection, every secret they thought was buried. "It will be done." Ragnar's smile was all teeth. "I believe, Mr. Potter, that this is the beginning of a very profitable relationship." Hagrid was waiting in the main hall, shifting nervously from foot to foot. He clutched a small package wrapped in brown paper, the secret Hogwarts business, presumably, and his eyes went wide when he saw Harry emerge. For good reason. Harry had entered Gringotts in Dudley's cast-offs, looking like exactly what he was, a neglected orphan brought to the magical world for the first time. He emerged in robes of midnight black trimmed with silver, cut to his frame by goblin tailors who worked with magical speed. His hair was still untamable, but somehow it looked deliberate now, stylish rather than messy. And on his right hand, he wore a ring that hadn't existed an hour ago, the Potter signet, a golden band bearing the stag flames of his house. Ragnar had insisted. "You must look like what you are," he'd said. "Let no one mistake you for anything less." "Harry?" Hagrid's voice was uncertain. "Blimey, what happened down there?" "I learned some things." Harry kept his voice calm, friendly even. Hagrid had been kind to him. Had given him his first birthday cake, his first present from the magical world. Whatever role Hagrid played in other people's plans, Harry didn't think he was deliberately malicious. But he also didn't think Hagrid was capable of keeping secrets. Things. What kind of things? Family things. Harry smiled, a careful, controlled expression. "Did you know my grandmother was a black?" It came up during the inheritance verification. Hagrid's face went through several colors. "Inheritance verification?" "Harry, yeah, we're just supposed to get some gold fair school supplies, and I did." Harry held up a pouch that clinked with coins. "But it turns out there was some confusion about my accounts. The goblins helped me sort it out." He could see Hagrid wrestling with this. The groundskeeper wasn't stupid, not exactly, but he thought in straight lines, and Harry was speaking in curves. "I should tell Dumbledore," Hagrid muttered. "He'll want to know, I'm sure he will." Harry's smile didn't waver. "But I'd hate to bother the headmaster before term even starts." "I'm sure it can wait." Hagrid hesitated. Harry could almost see the competing loyalties playing out behind his eyes, his devotion to Dumbledore, his affection for Harry, his uncertainty about what exactly had happened in the depths of Gringotts. "Right," Hagrid said finally. "Right, suppose you're right. Now, we've still got your shopping to do, wand, books, cauldron, all that. Shall we get to it? Lead the way." They stepped out into Diagon Alley, and Harry felt the afternoon sun on his face. The street was crowded with witches and wizards going about their business, and more than a few turned to look as he passed. Not at his scar, at his robes. At the signet ring glinting on his finger. At the four-goblin honor guard that had materialized behind him without being asked. He was supposed to stay small, he reminded himself. Ignorant. Controllable. He was done being what other people expected. The wand shop was called Ollivander's, and it smelled of dust and possibility. Hagrid had offered to wait outside, gets a bit cramped in there, and Harry had agreed, sensing that the groundskeeper needed time to process what he'd seen. The honor guard remained outside as well, taking positions at either side of the door that made their function unmistakable. Inside, the shop was dim and crowded with shelves that stretched toward an unseen ceiling. Thousands of narrow boxes were stacked everywhere, covered in dust that sparkled faintly in the light from the grimy window. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry turned. An old man stood behind a counter that definitely hadn't been there a moment ago. His pale eyes were wide and unblinking, like moons in the gloom. "Mr. Potter." Ollivander moved closer, examining Harry with an intensity that should have been uncomfortable. "I wondered when I'd see you. You have your mother's eyes." "So I've been told." "Yes." Ollivander's gaze dropped to the ring on Harry's finger, and something flickered in his expression: surprise? Recognition? But not, it seems, her circumstances. The Potter signet. I had not expected to see that for some years yet. Circumstances change. Indeed they do. Ollivander's smile was peculiar, knowing and ancient and slightly mad. Indeed they do. Now, which is your wand arm? Right. A tape measure flew from behind the counter and began measuring Harry of its own accord, arm length, finger span, the distance between nostrils and eyebrows. Ollivander watched it work while pulling boxes from shelves with seemingly random selection. Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. Phoenix feathers, unicorn hairs, dragon heartstrings. No two wands are exactly alike, because no two cores come from exactly the same creature. And of course, the wand chooses the wizard. He handed Harry a pale wooden wand. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Give it a wave. Harry waved. Nothing happened. No, no. Ollivander snatched it back, already offering another. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try this. Again, nothing. They continued for several minutes, ebony and unicorn hair, walnut and dragon heartstring, combinations Harry lost track of. Each time, Ollivander grew more animated rather than frustrated, muttering to himself about tricky customers and unusual combinations. Then he stopped. His pale eyes went wide, fixed on something only he could see. "I wonder," he said softly. "Yes, I wonder." He disappeared into the back of the shop. When he returned, he carried a single box, older than the others, the wood darkened with age. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. He opened the box with something approaching reverence. An unusual combination. I never expected to find a match for this wand. Harry took it. The effect was immediate. Warmth flooded through his fingers, up his arm, into his chest. Red and gold sparks erupted from the wand's tip, dancing in the dusty air like celebratory fireworks. "Oh, bravo!" Ollivander clapped his hands. "Yes, yes, very good. But curious. Very curious." "What's curious?" Ollivander's eyes gleamed. "The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." The warmth in Harry's chest turned cold. "You mean Voldemort?" "We do not speak that name." The word seemed automatic, almost reflexive. Ollivander caught himself, and his expression shifted to something more calculating. "But yes. The wand that did such terrible things was 11 inches, made of you. The brother wand to yours." Harry looked at the holly wand in his hand. At the connection it represented, to his parents' killer, to his own nature, to a destiny he hadn't chosen. "Does that mean something?" he asked. "Being connected to his wand?" "Wands choose their wizards, Mr. Potter. They recognize something in us, potential, perhaps. Destiny." Ollivander leaned closer. "I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry held the wandmaker's gaze. "Voldemort. I beg your pardon. His name is Voldemort." Harry tucked the wand into his sleeve. And I don't intend to be afraid of a name, or the man who owned it. He paid for the wand, 7 galleons from a fortune of hundreds of millions, and walked out into the afternoon light. The goblins fell into step behind him. Hagrid hurried over, relief evident on his face. Got your wand, then? Good, good. We should get your books next. Flourish and Blots is just down the way, Hagrid. Harry's voice was quiet, but something in it made the groundskeeper stop. I need you to deliver a message to Professor Dumbledore. A message? Harry, I told ya, I don't know if. Tell him that Harry Potter thanks him for his concern over the years. Harry's eyes were steady. And tell him that I'll be handling my own affairs from now on. He didn't wait for a response. The crowd parted as he walked, eyes drawn to the robes and the ring and the goblin escort that followed a boy who'd been an orphan this morning and was something else entirely now. Behind him, Hagrid stood frozen, the secret package clutched in his hands, watching everything he'd been told to expect unravel in real time. The rest of the shopping passed in a blur of efficiency. Books at Flourish and Blots, Harry purchased not just the required texts, but histories of the Wizengamot, biographies of notable families, and a comprehensive guide to magical law. The clerk's eyes went wide at the stack, wider still when Harry paid without blinking. Cauldrons and scales at Potage's. Telescope and brass instruments at Wiseacres. A trunk with 7 compartments and anti-theft wards at Briggs Luggage, where the owner personally helped him select the best model they had. At each shop, the pattern repeated. People noticed the robes, the ring, the escort. Whispers followed Harry down the street. By the time he reached Madame Malkin's for his Hogwarts uniforms, half of Diagon Alley knew that something significant had happened at Gringotts. The Potter boy, they're saying, Madame Malkin murmured as she took his measurements. But you're more than that, aren't you? Just Harry, he said. For now. She smiled knowingly and didn't ask anything else. The last stop was the Owl Emporium. Harry had been told that students were allowed an owl, cat, or toad, and he'd decided immediately that he wanted an owl. Communication was power, Ragnarok had taught him that afternoon. The ability to send messages without ministry oversight was worth more than its weight in gold. The Emporium was crowded with cages, barn owls and tawny owls and great horned specimens that hooted and rustled as he walked past. But Harry found himself drawn to a different display, near the back, where a single white owl sat on a perch and watched him with amber eyes. A snowy owl. Female, judging by the markings. Beautiful in a stark, fierce way that reminded him of winter mornings when the whole world went quiet. She's been here for months, the shopkeeper said, noticing his interest. Too proud for most. Won't even look at the customers, usually. But she was looking at Harry. Her head tilted as he approached, and those amber eyes studied him with an intelligence that felt almost human. Hello, Harry said quietly. The owl made a soft sound, not quite a hoot, more like an acknowledgement, and extended one wing slightly. An invitation. Harry reached out and stroked her feathers. They were impossibly soft, cool under his fingers like fresh snow. I'll take her, he said. The shopkeeper blinked. Just like that? You don't want to see the others? This one's expensive, I don't care about the price. Harry lifted his arm, and the owl stepped onto it with careful dignity. She's the one. He named her Hedwig, after a witch he'd read about in one of his new books, someone who'd been underestimated and overlooked until she changed the world. It seemed appropriate. The sun was setting over Diagon Alley when Harry finally returned to Gringotts. Hagrid had left hours ago, stammering excuses about urgent business at Hogwarts. Harry had let him go without protest. The groundskeeper would report to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore would, what? Send someone to check on Harry. Try to recover control of a situation that had already slipped away. It didn't matter. Not anymore. Ragnarok was waiting in the main hall, flanked by goblins in armor rather than banker's attire. His expression was carefully neutral, but Harry had learned to read him already, there was satisfaction in the set of his shoulders, anticipation in the gleam of his eyes. Lord Potter. Ragnar inclined his head. You return. I had wondered if the afternoon's events might overwhelm a human of your age. I've had worse days. Harry shifted the shopping bags that floated behind him, a convenience charm provided by the goblin escort. Though not many that were this educational. Education continues, if you are willing. Ragnar gestured toward the depths of the bank. There are matters that could not be discussed in the verification chamber. Matters that require privacy. Harry nodded and followed him down. They descended past the vault level, past the cart tracks, past layers of security that made Harry's skin prickle with contained magic. The walls changed from worked stone to natural rock, and the air grew older, heavier with the weight of centuries. Finally, they emerged into a chamber that took Harry's breath away. It was vast, cathedral vast, with a ceiling lost in darkness and walls that curved inward like the inside of a sphere. Light came from crystals embedded in the rock, blue-white and steady, illuminating a floor of polished obsidian. In the center of the floor stood a door. Just a door. Frame and hinges and handle, standing alone without walls or structure to support it. The wood was black, so dark it seemed to absorb light, and carved with symbols that hurt to look at directly. The Peveril Vault, Ragnar said quietly. Sealed for 500 years. No goblin has passed this door since 1492. No human since a century before that. Harry approached slowly. The symbols on the door seemed to move as he drew closer, not physically, but in meaning. One moment they were abstract patterns, the next, they resolved into words he could almost understand. What's inside? Unknown. Ragnar's voice was barely a whisper. The Peveril brothers left no records. Legend speaks of artifacts of power, objects that death itself blessed. The Deathly Hallows, they were called. But whether they still exist, whether they were ever real at all. He spread his hands. Only you can answer that question. Harry reached for the handle. The moment his fingers touched the metal, everything changed. Pain lanced through his hand, up his arm, into his chest. The symbols on the door blazed with sudden light, and Harry heard something, not with his ears but with something deeper, a voice that was ancient and cold and utterly inhuman. Blood of Peveril. Heir of the line. Why do you wake us? Harry gritted his teeth against the pain. Because it's mine. This vault, these secrets, they belong to my family. Family is blood. Blood is power. Power is death. The pain intensified. Harry felt like his bones were vibrating, like his very cells were being examined and judged. You carry the old blood. Peveril. Emrys. Potter. Black. Slytherin. The voice paused, and something like interest entered its tone. And something else. Something new. Something, scarred. The scar on Harry's forehead burned white-hot. For an instant, he was somewhere else, a ruined house, a flash of green light, a woman's scream, then it was over. The door swung open. Beyond it lay darkness so complete it seemed solid. Harry couldn't see anything inside, not with his eyes. But he could feel something. Presences, waiting. Patient as stone. Enter, heir of death. Claim what is yours. Harry looked at Ragnar, who stood frozen at the chamber's edge. The ancient goblin's face was pale, his eyes wide with something Harry had never expected to see there. Fear. Lord Potter, Ragnar said hoarsely. Perhaps we should wait. Prepare properly. This vault has not been opened in 5 centuries, there is no telling what, there's no time, Harry said. He didn't know where the certainty came from, but it was absolute. Whatever's in there, it's been waiting for me specifically. If I turn back now, I might never get another chance. He stepped through the door. The darkness wrapped around him like a living thing. For a moment, Harry couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't feel anything except the absolute absence of sensation. Then, slowly, light began to emerge. Not the blue-white crystals from outside. This light was different, warm, golden, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. It came from 3 objects arranged on a pedestal in the center of an otherwise empty room. A wand. A stone. A cloak. Harry recognized them immediately, though he'd never seen them before, never read about them, had no logical way of knowing what they were. The Elder Wand, most powerful wand in existence, passed from hand to hand through conquest and blood. The Resurrection Stone, capable of calling forth the shadows of the dead, of speaking with those who'd passed beyond. The Cloak of Invisibility, true invisibility, not charm-worked fabric, but the genuine article woven from death's own gift. The Deathly Hallows. "You know us," the voice said, and Harry realized it came from the objects themselves, or from whatever resided within them. "Your blood remembers, even if your mind does not." "I know the stories," Harry said carefully. 3 brothers who met death on a road. 3 gifts given as reward. 3 artifacts of power. Stories. The voice was amused. Mortals love their stories. They wrap truth in narrative until it becomes something safe, something manageable. The reality was both simpler and more complex. "Then tell me the reality." The golden light pulsed, and suddenly Harry saw, not with his eyes but with something deeper. Images flooded his mind. 3 figures standing at a crossroads, not meeting death but becoming it. A transformation. An ascension. Mortal men who touched something beyond mortality and were changed forever. The Peverills were the first true wizards, the voice said. Before them, magic was wild. Uncontrolled. They learned to shape it, to channel it through will and symbol and sacrifice. But that kind of power requires payment. What kind of payment? Life. Death. The boundaries between them. The images shifted, showing the brothers growing old, growing strange. They became something more than human. Something less. They could not die as mortals die, but they could not live as mortals live. Eventually, they chose to end themselves, to seal their power in objects that would wait for another who carried their blood. Me. You are the first in 5 centuries whose blood runs true enough to open this door. The first with potential enough to wield what we contain. The voice paused. But potential is not destiny, young heir. The Hallows are not toys, not weapons to be wielded carelessly. They are aspects of fundamental forces, creation, preservation, destruction. In the wrong hands, they could unmake the world. Harry looked at the 3 objects, feeling their power pulse against his senses. He could take them. Right now, nothing was stopping him. He could walk out of this vault the master of death itself. But something held him back. "I'm 11 years old," he said quietly. "I learned I was a wizard 12 hours ago. Whatever these things are, whatever power they represent, I'm not ready for them." Silence. Then, impossibly, something like approval entered the voice. "Wisdom," it said. "So rare in your kind. So precious." The golden light shifted, and the pedestal seemed to withdraw slightly, becoming more distant without moving. "The Hallows will wait, young heir. They have waited 5 centuries, they can wait a few years more. But we offer you something else. A gift for the wisdom you have shown." One of the objects lifted from the pedestal, the cloak. It drifted toward Harry like a living thing, settling around his shoulders with a weight that was almost affectionate. "This cloak was given to your ancestor Gringotts Peveril. It has passed through your family for generations, though the knowledge of its true nature was lost. Take it. It is yours by blood and by right." The fabric was softer than anything Harry had ever touched, lighter than air, and yet somehow substantial. When he looked down at himself, he could see through his own body, true invisibility, perfect and complete. What about the others? The wand answers to power. When you are strong enough to claim it, it will come to you, or you will find it, as so many before you have. The voice grew somber. The stone is different. It was created from grief, from the desire to undo death itself. That desire nearly destroyed its first wielder and has corrupted everyone who has used it since. Leave it here, young heir. Let it sleep. And if I need it someday, then you will know. But the need had better be great, because the cost of using the stone is terrible beyond imagining. The golden light began to fade. The pedestal, with its remaining two objects, withdrew into shadow. Go now, heir of Peveril. Learn. Grow. Become worthy of what waits for you here. A final pulse of warmth, almost paternal. And when the time comes, when death's hand brushes your shoulder and you must choose between mortality and transcendence, remember this conversation. Remember that power without wisdom is simply a more spectacular form of destruction. The darkness closed in again. Harry felt himself being drawn backward, through the door, into the crystal-lit chamber where Ragnarok still waited. When he emerged, the door was already closing behind him. Ragnarok stared at him with undisguised astonishment. You survived. Was that in doubt? Harry pulled the cloak tighter around his shoulders. It was visible now, appearing to be ordinary fabric unless you knew better. The Peveril Vault has a reputation. Those who enter uninvited do not return. Ragnarok's eyes dropped to the cloak. But you emerge not only alive but bearing a halo. The cloak of invisibility, if I am not mistaken. You're not. Harry stroked the fabric. Family heirloom, apparently. It was passed down through the Potters, but the knowledge was lost. And the other halos? The legends speak of 3. Still inside. Waiting. Harry met the ancient goblin's eyes. I wasn't ready for them. Not yet. Ragnarok was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. You continue to surprise me, Lord Potter. Most who enter a vault containing artifacts of power emerge desperate to claim everything they can. You entered the most dangerous vault in existence and came out with restraint. I learned early that grabbing everything in sight usually gets you caught. Harry started walking toward the exit, and Ragnarok fell into step beside him. Besides, what's the point of having power if you destroy yourself trying to use it? A practical philosophy. It will serve you well in the games ahead. They rode the carts back to the surface in contemplative silence. Harry's mind was full, too full, spinning with everything he'd learned, everything that had changed. 12 hours ago, he'd been Harry Potter, the boy under the stairs. Now he was lord of 5 noble houses, heir to unimaginable wealth, and, apparently, the descendant of death itself. It was a lot to process. But beneath the chaos, something else was settling into place. A cold, patient clarity that felt almost foreign. He had enemies. People who'd stolen from him, who'd hidden his heritage, who'd planned to keep him ignorant and controllable. They'd had 10 years to consolidate their positions, to assume the Potter fortune would remain untapped forever. They were wrong. And Harry was going to show them exactly how wrong they were. The Leaky Cauldron was quiet at this hour, most of its patrons either gone home or moved on to other evening activities. Harry had taken a room, the best in the house, though that wasn't saying much, and now sat at the window, watching the London night through grimy glass. On the bed behind him, the documents Ragnarok had provided were spread out in careful stacks. Financial records. Political analyses. Genealogies. Lists of allies, enemies, and unknowns. And the letter from his parents, which he'd read 3 more times since leaving Gringotts. They killed us because we knew too much, his father had written. Not just about the Dark Lord, about what was behind him. The old families. The old power. They've been manipulating magical Britain for centuries, and they don't like people asking questions. If you're reading this, someone failed to keep you ignorant. Good. Stay that way. Trust the goblins, they have their own agenda, but it aligns with ours more often than not. Trust yourself, you're a Potter, and Potters have always been survivors. Don't trust Dumbledore completely. He's not evil, but he's certain he's right about everything, and that kind of certainty is dangerous. He'll try to guide you where he thinks you should go. Sometimes that's the right direction. Sometimes it isn't. And Harry, whatever happens, whatever you learn, remember this, we loved you. We love you still. Death isn't an ending, not really. It's just a door. Give them hell, son. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. The Potter signet, warm with generations of family magic. Tomorrow, he would begin learning everything he needed to know. Politics, finance, magical law. How to leverage his inheritance into something more than numbers in a ledger. How to identify his enemies and neutralize them before they could move against him. But tonight, just for tonight, he allowed himself to feel the weight of what he'd lost. Parents who'd loved him. A heritage that should have been his birthright. 10 years stolen by people who thought they knew better. Hedwig hooted softly from her perch, amber eyes reflecting the moonlight. It's going to be different now, Harry told her quietly. I'm not going to be what they expected. I'm not going to stay small and grateful and ignorant. He pulled the cloak around his shoulders, feeling its ancient power settle against his skin. I'm going to be what they were afraid of. The moon rose over London, and Harry Potter, Lord of Houses Potter, Black, Peverell, Slytherin, and Emrys, heir to the Deathly Hallows, the wealthiest wizard in recorded history, finally allowed himself to sleep. Tomorrow, the games would begin. He woke to knocking. Soft at first, almost apologetic, but persistent. Harry reached for his wand before his eyes were fully open, an instinct he didn't remember developing, and was on his feet by the time his vision cleared. Early morning light filtered through the grimy windows. Hedwig was alert on her perch, watching the door with predatory attention. Who is it? Griphook, Lord Potter. The voice was familiar, the goblin who'd escorted him to verification. Director Ragnarok sends his compliments and wishes to inform you that you have a visitor. Harry checked the time, barely past 7, and frowned. What kind of visitor arrives at this hour? The kind who traveled through the night to reach you, my lord. Director Ragnarok believes you will want to meet them, but stresses that the choice is entirely yours. Harry dressed quickly, tucking the cloak into an inner pocket of his robes. Whatever was happening, it was probably better to face it looking like a lord rather than an orphan. When he opened the door, Griphook was waiting with an expression that mixed professional neutrality with barely concealed interest. The visitor awaits in private meeting room 3, he said. This way, my lord. They descended through the leaky cauldron's back entrance into Gringotts public halls, then turned into a corridor Harry hadn't noticed before. The meeting rooms were smaller than Ragnarok's office but no less impressive, marble walls, enchanted windows showing various landscapes, furniture that probably cost more than most wizards earned in a year. Room 3 held a single occupant. She was young, Harry's age or close to it, with blonde hair so pale it was almost silver and eyes the color of Arctic ice. Her robes were expensive, obviously tailored, in a shade of deep blue that matched the Greengrass family crest embroidered on her collar. Harry recognized the name from his reading. House Greengrass was one of the Sacred 28, traditionally neutral in political conflicts, known for their wealth and their careful non-alignment. The girl rose when he entered, her movements precise and controlled. Lord Potter. Thank you for seeing me. Miss. Harry waited. Greengrass. Daphne Greengrass. Her eyes flicked to his signet ring, then back to his face. Heir to House Greengrass, though I won't hold the title formally for another 7 years. You traveled through the night to meet me. That suggests urgency. It suggests intelligence. Daphne's expression didn't waver. News of your emergence has already reached certain ears. By tomorrow, all of magical Britain will know what happened at Gringotts. I wanted to speak with you before the crowds arrived. Harry settled into the chair across from her. Speak, then. You've inherited 5 noble houses. Combined political weight that hasn't existed in centuries. Wealth that makes the Malfoys look like shopkeepers. She leaned forward slightly. You've also made enemies of some of the most powerful people in Britain, people who've been looting your vaults for a decade. You're well informed. My family makes a business of being well informed. It's how we've survived while other houses burned themselves out taking sides. Daphne's eyes held his. I'm here to offer you something that none of the people currently scrambling to reach you can provide. And what's that? Perspective. She spread her hands. My family has no dog in the fight between the old factions. We've watched the power struggles for generations without participating. We know where the bodies are buried, sometimes literally. And we know what happens to people who accumulate your kind of influence without understanding the landscape. They get destroyed. They get destroyed, she agreed. Usually within a year. The magical world doesn't like disruption. It definitely doesn't like an 11-year-old holding more power than most adults ever dream of. Harry studied her. There was no fear in those ice-blue eyes, no sycophancy, no barely concealed agenda leaking through her expression. Just calm assessment and careful intelligence. Why help me? He asked. What does House Greengrass gain? Alliance with the winning side. Daphne's answer was immediate. I don't know if you'll be that side yet, it's too early to tell. But you're the most interesting variable to enter British politics in 50 years, and I'd rather be positioned to benefit from that than scrambling to catch up later. Honest. Always. It's the only currency that holds value long-term. Harry considered. He could dismiss her, send her away, handle things alone, trust only the goblins and his own judgment. It was the safe play. The cautious approach. But something in him recognized something in her. The same calculation he ran constantly, assessing threats and opportunities. The same careful mask hiding genuine intelligence. The same exhaustion with a world that expected them to be less than they were. What did you have in mind? Daphne's smile was small but genuine. Breakfast, to start. Then an education in who's going to try to kill you, and why, and how we might stop them. Harry rose. Lead the way, Miss Greengrass. Daphne. She stood as well. If we're going to be allies, first names seem appropriate. Harry, then. They walked out of the meeting room together, 2 heirs in a world that had no idea what was coming. Breakfast was served in a private dining room that Gringotts apparently maintained for exactly these occasions. The food was excellent. Harry hadn't realized how hungry he was until he started eating, and the conversation was better. Daphne talked while they ate, painting a picture of magical Britain that none of his books had captured. The ministry is theoretically democratic, but in practice, a handful of families control everything. The Sacred 28 used to be the power block, but they've fragmented over the centuries. Now you've got 3 main factions. Which are? The progressives, mostly half-bloods and muggleborns who want to modernize, integrate more with the non-magical world. They've got numbers but not much political weight. The traditionalists, old families who want to preserve the status quo, keep muggleborns in their place, maintain blood purity. They've got wealth and connections but shrinking populations. And the third? The neutrals. My family, a few others. We play both sides, gather information, make ourselves useful enough that neither faction wants to antagonize us. Daphne spread butter on toast with precise movements. It's not a glamorous position, but it's a survivable one. Where did the Potters fall? Interesting question. She set down her knife. Your grandparents were traditionalists, pure bloodline, old money, all the usual credentials. Your father broke with that when he married your mother. Suddenly the Potters were blood traitors, allied with Dumbledore's lot, fighting the Dark Lord alongside muggleborns and werewolves. And now? And now you're a contradiction. Heir to Slytherin itself, which should make you the ultimate traditionalist figurehead. But also Potter, Black, Peveril, houses with complicated legacies that don't fit neatly into any camp. Daphne's eyes glittered. And heir to Emery's, which is going to terrify absolutely everyone. Why? Because Merlin wasn't just powerful, he was transformative. He's the one who established the Statute of Secrecy, who founded the Wizengamot, who shaped magical Britain into what it became. Every major institution traces back to him somehow. She leaned forward. And now his last descendant has emerged with more combined political power than anyone in centuries. The implications are significant. Harry processed this. People are going to try to use me. Everyone is going to try to use you. The progressives will want you as proof that blood doesn't matter. Look, a Muggle-born son is the heir of Merlin himself. The traditionalists will try to claim you for the opposite reason, ancient bloodlines, noble heritage, proof that pure blood always prevails. And if I refuse to be used? Then you become a threat to be eliminated. Daphne's voice was matter-of-fact. The only people who survive in magical politics are either useful or dangerous. You're already dangerous. The question is whether you can become useful enough to the right people that they protect you instead of attacking you. Harry pushed his plate aside. What would you suggest? Build a power base before anyone else can organize against you. You've got 3 weeks before Hogwarts, use them. Call in debts. Establish relationships. Make yourself valuable to people who matter. She paused. And identify the specific individuals who've been stealing from you. Handle them publicly, decisively, before they can spin the narrative. The Malfoys. Obviously. Lucius has been the primary beneficiary of abandoned vault appropriations for years. But he's not the only one. Daphne pulled a folded parchment from her robes. I took the liberty of researching likely culprits. There are 6 families who've shown suspicious financial improvements since your parents' death, improvements that track too closely with Potter, Black, and Slytherin asset movements to be coincidental. Harry took the parchment. 6 names, with annotations in precise handwriting. Malfoy, 17 documented transactions, EST 3.2 million galleons appropriated not, 8 transactions, EST 900,000 galleons Parkinson, 5 transactions, EST 400,000 galleons Crabbe, 3 transactions, EST 150,000 galleons Goyle, 2 transactions, EST 80,000 galleons Fudge, 12 transactions through ministry accounts, EST 2. 1 million galleons, Fudge, Harry said. The Minister of Magic. The same. Though the transactions were technically ministry appropriations for security purposes, they happened to align perfectly with his personal spending patterns. Daphne's smile was sharp. Politicians are so rarely subtle. Harry looked at the list, at the numbers, at the evidence of a decade of coordinated theft. Why are you giving me this? Because it's valuable, and I want you to remember who provided it. Daphne met his eyes. My family has stayed neutral for generations. But neutrality only works when there's balance. Right now, the traditionalists have too much power, and it's making them careless. A corrective force, someone who could shake up the established order, would be beneficial. You want me to be your corrective force. I want you to be an independent power that neither faction can control. She rose, leaving her napkin folded precisely beside her plate. What you do with that position is up to you. But I'd rather have a seat at the table than watch from outside while someone else shapes the future. Harry considered her, this girl his own age, who spoke of politics and power like a veteran player. She was dangerous, certainly. Probably manipulating him in ways he couldn't even perceive yet. But she was also the first person since Ragnarok who treated him like something other than a pawn to be moved. Partners, then, he said. At least until we see how the game develops. Daphne's smile was genuine this time, small but real. Partners. Though I should warn you, I play to win. So do I. I know. She headed for the door. That's why I traveled through the night. After Daphne left, returning to her family before her absence was noticed, Harry spent the rest of the morning with Ragnar, planning. The Malfoys first, he decided. They're the biggest threat and the most visible target. If I can handle them publicly, it sends a message to everyone else. A sound strategy. Ragnar spread documents across his desk. Lucius Malfoy is many things, but he is not a fool. He will not accept a confrontation unless he believes he holds the advantage. Then we make him think he does. Harry studied the transaction records. He doesn't know what I discovered in Gringotts. As far as he knows, I'm still an ignorant orphan who lucked into some money. He'll expect me to be intimidated, overwhelmed, easy to manipulate. And you intend to let him believe this? I intend to let him believe he's in control right up until the moment he realizes he isn't. Harry looked up. Can you arrange a meeting? Something that looks like I'm coming to negotiate, maybe asking for guidance from an experienced lord. Ragnar's smile was all teeth. You propose to bait the trap with your own apparent weakness. A goblin strategy. I learned from the best. They spent hours on the details. The meeting would be at the Potter family solicitor's office, a location that suggested Harry seeking professional help, rather than confrontation. The invitation would be carefully worded to imply that Harry was nervous, out of his depth, hoping for assistance from someone who understood pure-blood politics. Lucius Malfoy, who'd been appropriating Potter funds for years, would see exactly what he expected, a scared child who could be easily managed. He would be wrong. There's another matter, Ragnar said as evening approached. The Hogwarts situation. Dumbledore. Indeed. The headmaster has already sent 3 messages requesting meetings. His tone has progressed from concerned to insistent over the course of the day. Ragnar handed Harry a stack of parchments. He appears to believe that you are in danger and require his protection. Harry scanned the messages. They were carefully worded, full of grandfatherly concern, but the subtext was clear. Dumbledore wanted to reassert control over a situation that had escaped him. My dear Harry, the most recent one read, I must impress upon you the danger of your current path. There are forces at work that you cannot understand, threats that require experienced guidance to navigate. Please, let us meet and discuss your situation before any irreversible decisions are made. He's afraid, Harry said quietly. Of course he is. You represent something he cannot predict or control. Ragnar's eyes glittered. The question is what you intend to do about it. Harry thought about his parents' letter. Don't trust Dumbledore completely. He's not evil, but he's certain he's right about everything. Not enemies, he decided. Not yet. But not allies either. I need to understand what he wants before I decide how to handle him. A prudent approach. I would suggest avoiding direct confrontation until you've established your own position more firmly. Ragnar gathered the documents. At Hogwarts, you will be in his territory. It would be unwise to appear antagonistic while under his roof. Agreed. Harry stood, stretching muscles that had grown stiff from hours of sitting. What time is the meeting with Malfoy? 3 days hence. Friday afternoon, at the Potter solicitor's office. Ragnar rose as well. That gives you time to prepare, to study the materials we've provided, and to adjust to your new circumstances. Harry looked at the stack of documents waiting for him, at the weight of 5 houses pressing down on his 11-year-old shoulders. I'll manage, he said. Of that, Ragnar replied, I have no doubt. 3 days passed in a blur of reading, planning, and occasional moments of absolute terror. Harry spent every waking hour absorbing information. The histories of his 5 houses. The complex web of alliances and feuds that defined pure-blood politics. The legal frameworks that governed magical Britain, full of loopholes and archaic privileges that no one had bothered to update in centuries. The goblins provided tutors, ancient creatures who'd witnessed history being made and had opinions about every moment of it. They drilled him on etiquette, on negotiation tactics, on the thousand small signals that purebloods use to establish dominance. Never break eye contact first. Let the silence stretch, humans can't bear it as long as you can. When in doubt, ask questions instead of answering them. Daphne visited twice more, providing additional intelligence and testing his understanding. She quizzed him mercilessly on family trees, on voting blocks, on the hidden relationships that made sense of seemingly random political decisions. The Knotts and Malfoys have been feuding for 3 generations, but they present a united front because of a marriage contract signed in 1823. The Parkinsons are actually broke, all their wealth is in properties they can't sell without admitting they've mortgaged everything to the goblins. The Crabs and Goyles are essentially Malfoy vassals, with no independent political will whatsoever. And Greengrass? Daphne smiled. We're exactly what we appear to be, rich, neutral, and very well informed. The most dangerous kind of player in any game. By Friday, Harry felt ready. Not confident, he wasn't stupid enough to be confident against someone like Lucius Malfoy, but prepared. He knew what he wanted, what he was risking, and what the backup plans were if everything went wrong. The Potter solicitor's office was in a building off Diagon Alley, hidden behind wards that made Muggles suddenly remember urgent appointments elsewhere. Inside, it was all dark wood and leather, portraits of ancient Potter advisors watching from the walls. Harry arrived early. He wanted to be settled, comfortable, in control of the space before his guest arrived. The chair he chose was positioned carefully, lower than the visitor's seat, suggesting deference, but angled toward the door in a way that let him see everything. His robes were fine but not ostentatious. His signet ring was visible. Every detail calibrated to project a specific image, the young lord, overwhelmed by his inheritance, seeking help from someone more experienced. At precisely 3 o'clock, the door opened. Lucius Malfoy was everything Harry expected and nothing like it at all. The man was tall, aristocratic, with pale blonde hair that swept back from a face too perfect to be entirely natural. His robes were immaculate, his cane gleaming with silver, his every movement precise and controlled. But it was his eyes that struck Harry most. They were cold, not emotionless, but deliberately distant, watching everything like a snake deciding whether to strike. Lord Potter. Malfoy's voice was silk over steel. How kind of you to invite me. Lord Malfoy. Harry didn't rise, didn't offer his hand. Please, sit. A flicker of something crossed Malfoy's face, surprise, perhaps, at being given instructions rather than offering them. But he covered it smoothly, settling into the visitor's chair with elegant grace. I confess, your invitation surprised me. We've never met, and yet you reach out seeking, what, exactly? Advice? Alliance? Information, Harry said calmly. I've recently learned some things about my family's affairs. Things that have raised questions I hoped you could help answer. Oh. Malfoy's expression was perfectly neutral. What sort of questions? Harry reached into his robes and produced a sheaf of parchment, copies of the transaction records Ragnarok had provided. He set them on the desk between them. These are records of unauthorized access to Potter, Black, and Slytherin family vaults over the past decade. Financial transactions that appear to have been conducted without the knowledge or consent of the account holders. He met Malfoy's eyes. Your name appears 17 times. The silence stretched. Malfoy didn't look at the documents. His eyes stayed fixed on Harry, calculating, reassessing, adjusting to a situation that had shifted beneath him. An interesting document, he said finally. Though I fail to see its relevance. Any transactions involving those vaults would have been conducted through proper ministry channels, with appropriate authorization. The ministry has no authority over noble house assets. Harry's voice was mild. That's Section 47 of the Charter of 1612. Vault access requires either the account holder's explicit permission or blood verification of inheritance rights. You had neither. Another silence. You've done your research. Malfoy's tone had shifted, less silk, more steel. Impressive for someone your age. But surely you understand that legal technicalities are irrelevant when more important considerations are at play. The vaults were dormant. The heir was unavailable. Someone needed to ensure that such significant resources didn't simply languish. Someone needed to ensure they ended up in the right hands, you mean. If you prefer to phrase it that way. Malfoy spread his hands. The magical world is not kind to orphans, Lord Potter. I was merely managing assets that would otherwise have been wasted. Harry let the words hang in the air. Then, slowly, he smiled. Thank you for confirming that, he said. The transcription quill will have captured everything perfectly. He gestured toward the corner of the room, where a small writing implement was scratching away at a piece of parchment, goblin-made, officially registered with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, completely admissible in court. Malfoy's face went very still. I came here expecting a negotiation, Harry continued. A frightened child seeking guidance from an experienced lord. That's what my invitation suggested, isn't it? That's the situation you thought you'd find. He leaned forward. You thought wrong. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The transcription quill scratched away, recording silence. Then, slowly, Malfoy began to laugh. It wasn't a pleasant sound, cold, crystalline, edged with something that might have been genuine admiration. You're not what I expected, Lord Potter. Not at all. He relaxed back into his chair, crossing one leg over the other. Very well. You've caught me. What do you want? Repayment, Harry said flatly. Every galleon, with interest. The goblins have calculated the total at 3,400,000, and change. A significant sum. You can afford it. Harry slid another document across the desk. I've had your finances analyzed. The appropriated funds were invested rather well, I'll give you credit for that. You've got more than enough liquid assets to settle the debt. Malfoy glanced at the document. His expression flickered, surprise, this time, genuine surprise, at the depth of information Harry had obtained. And if I refuse? Then I release the transcription to the Daily Prophet, file formal charges with the Wisengamot, and invoke the charter provisions for asset seizure. Harry's voice was still mild. The investigation alone would take years. Your social position would be destroyed. Your business relationships would collapse. And at the end of it, you'd still owe me every canute, plus penalties. You'd make an enemy of me. You've been my enemy for 10 years, Lord Malfoy. You just didn't tell me about it. Harry met his eyes. I'm offering you a way out. Clean slate. No criminal charges, no public exposure, no ongoing feud. You repay what you took, and we start fresh. And if I want more than a clean slate? Malfoy's voice had changed again, speculative now, reassessing. If I wanted to turn this unfortunate situation into something more productive? I'm listening. Malfoy uncrossed his legs, leaning forward with an intensity that hadn't been there before. You're impressive, Lord Potter. More impressive than anyone expected, including Dumbledore, who thought he'd shaped you into something manageable. His lip curled slightly. The old fool never understood that blood will tell. You're a Potter, a Black, a Slytherin. You were never going to be his pet hero. Get to the point. The point is this, I misjudged you. I assumed you were like your father, reckless, idealistic, easily manipulated. Instead, you're something else entirely. Malfoy's cold eyes gleamed. Someone I could work with. Work with how? The magical world is changing, Lord Potter. The old order is crumbling. Within a decade, the structure that has governed Britain for centuries will collapse, and something new will rise in its place. He spread his hands. I intend to help shape what that something is. You could be part of that, a partner rather than an enemy. Harry studied the man across from him. The offer was genuine, or at least genuinely intended. Malfoy saw value in Harry now, not as a victim to be exploited, but as a potential ally in whatever game he was playing. It was tempting. An alliance with the Malfoys would provide resources, connections, political cover. It would be the smart play, the practical choice. But Harry thought about his parents' letter. About a Dark Lord who'd served someone else's agenda. About old families and old power and people who'd been manipulating Britain for centuries. No, he said. Malfoy's expression didn't change. No. I'll take the repayment. The clean slate. But I'm not interested in partnership. Harry rose, gathering his documents. You played games with my inheritance while I grew up in a cupboard. You don't get to be my ally because you've decided I'm useful now. For a moment, just a moment, something genuine showed in Malfoy's eyes. Respect, maybe. Or recognition of something he understood too well. You'll regret this, he said quietly. Not today, not tomorrow, but eventually. You're making enemies of people who could have been friends. I'll take my chances. Harry moved toward the door, then paused. The repayment documents will arrive by Monday. You have 30 days to comply. If the deadline passes without full payment, everything I've collected goes public. He looked back over his shoulder. Enjoy your weekend, Lord Malfoy. He left without waiting for a response. Outside, in the narrow alley behind the office, Harry let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. His hands were shaking. His heart was racing. For the entire meeting, he'd projected calm, confidence, control, but underneath, he'd been terrified. One wrong word, one miscalculation, and Lucius Malfoy could have destroyed him. Instead, Harry had won. It didn't feel like victory. It felt like surviving, which, he was starting to realize, was probably the best anyone could hope for in this world. Griphook materialized from the shadows, flanked by 2 goblin guards. The meeting went well, my lord. He's going to pay. Harry steadied his voice. Full repayment within 30 days, or we go public. And his offer of alliance? Refused. Griphook's thin lips curved upward. Director Ragnarok will be pleased. He had concerns that you might be tempted by short-term gains at the expense of long-term positioning. I'm not interested in being anyone's junior partner. Harry started walking toward Gringotts, the goblins falling into step around him. Not Malfoy's. Not Dumbledore's. Not anyone's. Then what are you interested in, my lord? Harry thought about the question. About the houses he'd inherited, the enemies he'd made, the games that were only beginning. I want to understand, he said finally. Who's really in control? What they're planning. Why they've worked so hard to keep people like me ignorant. And when you understand? Harry looked at the goblin, at the ancient creature who'd seen empires rise and fall, who'd survived by being smarter than everyone who underestimated him. Then I'll decide what I want to do about it. Griphook's smile widened. A most goblin answer, Lord Potter. We will make a proper ally of you yet. They disappeared into Gringotts, leaving the alley empty except for shadows, and a rat, watching from a crack in the wall, who would have very interesting things to report to his master. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, First Blood. The owl arrived at dawn, 3 days after the Malfoy meeting. Harry was already awake. He'd barely slept since leaving the Dursleys, his mind too full of plans and possibilities to rest properly. He'd taken over a suite of rooms at the Leaky Cauldron, transformed with goblin efficiency into something resembling a command center. Documents covered every surface. Maps of Wizarding Britain hung on the walls, marked with colored pins representing allies, enemies, and unknowns. The owl was impressive, a great horned specimen with feathers like burnished copper. It landed on the windowsill with the precision of a creature that knew its own worth and dropped a thick envelope sealed with the Malfoy crest. Harry broke the seal and read. Lord Potter, after careful consideration, I find myself unable to comply with your proposed repayment schedule. The sums in question were acquired through channels that, while perhaps unconventional, were entirely legal under ministry interpretation of the relevant statutes. I have enclosed documentation supporting this position, prepared by my solicitors. Should you wish to pursue this matter further, I suggest you direct your correspondence to them. Lucius Malfoy. Harry set down the letter and reached for the attached documents. They were impressive, 50 pages of legal argumentation, citing precedents and statutes and interpretive rulings that painted a picture of authorized access rather than theft. It was all lies, of course. Sophisticated, carefully constructed lies that would take months to dismantle in court. Malfoy was calling his bluff. Harry had expected this. The man was too experienced, too well connected, to simply capitulate because an 11-year-old had caught him with his hand in the vault. He'd had 3 days to consult advisors, analyze the situation, and develop a counter-strategy. The question was whether Harry's own strategy could adapt. He reached for fresh parchment and began to write. Daphne arrived at noon, having received Harry's urgent summons through channels they'd established during her previous visits. She looked slightly disheveled, unusual for her, suggesting she'd come quickly. The Malfoys have countered, Harry said without preamble. They're claiming the transactions were legal under ministry interpretation. I saw. Daphne settled into a chair, accepting the documents Harry passed her. My father received a copy this morning. The Malfoys are circulating their version of events to anyone who might matter. They're trying to control the narrative. Obviously. If they can establish that the transactions were authorized, or at least ambiguous enough to dispute, then your evidence becomes a legal question rather than a moral one. She flipped through the pages. Legal questions favor those with money and connections. In a court battle, they'd have the advantage. So we don't fight in court. Daphne looked up. What did you have in mind? Harry moved to the map on the wall, pointing to a cluster of red pins. The Malfoys aren't the only ones who stole from me. 6 families, plus the ministry itself through Fudge. Malfoy's the biggest target, but he's also the most prepared to defend himself. You want to go after the weaker ones first. I want to demonstrate what happens to people who thought they could rob me with impunity. Harry traced a line between the pins. The Parkinsons are nearly bankrupt, they can't afford a legal battle. The Crabs and Goyles are essentially Malfoy vassals, if I can turn them, it weakens his position. And the Knots. The Knots are complicated, Daphne said carefully. Theodore Knott, the heir, is in our year at Hogwarts. His father is a convicted Death Eater who somehow avoided Azkaban. They've got secrets that make the Malfoys look transparent. Secrets can be useful. Secrets can also be dangerous. The Knots aren't like the others, they're connected to things that go deeper than politics. She hesitated. There are rumors about an organization. Something older than the Sacred 28, more secretive than the Death Eaters. The Knots have been associated with it for generations. Harry filed that away. What kind of organization? No one knows exactly. They call themselves the Conclave of Shadows, at least, that's what the rumors say. Old families, old blood, old power. They supposedly pull strings that even the Wisengamot doesn't see. And you think the Knots are members? I think that if you go after them the same way you went after Malfoy, you might attract attention you're not ready for. Daphne met his eyes. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying be careful. Harry considered. The smart play was to start with the weakest targets, the Crabs, the Goyles, families with limited resources and no real power base. Build momentum before tackling the more dangerous opponents. But there was another factor. The Malfoys were circulating their narrative right now, establishing their version of events before Harry could respond. Every day he waited, their position strengthened. He needed a decisive move. Something that would shatter the narrative Malfoy was trying to build. The Parkinsons, he decided. You said they're nearly bankrupt. Their entire fortune is tied up in properties they can't sell. They've been living on credit and family reputation for years. Then they're desperate. Harry turned from the map. Desperate people make mistakes. And desperate people can be turned. The Parkinson estate was smaller than Harry expected, a manor house that had clearly seen better days, its gardens overgrown and its facade weathered by decades of neglect. The wards that should have protected it were thin, barely functional, testament to a family that couldn't afford proper maintenance. Harry arrived with grip hook and 2 goblin guards, a display of force that was probably overkill against the Parkinsons but served a purpose. Word would spread. People would talk about the young lord who traveled with armed escort, who treated even minor negotiations as potential battlegrounds. Perception was power. Ragnarok had taught him that. Lord Parkinson met them at the door personally, a bad sign for a noble family, suggesting they couldn't afford servants. He was a heavy-set man with the red-veined nose of someone who drank too much and the nervous eyes of someone who knew his situation was precarious. Lord Potter. His voice aimed for dignified and landed somewhere around anxious. An unexpected pleasure. We weren't aware you'd be visiting. I prefer to conduct important business in person. Harry stepped past him into the entry hall, not waiting for an invitation. Shall we discuss matters here, or is there somewhere more private? Parkinson's eyes darted to the goblins, to Harry's expensive robes, to the signet ring that marked him as something more than a visiting child. Whatever he saw made him decide quickly. My study. This way. The study was cramped and cluttered, shelves overflowing with documents that looked like bills and collection notices. Parkinson cleared a chair for Harry with hands that trembled slightly. I assume this is about the Gringotts matter, he said, trying to sound casual. Lord Malfoy mentioned there had been some confusion. There's no confusion. Harry produced a slim folder from his robes. 5 transactions over 4 years, totaling 400,000 galleons withdrawn from Potter accounts without authorization. Your family crest appears on each transfer. Parkinson's face went pale. There were assurances from whom? Lord Malfoy said. He stopped, realizing his mistake. Lord Malfoy told you it was safe, Harry finished. That the vaults were abandoned, the heir unavailable, the transactions untraceable. He coordinated the whole thing, didn't he? Identified targets, organized access, distributed the proceeds. Parkinson said nothing, but his silence was confirmation enough. Here's your situation, Harry continued. You owe me 400,000 galleons that you don't have. Your properties are already mortgaged to the goblins, there's nothing left to seize. If I press charges, you'll lose everything, your title, your family's reputation, your daughter's marriage prospects. Please. The word came out as barely a whisper. Lord Potter, I have a daughter. Pansy is starting Hogwarts this year. If this becomes public, I'm not interested in destroying your family. Harry let the words sink in. I'm interested in something more valuable than money. Parkinson looked up, desperate hope flickering in his bloodshot eyes. What do you want? Information. Harry leaned forward. Everything you know about how Malfoy organized the vault appropriations. Everyone who was involved. Every transaction, every communication, every detail you can remember. If I give you that, Malfoy will what? Expose you. Harry's smile was cold. He can't do that without exposing himself. And right now, he's betting that everyone involved will stay silent to protect their own positions. If one person breaks ranks, the whole thing falls apart. Parkinson's voice was hollow. The whole thing falls apart, Harry agreed. And the person who provided the information, who cooperated voluntarily, might find themselves in a much better position than those who stayed loyal to a sinking ship. Parkinson sat in silence for a long moment. Harry could see the calculations playing out behind his eyes. The fear of Malfoy's retaliation weighed against the certainty of Potter's leverage, the desperate hope that cooperation might offer a way out. "If I give you what you want," he said finally, "what happens to my family? Your debt is restructured. Long-term payments you can actually manage. No criminal charges, no public exposure, no damage to your daughter's prospects." Harry produced another document. "I've had the terms prepared. It's more than fair." Parkinson took the parchment with trembling hands. He read it twice, his lips moving silently. "This would take 30 years to repay. Your family has been living beyond its means for generations. Consider it a correction." Harry stood. "You have 24 hours to decide. After that, I move on to the Crabs and Goyles with the same offer, and when they accept, your value as an informant drops considerably." He left Parkinson sitting in his cramped study, surrounded by evidence of a fortune long since squandered, holding a lifeline he couldn't afford to refuse. The Crabs broke within 6 hours. Their patriarch was a thick-necked man with more muscle than sense, who tried to bluster his way through the initial conversation before his wife, considerably sharper, dragged him aside for a whispered conference. When they returned, Lord Crabbe's defiance had evaporated. "We'll cooperate," Lady Crabbe said flatly. "Whatever you need. Everything about the vault appropriations. Communications, meetings, financial records. You'll have it by tomorrow." She fixed her husband with a glare that promised future consequences. "My husband kept documentation. Insurance against Malfoy, in case anything went wrong." Harry hadn't expected that. Insurance? Lord Malfoy is not known for protecting his associates when situations become difficult. "We wanted leverage." Her smile was thin. "It seems we'll be using it differently than planned." The Goyles followed the next morning, their cooperation secured with even less effort. They were followers by nature, accustomed to supporting whoever held the most power. With both the Crabs and Parkinsons already turned, they saw which way the wind was blowing. By noon, Harry had testimony from 3 families, documentation spanning 8 years of coordinated theft, and enough evidence to destroy Lucius Malfoy's reputation, finances, and freedom. He also had something else, a pattern. "Look at this," he said to Daphne, spreading the documents across his war room's main table. "The timing of the appropriations. They weren't random." Daphne leaned over the papers, her pale hair falling across her face. "They're clustered. Every major withdrawal happened within days of a Wisengamot vote. Not just any votes. Votes that Malfoy was trying to influence." Harry traced the connections. "He used my family's money to bribe officials, fund campaigns, and purchase votes on legislation he wanted passed. That's not just theft." Daphne's voice was soft with realization. "That's appropriation of noble house influence. Under the old laws, it's treason against the houses whose resources were used." Harry looked up. "The Potters, the Blacks, the Slytherins. Malfoy didn't just steal gold. He stole political power. The penalties for that are severe." Harry gathered the documents. "I need to see Ragnarok. This changes everything." The director of Gringotts listened to Harry's presentation in silence, his ancient eyes flickering between the evidence spread across his desk and the young lord who'd assembled it. When Harry finished, Ragnarok was quiet for a long moment. "You understand what you're proposing," he said finally. "Charges of this nature have not been filed in over a century. The Wisengamot will fight it. They have no interest in establishing precedents that could threaten their own members. Let them fight." Harry's voice was steady. "I have documentation from 3 cooperating families. I have financial records from Gringotts itself. And I have the legal right, as heir to the affected houses, to invoke the Charter of 1612. The Charter is old law. Largely forgotten. But still binding. Harry had spent hours studying this with Daphne. Section 47 specifically addresses appropriation of noble house influence. The penalties include forfeiture of all assets gained through the appropriation, stripping of noble titles, and, in severe cases, exile from magical Britain. Ragnar's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. You've done your research. I had good teachers. Indeed. The director leaned back in his chair. There is one thing you have not considered, Lord Potter. If you invoke the Charter and the Wisengamot convenes to hear your case, you will be required to appear in person. To present evidence, answer questions, and defend your claims against whatever arguments Malfoy's advocates devise. I understand. Do you? Ragnar's eyes were sharp. You are 11 years old. You have been part of the magical world for less than 2 weeks. The Wisengamot chamber is filled with experienced politicians who have been playing these games for decades. They will attempt to intimidate you, confuse you, delegitimize you. And Malfoy himself will be there, with every resource at his disposal, fighting for his survival. Harry met the ancient goblin's gaze. I grew up in a cupboard under the stairs. I spent 10 years being told I was worthless, unwanted, a burden. I learned to survive by being smarter than the people who wanted to hurt me. He stood, gathering his documents. I'm not afraid of a room full of politicians. I'm not afraid of Lucius Malfoy. His voice was quiet but absolutely certain. I'm afraid of staying ignorant. I'm afraid of being controlled. I'm afraid of becoming the puppet everyone expected me to be. He looked at Ragnar with eyes that held something far older than his years. Whatever happens in that chamber, at least I'll be fighting for myself. That's more than anyone else was ever willing to let me do. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he rose. The formal charges will be filed by tomorrow morning, he said. The Wisengamot will be required to convene within 7 days to hear the case. I will ensure that goblin advocates are available to assist your presentation. He extended his hand, a gesture of equality that goblins rarely offered to humans. You remind me of your great-grandfather, Lord Potter. Hardwin Potter, who negotiated the Treaty of 1437 and earned the eternal friendship of the Goblin Nation. His grip was firm and cold. He was also very young when he first entered our halls. And he also refused to be what others expected. Harry shook the offered hand. What happened to him? He changed the world. Ragnar's smile showed all his teeth. I suspect you will do the same. The news spread faster than Harry anticipated. By evening, the Daily Prophet had somehow obtained details of the upcoming Wisengamot session. Boy Who lived to challenge prominent lord in unprecedented legal action, and speculation was running wild. Half the articles painted Harry as a confused child being manipulated by goblins. The other half suggested he was secretly a dark wizard seeking to destroy respectable pure-blood families. Neither was accurate. Neither mattered. What mattered was that everyone was watching. Everyone would be there when Harry made his case. And whatever happened, the narrative that Malfoy had been carefully constructing would be shattered. Harry was counting on that. The formal summons arrived that night, Wisengamot parchment, official seals, language so archaic it took 3 readings to parse. The session was scheduled for Friday, 5 days hence. Harry would have until then to prepare. He spent the first day reviewing every document, every piece of testimony, every legal precedent that might be relevant. Griphook provided goblin advocates who walked him through the formal procedures, how to address the chamber, when to present evidence, what objections to expect. The second day, Daphne arrived with additional intelligence. Malfoy's been busy, she said, spreading her own documents across Harry's war table. He's called in favors from half the Wisengamot. At least 15 members have already committed to voting against your charges, regardless of evidence. 15 out of how many? 50 voting seats, but only about 40 are currently filled. You'd need a simple majority to win, 21 votes. She pointed to a list of names. These are the definite opposition. These are probable allies, houses that have feuds with the Malfoys or would benefit from seeing them fall. And these? The unknowns. The swing votes. People who could go either way depending on how the session unfolds. Daphne looked up. It's going to be close, Harry. Closer than I'd like. What about the charter provisions? If I can prove appropriation of noble house influence, then the Wisengamot is legally required to impose penalties. But they'll fight the proof part tooth and nail. Malfoy's advocates will challenge every piece of evidence, question every witness, exploit every ambiguity. Harry studied the names on her list. So many variables. So many people he'd never met, whose motivations he couldn't guess, whose votes would determine whether his gambit succeeded or collapsed. I need to talk to them, he said slowly. The swing votes. Before the session. Daphne's eyebrows rose. You want to campaign? I want to understand who I'm dealing with. What they want. What would convince them? He met her eyes. You said your family knows where the bodies are buried. Time to share. The next 3 days were a blur of meetings, negotiations, and careful maneuvering. Harry visited 7 noble houses, each encounter a chess game played with words and implications. Some were hostile, viewing him as an upstart who needed to learn his place. Others were curious, intrigued by the young lord who'd emerged from nowhere to challenge one of Britain's most powerful families. A few were sympathetic. Your father was a good man, Lord Ogden told him, pouring fire whiskey with hands that trembled slightly from age. Reckless, perhaps. Too idealistic. But good. He raised his glass. If his son is half the man he was, Britain will be better for it. I'm trying to be. Then you have my vote. The old wizard drained his glass. The Malfoys have been a cancer on this body for too long. Time someone cut them out. Others were more calculating. What's in it for me? Lady Marchbanks asked bluntly. She was ancient, older than Ragnarok, according to rumor, with eyes that missed nothing. I've survived longer than most by never picking sides. Why should I start now? Because sides are being picked whether you want them to be or not. Harry kept his voice steady. Malfoy's been using stolen resources to reshape the Wisengamot for years. Every vote he bought was a vote taken from someone else. Eventually, he'll come for yours. He's already tried. Her smile was thin. I'm harder to buy than most. Then help me stop him. Not for my sake, for the institution you've spent your life serving. Harry leaned forward. The Wisengamot is supposed to be the voice of magical Britain. Not the personal tool of whoever has the deepest pockets. Marchbanks studied him for a long moment. You're young to be playing these games, Lord Potter. I'm young to be doing a lot of things. But here I am anyway. She laughed, a dry, crackling sound like old parchment. Here you are indeed. Very well. You'll have my vote, assuming your evidence is as solid as you claim. It is. We'll see. She waved a dismissive hand. Now get out. Some of us need our rest. Harry left with one more vote secured, and 1 day less to prepare. The night before the session, Daphne came to his rooms at the Leaky Cauldron. She'd never visited this late before, and her expression was different, less controlled, more uncertain. She stood in his doorway for a moment before speaking. I need to tell you something. Harry stepped aside to let her in. That sounds ominous. It might be. She moved to the window, staring out at the London night. My father had a visitor today. Someone from the conclave I mentioned. Harry went still. And? They know what you're doing. The charges, the evidence, the votes you've been gathering. She turned to face him. They're not happy. I didn't expect them to be. You don't understand. Daphne's voice was tight. The conclave doesn't just influence politics, they control things. Things that go beyond the Wisingamot, beyond the ministry. They've been managing magical Britain for centuries, and they don't like disruptions. What did they want from your father? They wanted him to warn you. To tell you to drop the charges, accept a settlement, and stop drawing attention. She hesitated. And they wanted him to tell me to stop helping you. Harry processed this. What did he say? He said he'd deliver the warning. He didn't say he'd follow their other instructions. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. My father is neutral, not spineless. He doesn't take orders from anyone. And you? I'm here, aren't I? She met his eyes. Whatever the conclave is, whatever they want, they're part of the system that's been rotting magical Britain from the inside. You're the first person in years who's actually tried to challenge that system. Her chin lifted. I didn't get involved just to back out when things got dangerous. Harry felt something shift in his chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with politics or strategy. You could have stayed away, he said quietly. Played it safe. Let me handle this alone. I could have. Her expression was unreadable. But then I wouldn't know how it ended. And I hate not knowing things. Despite everything, the pressure of tomorrow, the weight of expectations, the shadowy threats gathering at the edges of his new life, Harry laughed. Partners, he said. Partners, she agreed. Now let's go over your presentation one more time. You stumbled on the third precedent citation during practice. They worked until dawn, and Harry didn't feel tired at all. The Wisingamot chamber was everything Harry expected and nothing like he'd imagined. It occupied the lowest level of the Ministry of Magic, a vast circular room carved from ancient stone. Benches rose in tiers around a central floor, filled with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes who watched Harry's entrance with expressions ranging from curiosity to contempt. At the highest tier sat the chief warlock, Albus Dumbledore, his silver beard gleaming in the magical light, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that felt almost physical. They hadn't spoken since Harry's emergence from Gringotts. The letters Dumbledore had sent remained unanswered. And now, here they were, facing each other across a chamber that would determine the future of magical Britain's most powerful families. Harry walked to the petitioner's podium without hesitation. His robes were Potter black with silver trim. His signet ring caught the light with each gesture. Everything about him projected confidence, authority, belonging. Inside, his heart was racing. The Wisingamot is called to order, Dumbledore's voice rang through the chamber. We convene today to hear charges brought by Lord Harry James Potter, head of Houses Potter, Black, Peverell, Slytherin, and Emrys, against Lord Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, head of House Malfoy. Murmurs rippled through the benches. The full list of Harry's titles still had that effect. Lord Potter, you may present your charges. Harry took a breath. This was it. Everything he'd prepared for. Members of the Wisingamot, he began, I stand before you today to present evidence of crimes against the noble houses of magical Britain. Crimes committed not in darkness, but in the light of legal technicalities. Not through violence, but through the corruption of institutions meant to protect us all. He gestured, and documents floated from his podium to distribute themselves among the members. Over the past decade, while I was raised in ignorance of my heritage, unauthorized individuals accessed vaults belonging to Houses Potter, Black, and Slytherin. The total value of assets appropriated exceeds 6 million galleons. More murmurs. Even for the Wisingamot, that was a staggering sum. But the theft of gold, while significant, is not my primary concern. Harry's voice hardened. My concern is what that gold was used for. Bribery of ministry officials. Funding of political campaigns. Purchasing of votes in this very chamber. He let the words hang in the air. The gold of noble houses was used to corrupt the institutions of magical Britain. Under Section 47 of the Charter of 1612, this constitutes appropriation of noble house influence, an offense that carries penalties including forfeiture of assets, stripping of titles, and exile. From across the chamber, Lucius Malfoy's voice cut like a blade. A compelling narrative, Lord Potter. But narratives require evidence. He rose from his seat, every inch the aristocrat, his confidence apparently unshaken. I assume you have some. I do. What followed was hours of testimony, documentation, and argument. The Parkinson's records, delivered by a pale and sweating Lord Parkinson who couldn't meet Malfoy's eyes. The Crabbe's insurance documents, detailing communications that proved coordination. The Goyle's financial records, showing the flow of appropriated funds. And Harry's own presentation, calm, precise, methodical, laying out the pattern of theft and corruption with the clarity of someone who'd spent days preparing for exactly this moment. Malfoy's advocates fought every point. They challenged the validity of the documents, the reliability of the witnesses, the interpretation of ancient laws. They argued that the transactions were authorized under ministry emergency provisions, that the charter's penalties were obsolete and unenforceable, that an 11-year-old child couldn't possibly understand the complexities of wizarding finance. Harry answered each objection with evidence. When they questioned Parkinson's credibility, he produced goblin records that corroborated every detail. When they cited ministry provisions, he showed the specific dates and amounts that proved those provisions didn't apply. When they suggested he was a puppet of goblin interests, he spoke with such command of the material that even his critics had to acknowledge his preparation. The session stretched past noon, past evening, into the early hours of the next morning. Members shifted restlessly. Tempers flared. At one point, two lords nearly came to wands over an obscure procedural dispute. Through it all, Harry stood at his podium, patient and precise, waiting for the moment he knew would come. It came near the end, when Malfoy himself rose to make his final argument. This chamber has heard much today about ancient laws and noble principles, Malfoy said, his voice smooth as silk. But let us speak plainly. What we are really witnessing is the manipulation of a child by enemies of traditional wizarding values. Lord Potter, a boy of 11, has been convinced by goblin interests and political opportunists to attack one of Britain's most respected families. He turned to face Harry directly. Whatever happened in those vaults, and I dispute every characterization offered today, it pales in comparison to the damage being done by this proceeding itself. We are setting a precedent that allows ancient laws to be weaponized against anyone who has made enemies of the right people. His eyes were cold, triumphant. He thought he was winning. I call upon this body to reject these charges and censure Lord Potter for wasting our time with politically motivated accusations. Harry waited until the murmurs died down. Then, quietly, he spoke. Lord Malfoy mentions ancient laws. He suggests they shouldn't apply to modern circumstances. Harry reached into his robes and produced a final document. But I have one more piece of evidence to present. Something I've saved until now because I wanted the Wisingamot to understand the full context first. He held up the parchment. This is a marriage contract. Signed in 1823 between houses Malfoy and Greengrass. Under its terms, the Malfoys owe the Greengrass family a substantial payment in the event of any legal finding against the Malfoy heir that involves charges of, let me quote directly, theft, corruption, or misappropriation of resources belonging to other noble houses. Silence. Harry let it stretch. The contract specifies that the payment must come from Malfoy family assets, not personal funds, not business holdings, but the entailed family estate. The amount, adjusted for inflation over 2 centuries, is approximately 4 million galleons. Lucius Malfoy's face had gone pale. I mention this, Harry continued, because it demonstrates something important. The Malfoys have been concerned about exactly these charges for generations. This contract exists because they always knew, that their methods of acquiring wealth and influence might someday come to light. He turned to face the full chamber. Lord Malfoy asks you to believe that ancient laws are being weaponized against him. But he prepared for exactly this situation 2 centuries ago. He knew the laws. He knew the penalties. He did it anyway, believing he would never face consequences. Harry's voice hardened. The question before this body is simple: do we allow the powerful to escape justice because they're clever enough to game the system? Or do we demonstrate that the laws of magical Britain apply to everyone, regardless of wealth or connections? He placed his hands on the podium. I've presented my evidence. I've answered every objection. The choice is yours. The vote took another hour, as members debated and argued and were lobbied by both sides. Harry waited with Griphook and 2 goblin guards, watching the chaos of wizarding democracy unfold. Daphne found him during a brief recess. The contract, she said quietly. I didn't tell you about that. No. Ragnarok found it in the Gringotts archives. Harry met her eyes. Your family is going to receive a very large payment if this vote goes my way. I know. Her expression was complicated. My father is conflicted. He didn't expect to benefit personally from any of this. Does it change things between us? Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, surprisingly, she smiled. If anything, it makes things clearer. You didn't tell me about the contract because you wanted me to help you without knowing I had a personal stake. Her eyes met his. You trusted me to be here for the right reasons. Did I? You did. She reached out and touched his arm briefly. I would have helped anyway. But it's nice to know you believe that. Before Harry could respond, the bells rang calling the Wizengamot back to session. The vote was called. Dumbledore read each name, each response, his voice echoing through the chamber. Harry kept count in his head, watching the numbers climb on both sides. Against. Against. 4. 4. Against. 4. 4. By the time it reached the final votes, the tally stood at 19 for, 18 against. 3 members remained. Lady Marchbanks voted for. Lord Ogden voted for. And then Dumbledore himself, as Chief Warlock, was required to break the tie in his capacity as senior member. The old wizard looked at Harry for a long moment. Something passed between them, not understanding, exactly, but acknowledgement. Recognition of what this moment meant for both of them. For, Dumbledore said quietly. The chamber erupted. The aftermath was chaos. Lucius Malfoy was taken into custody for processing of the sentence, forfeiture of assets gained through appropriation, stripping of his Wizengamot seat, and formal censure that would follow him for the rest of his life. Not exile, which required a supermajority Harry hadn't achieved, but enough to cripple his political power for years. The Greengrass payment would be finalized within 30 days. Lord Greengrass had already sent word that he wished to meet with Harry at his earliest convenience. And the Daily Prophet, which had obtained exclusive access to the proceedings, was already preparing a morning edition with the headline, Boy Who Lived Brings Down Malfoy Empire. Harry stepped out of the Wizengamot chamber into the quiet of the ministry's lower corridors. His hands were shaking, not from fear anymore, but from exhaustion and the slow release of tension he'd been holding for days. He'd won. Against one of the most powerful families in Britain, against political machines that had operated for decades, against everyone who'd assumed a child couldn't fight back, he'd won. But even as the reality of victory settled over him, he knew it wasn't over. Malfoy had allies. The Conclave, whatever they were, had made their displeasure known. And Dumbledore's vote, while helpful, came with implications Harry didn't fully understand. He was just contemplating next steps when a voice spoke from the shadows. Impressive, Lord Potter. Truly impressive. Harry's hand moved toward his wand, but the figure that emerged wasn't threatening, at least, not obviously. It was a witch, middle-aged, with severe features and graying hair pulled back in a tight bun. She wore ministry robes, but something about her bearing suggested authority that went beyond bureaucratic rank. "I don't believe we've met," Harry said carefully. "We haven't. My name is Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister." Her smile was wide and didn't reach her eyes. "I've been watching your performance with great interest. Should I be flattered? You should be careful." The smile widened. "You've made powerful enemies today, Lord Potter. Enemies who have long memories and considerable resources. It would be unfortunate if your promising career were to end prematurely." Harry studied her. There was something wrong about this woman, something that set his instincts on edge in a way that even Malfoy hadn't managed. "Is that a threat, Madam Umbridge?" "Merely an observation. The magical world can be dangerous for those who don't know their place." She turned as if to leave, then paused. "One more thing. The minister asked me to convey his congratulations on your victory. He looks forward to meeting you when the opportunity arises." She walked away, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Harry watched her go, something cold settling in his stomach. The victory was real. The danger was far from over. And somewhere in the Ministry of Magic, forces were already moving that would make Lucius Malfoy look like a minor inconvenience. He found Daphne waiting for him outside the ministry entrance, wrapped in a cloak against the pre-dawn chill. "It's done," she said. "Not a question. It's done." Harry fell into step beside her. "Your family's about to become considerably wealthier. My father's already planning how to invest it. He's been nervous about our financial position for years. This changes everything. Happy to help." They walked in silence for a while, the streets of magical London empty around them. The sun was just beginning to lighten the eastern sky. "What happens now?" Daphne asked finally. "Hogwarts in 2 weeks. The sorting. Classes." Harry shrugged. "The normal things, I suppose." "Nothing about you is normal, Harry Potter." "No." He thought about Umbridge's smile, about the Conclave's warning, about everything that still waited in the shadows. "I suppose it isn't. Are you scared?" The question was surprisingly direct. Harry considered it seriously. "I was," he admitted. "When I first learned what I'd inherited, when I realized how many people had been working against me. But somewhere along the way, fear stopped being useful." "What replaced it?" "Clarity." He looked at her. "I know what I'm fighting for now. I know who my enemies are. The rest is just details." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she did something unexpected, she reached out and took his hand. "Then I'll help you with the details," she said. "That's what partners do." Harry looked at their joined hands, at this girl who'd appeared in his life barely a week ago and had already become essential to his plans. "Partners," he agreed. The sun rose over London, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. Somewhere behind them, the machinery of magical politics was already churning, preparing new challenges and new threats. But for now, in this moment, Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass walked through the dawn together, and the future felt like something they might actually be able to shape. The owl arrived 3 days later, as Harry was preparing for his final meeting with Ragnarok before Hogwarts. It was a different bird this time, smaller, darker, with eyes that gleamed with unsettling intelligence. It carried a single envelope sealed with black wax, stamped with a symbol Harry recognized from his study of the Peveril Vault. 3 shapes arranged in a triangle. A line, a circle, a triangle within. The Deathly Hallows. Harry broke the seal with steady hands, though his heart was racing. "Lord Potter, you have moved pieces on a board you do not fully understand. This is not a criticism, all players must learn the game somewhere. The Conclave of Shadows observes your progress with interest. Your actions against House Malfoy were skillfully executed, and we acknowledge your right to defend your heritage. But skill is not wisdom. Courage is not caution. And victory in small matters does not guarantee survival in larger ones. We offer you a choice: join us, and learn truths that have been hidden for centuries. Oppose us, and discover why so many who tried before have been forgotten. The Arbiter watches. The Arbiter waits. The Arbiter remembers what your ancestors chose, and wonders if you will choose differently. A response is expected before the autumn equinox. There was no signature. Only the Hallows symbol, repeated at the bottom of the page. Harry read the letter twice, then burned it with a whispered spell. The smoke curled toward the ceiling, carrying threats and promises into nothing. "Whoever you are," Harry said quietly to the empty room, "I don't respond to ultimatums." He gathered his documents and headed for Gringotts. There was still work to be done. And somewhere, in the shadows of magical Britain, the Arbiter watched, and began to plan. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Sorting Shadows. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos given form. Steam billowed from the scarlet locomotive that dominated the station, obscuring clusters of families saying goodbye, children chasing escaped pets, and trunks being loaded with the help of harried house elves. The noise was overwhelming: shouts, laughter, the screech of owls, the occasional bang of accidental magic from nervous first years. Harry observed it all from beneath the cloak of invisibility, taking in details that most would miss. The way certain families clustered together, forming obvious political blocks even on a train platform. The subtle acknowledgements between parents who recognized each other from Wisengamot sessions. The children who'd clearly been coached on who to approach and who to avoid. Even here, in what should have been a moment of pure excitement, the game never stopped. He'd arrived early, before the main crush, and found a position near the barrier that let him watch without being watched. The cloak was perfect for this, not just invisibility, but complete concealment of sound and magical signature. He could have walked through the ministry itself without triggering a single ward. Now he used it to learn. The Malfoys arrived at 10:30, which surprised him. He'd expected Lucius to be consumed with legal proceedings, but the man walked onto the platform with his wife and son as if nothing had happened. His robes were immaculate, his bearing imperious, his expression betraying nothing of the disaster that had befallen him 2 weeks ago. Draco looked different. The arrogant sneer Harry had glimpsed during their brief encounter at the solicitor's office was gone, replaced by something more guarded. He stuck close to his parents, eyes scanning the crowd with wariness that seemed new. Lucius leaned down to speak in his son's ear. Harry couldn't hear the words, but he could read the body language: instruction, warning, expectation. Whatever Draco had been told about his family's situation, it had clearly affected him. Good. A destabilized enemy was easier to manage than a confident one. The Greengrasses arrived next: Lord Cyrus, a sharp-featured man with Daphne's calculating eyes, and his younger daughter Astoria, who looked about 9 and seemed utterly delighted by everything around her. Daphne herself was composed, elegant in traveling robes of deep blue, her expression revealing nothing. She didn't look for Harry. They'd agreed on that. Public association would invite speculation, and speculation would invite interference. But as she walked past his position, her hand brushed her collar in a specific pattern, a signal they'd established. All clear. Proceed as planned. Harry smiled beneath the cloak. Partners indeed. More families arrived as 11 o'clock approached. He catalogued faces, names, connections, the Knotts, quiet and withdrawn, the Parkinsons, trying desperately to project normalcy, the Longbottoms, accompanying a round-faced boy who clutched a toad like a lifeline. That last one caught his attention. Neville Longbottom, the other boy the prophecy could have referred to, according to what Harry had pieced together from his parents' journals. His parents were the Alice and Frank Longbottom who'd been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters, and he'd been raised by his formidable grandmother Augusta. There but for the grace of a Dark Lord's choice, Harry thought. At 10 minutes to 11, he slipped through the crowd and boarded the train, finding an empty compartment near the back. He removed the cloak, stowed his trunk, and settled in to wait. The game was about to begin. The first visitor arrived before the train even moved. The compartment door slid open to reveal a tall, red-haired boy with freckles and a smudge of dirt on his nose. He looked around nervously before his eyes found Harry. "Anyone sitting here?" He gestured at the empty seats. "Everywhere else is full." That was a lie. Harry had watched the boarding. There were plenty of available compartments. But he recognized the name on the trunk the boy was struggling to carry. R. Weasley. The Weasleys were a known quantity. Poor but proud, staunchly allied with Dumbledore's faction, with a reputation for producing children faster than they could afford them. This would be Ron, the youngest son, starting Hogwarts the same year as Harry. Coincidence? Or placement? "Go ahead," Harry said, keeping his tone neutral. Ron dragged his trunk inside, shoving it under the seat with more force than necessary. He flopped down across from Harry and let out a theatrical sigh. "Thanks. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes went wide. Then, predictably, they flicked to Harry's forehead. "Blimey. I mean, you're really, is that the scar?" "Yes." Harry kept his expression pleasant. "Most people are polite enough not to stare." "Right. Right, sorry." Ron had the grace to look embarrassed. "It's just, you're famous, you know. Everyone's been talking about you. The thing with the Malfoys, and the Wisengamot, and," he stopped, suddenly uncertain. "Is it true you've got 5 noble houses?" "It's true." "Wicked." Ron leaned forward, his earlier nervousness replaced by eager curiosity. "My dad works at the Ministry, in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. He was there when the vote happened. Said it was the most exciting thing he'd ever seen. I'm glad someone enjoyed it." The dry tone went over Ron's head. "So what's it like? Being, you know, rich and powerful and all that?" Harry considered his response carefully. This boy was clearly angling for something, friendship, probably, or at least association. The question was whether that impulse came from genuine interest or external direction. "Complicated," he said finally. "Lots of people wanting things from you. Hard to know who to trust." "Yeah, I bet." Ron nodded sagely. "My mum always says." The compartment door slid open again. "There you are." Daphne's voice was cool, perfectly pitched to suggest she'd been searching for him. "I've been looking everywhere." Ron turned, and his expression shifted immediately, surprise giving way to something more guarded. The Weasleys and Greengrasses had no direct conflict, but they occupied opposite ends of the social spectrum. Ancient pureblood neutrality meeting scrappy light-aligned poverty. "Greengrass," Ron said flatly. "Weasley." Daphne settled into the seat beside Harry, arranging her robes with precise movements. "I didn't realize you'd made friends already, Harry." The use of his first name was deliberate, establishing intimacy, claiming territory. Ron's ears went red. "We just met," Harry said mildly. "Ron was telling me about his father's work at the Ministry." "How fascinating." Daphne's tone suggested the opposite. "I'm sure regulating Muggle artifacts is very important." Ron's jaw tightened. "It keeps wizards safe from Muggle things that might hurt them." "Of course it does." Daphne smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. Harry watched the exchange with interest. There were layers here: class tension, political alignment, personal temperament. Ron Weasley wasn't sophisticated enough to hide his reactions, which made him easy to read. Daphne was needling him deliberately, establishing a dynamic that pushed him toward the defensive. The question was whether Harry wanted to encourage that dynamic or redirect it. He decided on redirection. "Daphne, perhaps we could discuss the herbology reading list." "Ron, what house do you expect to be sorted into?" The shift caught both of them off guard. Ron blinked, then recovered. "Gryffindor, I hope. All my brothers were in Gryffindor." He puffed up slightly. The Weasleys have been Gryffindors for generations. And you, Daphne? Slytherin, almost certainly. She didn't sound bothered by this. It's traditional for my family. What about you, Harry? Ron leaned forward eagerly. Everyone says you'll be in Gryffindor, like your parents. But some people think. He trailed off, apparently remembering who else was in the compartment. Some people think I'll be in Slytherin, Harry finished. Given the whole air of Slytherin thing. Ron's face scrunched in obvious discomfort. Well, yeah. But that's not, I mean, you're the boy who lived. You defeated you-know-who. You have to be a Gryffindor. Do I? The question hung in the air. Ron didn't seem to know how to answer it. The Sorting Hat chooses based on individual qualities, Daphne said smoothly. Not family history or public expectation. Harry could end up anywhere. She paused. Though I imagine some people would be very disappointed if he didn't follow the script they've written for him. Ron's ears went red again. What's that supposed to mean? It means, Harry cut in before Daphne could escalate, that I'm not planning to be anyone's puppet. Whatever house I end up in, it'll be my choice. Not Dumbledore's, not the Prophet's, not anyone else's. Silence fell over the compartment. Ron was staring at Harry with an expression that mixed confusion with something like hurt. Daphne's eyes held a flicker of approval that she quickly suppressed. The compartment door slid open a third time. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. The girl in the doorway was about their age, with bushy brown hair and front teeth that were slightly too large. Her robes were new but not expensive, and she held herself with the aggressive confidence of someone who'd never learned to hide her intelligence. We haven't seen any toads, Harry said. But you're welcome to check under the seats if you'd like. She bustled in without hesitation, dropping to her knees to peer beneath the benches. Neville's been frantic. He's convinced Trevor's gotten off the train entirely. Trevor. The toad. She emerged from her search, brushing off her knees. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Pleasure to meet you, Harry said, and found that he meant it. There was something refreshing about Hermione Granger. She wasn't playing games, wasn't angling for position, wasn't trying to figure out how to use him. She was just intensely, almost aggressively, interested in everything. You're really him, then? She sat down without being invited, apparently having forgotten about the toad. Harry Potter. I've read everything I could find, but the books don't agree on basic facts. Some say you were raised by Muggles, but others mention a magical upbringing. Muggles, Harry confirmed. My aunt and uncle. That must have been strange. Finding out about magic, I mean. I'm Muggle-born myself, got my letter last summer, and it was the most extraordinary experience. I've learned all the first-year spells already and read through all our textbooks. Do you think that will be enough? I'm terribly worried I'll be behind everyone else. Ron made a sound that might have been a snort. Daphne's expression remained carefully neutral. I'm sure you'll be fine, Harry said. From what I understand, most students don't prepare that thoroughly. But they've grown up with magic. They must know so much more, actually, Daphne said, her tone surprisingly not hostile. Most pure-blood children learn very little practical magic before Hogwarts. Wand magic is restricted for minors, and theoretical knowledge only goes so far without application. Hermione turned to her with obvious interest. Really? That's not mentioned in any of the books I've read. The books are written from a particular perspective. Daphne shrugged. You'll find that's true of most information in our world. Something passed between the two girls, recognition, maybe, of intelligence meeting intelligence. I'm Daphne Greengrass, Daphne said. And you've already met Harry. The redhead is Ron Weasley. Weasley? Hermione's eyes lit up. I've read about your family too. Arthur Weasley's papers on Muggle artifacts are fascinating. The way he approaches the interaction between magical and non-magical engineering. Ron looked like he didn't know whether to be pleased or horrified that someone had actually read his father's work. The toad was forgotten. The four of them spent the next hour in conversation that ranged from spell theory to house politics to the practical challenges of adjusting to magical society. Hermione asked questions with machine gun intensity. Ron offered occasional insights about growing up in the magical world. Daphne provided political context that the books didn't cover. And Harry watched, listened, and learned. The train had been moving for 2 hours when Draco Malfoy finally made his appearance. He came with an entourage, 2 large boys who flanked him like bodyguards, and a pug-faced girl who looked like she'd rather be anywhere else. The compartment door slid open without a knock, and Malfoy stepped inside like he owned the place. "So it's true," he said, his eyes finding Harry. "Harry Potter is on the train." Harry didn't stand. "Draco Malfoy. I was wondering when you'd come by." The use of his first name without permission made Malfoy's eye twitch. "I see you've been keeping interesting company." His gaze swept across the compartment's occupants. "A Weasley, a Greengrass, and..." He looked at Hermione. "I don't recognize you." "Hermione Granger," she said, her chin lifting. "And you are someone you should probably learn about before speaking." Malfoy's tone dripped condescension. "But then, I wouldn't expect a mudblood to understand proper social hierarchy." The temperature in the compartment dropped. "Apologize," Harry said quietly. Malfoy turned back to him, eyebrows raised. "Excuse me?" "You heard me." Harry's voice hadn't changed, still calm, still controlled, but something in it made the 2 large boys shift nervously. "You just insulted a guest in my presence. That demands an apology." "Potter, perhaps you don't understand. I understand perfectly." Harry stood, and though he was shorter than Malfoy, something about his bearing made that irrelevant. "Your father spent a decade stealing from my family. He's currently facing financial ruin and social exile. And you thought the appropriate move was to walk into my compartment and insult my companions?" Malfoy's face had gone pale. Behind him, his entourage was looking increasingly uncomfortable. "Either you apologize," Harry continued, "or you leave. And if you ever use that word in my presence again, I'll see to it that your family's troubles multiply significantly." Silence stretched. The whole compartment was watching, Ron with barely concealed delight, Hermione with wide-eyed surprise, Daphne with carefully hidden approval. Draco Malfoy looked at Harry Potter, and whatever he saw there made him recalculate. "I apologize," he said stiffly. "Miss Granger. My comment was inappropriate." "Thank you," Hermione said, her voice slightly strangled. "We should go." Malfoy's dignity was barely intact. "I merely wanted to introduce myself, Potter. It seems that won't be necessary." He left. His entourage followed. The door slid shut behind them. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "You just made Draco Malfoy apologize. To a Muggle-born. In front of his cronies. I made him make a choice." Harry sat back down. He could have refused. It would have been interesting to see what happened then. "What would have happened?" Hermione asked. Her voice was smaller than before, the aggressive confidence shaken by the slur. "Nothing good for him." Harry met her eyes. "For what it's worth, that word has no power over you unless you give it power. It's used by small people to make themselves feel big. But what does it even mean? Dirty blood." Daphne's voice was flat. "It's what some purebloods call Muggleborns. An implication that non-magical ancestry makes someone lesser. That's ridiculous. Blood doesn't determine magical ability. I've read the studies. You're preaching to the choir." Daphne smiled slightly. "But prejudice rarely cares about evidence. Hermione was quiet for a moment, processing. Then her chin lifted again. "Well," she said. "I suppose I'll just have to prove them wrong." "That's the spirit," Harry said. The train rolled on toward Scotland, carrying its cargo of children toward a castle where the games would continue, but where, perhaps, something like genuine connection might also be possible. Hogwarts emerged from the darkness like a dream made solid. Harry had seen images in his books, read descriptions in histories, but nothing had prepared him for the reality. The castle rose from its rocky prominence like something grown rather than built, towers and turrets reaching toward a star-filled sky. Lights blazed from 1,000 windows. The lake before it reflected everything, doubling the impossibility. First years. First years over here. Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform. Harry spotted the giant man holding a lantern, his beard and wild hair making him look like something from mythology. Their eyes met across the crowd. Hagrid's expression was complicated, affection mixed with uncertainty. He'd been avoiding Harry since the day at Gringotts, probably on Dumbledore's instructions. But the greeting he offered was warm enough. "Harry. Good to see ya. Into the boats, everyone." The boats were enchanted to guide themselves across the black water, for students to each. Harry found himself sharing with Daphne, Hermione, and, by apparent accident, Neville Longbottom, who'd finally located his toad and was clutching it with desperate determination. "I'm Neville," the round-faced boy said nervously. "Longbottom. Sorry about earlier, with Trevor, I mean. Hermione said you helped look. Glad he turned up." Harry studied Neville with new interest. This was the other child of prophecy, the one Voldemort hadn't chosen. What might have been different if the Dark Lord had decided this boy was the greater threat? "Gran says I need to stop losing things," Neville continued, apparently taking Harry's silence as invitation to talk. "She says the Longbottoms have always been organized, and I'm letting down the family name. That sounds stressful." "It is a bit." Neville's laugh was self-deprecating. "But Gran means well. She just wants me to live up to my parents' legacy. They were Aurors, you know. Before." He trailed off, eyes dropping to Trevor. "I know," Harry said quietly. "I'm sorry." "Thanks." Neville's voice was small. "Most people don't really talk about it. They just look at me with that expression, like they're waiting to see if I'll turn out to be a disappointment." Harry understood that feeling all too well. "For what it's worth," he said, "I don't think legacies are something you inherit. They're something you build." Neville looked at him with surprise that faded into something like hope. That's a good way to think about it." "Thanks, Harry." The boats rounded a curve, and Hogwarts filled their vision entirely. Somewhere ahead, a door was opening, leading to a hall where centuries of students had been sorted into houses that would shape their lives. Harry touched the cloak in his pocket, feeling its ancient power pulse against his fingers. Whatever came next, he was ready. Professor McGonagall was exactly as Harry's research had described, severe, Scottish, and absolutely no nonsense. She collected the first years in an antechamber off the Great Hall and delivered a speech about houses, points, and the expectations of Hogwarts students that was clearly well rehearsed. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily," she concluded. "I suggest you all smarten yourselves up." She left. The first years immediately began to buzz with nervous conversation. "How exactly do they sort us?" Hermione was asking anyone who would listen. "The books don't say." "Do we have to perform magic?" "Because I've practiced the first year spells, but I'm not sure." "It's a hat," Ron said. "My brothers told me. You just put it on and it looks inside your head." "A hat that performs legilimency?" Hermione's eyes went wide. "That's fascinating. I wonder what enchantments." "It doesn't look inside your head exactly," Daphne cut in. "It assesses your character, your values, your potential. Then it places you where it thinks you'll thrive." "What if it places you wrong?" Neville's voice was small and worried. What if it thinks you belong somewhere you don't? Then you argue with it. Harry's voice was calm. The hat considers your preferences. If you really don't want to be somewhere, it usually listens. Everyone turned to look at him. How do you know that? Ron asked. Research. Harry shrugged. The sorting hat was created by the founders. It's not infallible, and it's not tyrannical. It makes recommendations based on its assessment, but the final choice often comes down to the student. Before anyone could respond, the doors to the Great Hall swung open. McGonagall led them inside, and every thought of sorting mechanics fled in the face of the hall itself. It was vast, larger than it had any right to be, given the castle's external dimensions. For long tables stretched toward a raised platform where the staff sat, each table crowded with students in colored ties. Thousands of candles floated overhead, and above them, the ceiling showed a night sky so perfect Harry had to remind himself it was enchanted. On a stool at the front of the hall sat a battered, patched, dirty old hat. Then the hat moved. A rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. Harry listened to the song, a description of each house and its values, delivered in surprisingly good verse, but his attention was on the staff table. Dumbledore sat at the center, resplendent in robes of midnight blue, watching the procession of first years with twinkling eyes. To his right sat a severe-looking witch who had to be Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff. To his left, a tiny wizard who was probably Flitwick. And further along the table, in robes of pure black, sat a man with lank dark hair and a hooked nose who was staring directly at Harry with an expression of pure loathing. Severus Snape. Potions Master. Former Death Eater. And, according to Harry's research, someone who'd known his parents at Hogwarts. The hatred in those dark eyes was personal. Harry filed it away and returned his attention to the sorting. When I call your name, McGonagall announced, you will sit on the stool and put on the hat. Abbott, Hannah. A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward. The hat was placed on her head and barely touched her hair before shouting, Hufflepuff. The yellow-tied table burst into applause. The sorting continued. Bones, Susan, went to Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry, to Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender, to Gryffindor. Harry watched each sorting with analytical interest, noting which students went where and how the hat's decisions aligned with what he knew of their families. The patterns were imperfect but discernible. Blood purists to Slytherin. Dumbledore loyalists to Gryffindor. Academics to Ravenclaw. The rest to Hufflepuff. Granger, Hermione. Hermione rushed forward and jammed the hat on her head with barely concealed excitement. There was a pause, longer than some of the others, before the hat announced, Ravenclaw. Hermione beamed as she headed for the blue-tied table. Harry caught her eye and nodded slightly. A good fit. Greengrass, Daphne. Daphne walked forward with perfect poise, sat on the stool, and placed the hat on her head as if she were crowning herself. The hat took barely 3 seconds. Slytherin. No surprise there. Daphne glided to the green and silver table, taking a seat with the composed dignity of someone returning to familiar territory. Longbottom, Neville. Neville tripped on his way to the stool. The hat sat on his head for a long time, nearly 2 minutes, before finally calling, Gryffindor, in what sounded almost like an exasperated tone. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming, Slytherin, with what Harry thought might be relief. Draco smirked and sauntered to his new house's table. More names. More sortings. The crowd of first years dwindled. Potter, Harry. The whispers started immediately. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. I heard he has 5 noble houses. Harry walked to the stool with measured steps, refusing to hurry despite the weight of hundreds of staring eyes. He sat, and McGonagall lowered the hat onto his head. Immediately, the hall vanished. Well, well, well. The voice was inside his head, dry and ancient and faintly amused. What have we here? Harry Potter. No, that's not quite right, is it? Lord Potter, Black, Peveril, Slytherin, Emrys. My. You're the most interesting mind I've seen in centuries. Thank you, Harry thought back. I think. Such defenses. The hat sounded impressed. Natural occlumency barriers, and you haven't even been trained. Your heritage is strong, young lord. Very strong indeed. Can we get to the sorting? Eager, are we? Yes, I can see that. No patience for deliberation when there are things to be done. The hat seemed to be rifling through his memories, examining his thoughts. Courage in abundance, you've faced things that would break most adults. Loyalty too, though you're careful who receives it. Intelligence is obvious, you do brilliantly in Ravenclaw. And ambition. The hat paused. You know exactly what you want, don't you? Power, but not for its own sake. Influence, but directed toward purpose. You want to reshape the world, and you've already begun. Is that Slytherin? It could be. Salazar would have welcomed you, you're his heir, after all, and not just by conquest. You have his mind, his drive, his willingness to do whatever necessary to achieve your goals. Another pause. But there's something else. Something that doesn't quite fit. Which is? You care about people. The hat sounded almost puzzled. Not just as tools or allies, but as individuals with their own worth. The girl on the train, the Muggle-born, you defended her not because it was strategic but because it was right. The Longbottom boy, you offered him comfort without expecting anything in return. Is that so unusual? For someone with your other qualities? Yes. The hat's voice shifted, becoming more serious. Slytherin would sharpen your cunning but might dull your compassion. Gryffindor would feed your courage but might stunt your ambition. Ravenclaw would hone your intellect but might isolate you from the connections you'll need. Then what do you suggest? The hat was silent for a long moment. I suggest, it said finally, that you choose. You have the qualities for all four houses, and you have the strength of will to override my recommendation. So tell me, Harry Potter, where do you want to go? Harry thought about it. He thought about Dumbledore's expectations. The headmaster was probably certain Harry would end up in Gryffindor, had probably planned for it, was probably already considering how to guide a Gryffindor Harry toward the path he'd designed. He thought about the political implications. A Slytherin Harry would shock everyone, would throw every faction's calculations into chaos, would make it impossible for anyone to assume they knew what he would do. He thought about the practical considerations. Slytherin was where his enemies were. Malfoy, Parkinson, not. The children of families he'd already clashed with, would clash with again. But he also thought about something else. He thought about Daphne, who was already at the Slytherin table, who'd risked her family's neutrality to help him, who was watching the Sorting Hat with carefully hidden anxiety. He thought about Hermione, brilliant and defensive and desperate to prove herself, who was watching from Ravenclaw with undisguised curiosity. He thought about Ron, who'd been placed in Gryffindor and was probably hoping Harry would join him there, who wanted a famous friend for reasons Harry wasn't sure were entirely genuine. He thought about Neville, who'd barely made it into Gryffindor and who needed friends more than he needed a hero to worship. And he thought about himself. About what he actually wanted, beyond strategy and politics and the endless game. I want, he thought carefully, to be somewhere I can actually grow. Not just sharpen specific qualities, but become more than I currently am. The hat made a sound that might have been a laugh. A wise answer. Perhaps the wisest I've heard in centuries. It paused. Very well, Harry Potter. If growth is what you seek, then I know exactly where to put you. Slytherin. The word rang through the hall, and everything changed. The silence lasted 3 full seconds. Then the Slytherin table erupted into applause, not the polite welcome they'd given other sortings, but genuine, raucous celebration. Across the hall, the other houses stared in stunned disbelief. At the staff table, Dumbledore's twinkling eyes had gone still, and Snape looked like he'd swallowed something extremely unpleasant. Harry removed the hat and handed it to McGonagall, whose expression had gone carefully blank. "Thank you, Professor." He walked to the Slytherin table without hurrying, choosing a seat next to Daphne with deliberate precision. Around him, his new housemates were still buzzing with excitement. Potters in Slytherin. The boy who lived in our house. Did you see Dumbledore's face? Daphne leaned close, her voice barely audible over the noise. That was unexpected. Was it? Most people thought you'd go Gryffindor. I assumed you'd at least want to avoid the obvious complications of being in Slytherin. Harry glanced down the table at Draco Malfoy, who was staring at him with an expression of utter confusion. The obvious complications, he said quietly, are why I'm here. Before Daphne could respond, the sorting resumed. Harry watched the remaining first years be distributed among the houses. Ron went to Gryffindor, as expected, and shot Harry a look of betrayal that was almost comical, until the last student had been sorted. Dumbledore rose to give his start-of-term speech. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our feast, I have a few announcements. Harry listened with half his attention, cataloging the information. The third-floor corridor was off-limits, the Forbidden Forest was forbidden, magic was prohibited in the corridors between classes, while the rest of his mind worked on more immediate concerns. He was in Slytherin. The house of ambition, of cunning, of people who'd spent generations opposing everything his parents had stood for. He'd be living in the dungeons for the next 7 years, surrounded by the children of Death Eaters and blood purists. It was exactly where he needed to be. Let the feast begin. Food appeared on the golden plates, and the great hall filled with the sounds of eating and conversation. Harry helped himself to a moderate portion, eating automatically while his attention remained on the dynamics around him. The Slytherin table had a hierarchy, he noticed immediately. Older students occupied certain positions by right, younger ones deferred. The first years had been placed at the far end, closest to the doors, in seats that were technically the worst, least visibility, furthest from the staff table, easiest to be ignored. Except that Harry's presence had disrupted the usual order. Upper-year students kept glancing at him, reassessing. Some looked calculating, others hostile, a few merely curious. Harry marked each reaction, filing away information for later analysis. "You're doing it again," Daphne murmured. "Doing what?" "Cataloging. Assessing. It's like watching someone take inventory." "Force of habit." Harry took a bite of roast chicken. "I like to know who I'm dealing with." "And what have you concluded?" "That about a third of our housemates are neutral, they'll follow whoever seems strongest. Another third are hostile, old grudges, family loyalties, or just general dislike of anything that disrupts their expectations. And the last third." He paused. "The last third are interested. They want to see what I'll do." "Which third worries you most?" "The interested ones." Harry met her eyes. "Neutrals can be ignored. Hostiles can be managed. But people who are actively curious? They're the ones who might actually think." A voice interrupted from across the table. "Potter." Harry turned. A thin boy with dark hair and darker eyes was watching him with an expression that revealed nothing. Theodore Nott, Harry's research supplied. Son of a convicted Death Eater, member of an ancient family with rumored connections to the Conclave of Shadows. "Nott," Harry acknowledged. "Interesting choice. Coming here, I mean." Theo's voice was neutral, almost pleasant. "Most people expected you to follow your parents' path. Most people expect a lot of things. They're frequently disappointed." "True enough." Theo tilted his head slightly. "My father sends his regards, by the way. He was impressed by your performance at the Wizengamot. Your father is serving house arrest for Death Eater activities. That doesn't mean he's not paying attention." Theo smiled, and it wasn't a friendly expression. He wanted me to tell you that the conclave is watching. And that they're very curious about what you'll do next. The words landed like stones in still water. Thank the conclave for their attention, Harry said quietly. And tell them I'm equally curious about what they'll do. Theo's smile widened slightly. I'll pass that along. He turned back to his meal, apparently having said everything he intended to say. Daphne's hand found Harry's under the table, squeezing briefly. Be careful, the gesture said. Harry squeezed back. Always. The feast continued around them, hundreds of students eating and laughing and celebrating the start of a new year. But beneath the surface, currents were already moving, alliances forming, enemies assessing, the endless game resuming. And somewhere in the depths of the castle, in the Slytherin dungeons that would be Harry's home for the next 7 years, the sorting of a boy named Potter was already sending ripples through structures that had stood for centuries. The Slytherin common room was everything Harry had imagined and nothing like it. He'd expected green and silver, low lighting, an atmosphere of menace. He got elaborate tapestries, comfortable furniture, and floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out into the depths of the lake. The water filtered the light into shifting patterns of green and blue, giving the whole space an otherworldly, almost peaceful quality. Not what you expected. The speaker was an older student, tall and dark-skinned, with prefect's badge gleaming on his robes. I'm Marcus Flint. 7th year. Captain of the Quidditch team. Harry Potter. 1st year. Harry accepted the offered handshake. The common room is impressive. It's been here for 1,000 years. The founder himself designed it. Flint's eyes were assessing. You've caused quite a stir, Potter. The boy who lived, sorted into Slytherin. Half the house doesn't know whether to recruit you or crucify you. I imagine that depends on what I do. It depends on what you're perceived to do. Flint's correction was gentle but pointed. Slytherin is about perception as much as reality. What people believe about you matters as much as what's actually true. I'll keep that in mind. Do. Flint glanced around the common room, where clusters of students were pretending not to watch their conversation. A word of advice, Potter. The first week is when alliances are formed. People will approach you, some friendly, some not. How you respond will determine your position for the rest of the year. And if I don't want to form alliances? If I want to stay independent? Flint laughed. Then you'd better be strong enough to back that up. Independence in Slytherin requires power, and power requires either allies or overwhelming personal capability. His eyes dropped to Harry's wand. Which do you have? Harry met his gaze steadily. I suppose we'll find out. I suppose we will. Flint nodded once, a gesture of acknowledgement rather than friendship, and moved away. Daphne appeared at Harry's elbow. Flint is testing you. He's the closest thing to a leader this house has, powerful family, good at Quidditch, reasonably intelligent. He's trying to figure out if you're a threat or an asset. What did he conclude? He doesn't know yet. Which is probably the best outcome. She led him toward a quieter corner of the common room. The first-year dormitories are down that corridor. Boys on the left, girls on the right. You'll be sharing with Malfoy, Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, and Zabini. Wonderful. Could be worse. Crabbe and Goyle are followers, they'll do whatever Malfoy tells them. Zabini is neutral, his family stayed out of the war, and he'll probably stay out of house politics too. That leaves Malfoy and Nott as your actual concerns. Malfoy I can handle. Nott. Nott is dangerous. Daphne's voice was serious. His family has connections that go beyond normal pure-blood networks. The conclave isn't just rumor, Harry. It's real, and the Knotts have been part of it for generations. He already delivered a message. The conclave is watching. Of course they are. You're the most disruptive variable in magical Britain since Voldemort. She paused. Be careful with Theo. He's intelligent, subtle, and his loyalties are complicated. Complicated how? His father is a monster. Everyone knows it, including Theo. But family obligation runs deep in pureblood society. Whatever he personally thinks, he's bound to his father's agenda. Daphne's eyes met Harry's. He might be an enemy. He might be a potential ally. He's definitely not someone you can afford to ignore. Harry filed that away. Anything else I should know? Professor Snape is our head of house. He'll give you the orientation speech tomorrow morning. She hesitated. He hates you. Everyone knows it. Something about your father, some old grudge. Don't expect fair treatment from him. I noticed the look he gave me at dinner. It's going to be worse than looks. Snape is petty, vindictive, and he holds grudges for decades. He'll find ways to make your life difficult that are just barely within the rules. Daphne touched his arm briefly. Don't let him provoke you. He's looking for excuses. I won't give him any. Good. She stepped back. Get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow is going to be interesting. She disappeared toward the girls' dormitories, leaving Harry alone in the common room's shifting green light. He stood there for a moment, absorbing the atmosphere. 1,000 years of history pressed down from the stone walls. Generations of ambitious, cunning, sometimes terrible people had passed through this space. Tom Riddle had sat in these chairs, plotted in these shadows. And now Harry Potter, heir to houses that should have made him Riddle's antithesis, was walking the same halls. The irony wasn't lost on him. He headed for the boys' dormitory, ready to face whatever waited there. The dormitory was circular, with 6 four-poster beds arranged around the perimeter. Each bed had green curtains for privacy and a trunk at its foot. The windows, like those in the common room, looked out into the lake, and Harry could see small fish swimming past in the enchanted light. 4 of the beds were already occupied. Crabbe and Goyle were apparently asleep, their snores filling the room with a rhythmic rumble. Zabini, a tall, handsome boy with dark skin, was reading by wandlight, and he nodded briefly at Harry's entrance without speaking. Malfoy was sitting on his bed, watching the door as if he'd been waiting. Potter. His voice was flat. I didn't expect to see you here. Life is full of surprises. Harry found his bed, the one closest to the door, apparently the least desirable position, and began unpacking his trunk. This doesn't change anything, you know. Between our families. I didn't expect it to. My father, Malfoy stopped, apparently reconsidering his words. This isn't over. I know. Harry finished arranging his belongings and turned to face his roommate. Your father is fighting for his survival. He'll use every tool at his disposal, including you. And you'll help him because that's what family loyalty demands. Malfoy's expression flickered. You sound like you've thought about this. I've thought about a lot of things. Harry sat on his bed. I'm not your enemy, Malfoy. Not personally. But your father stole from me for 10 years, and I can't let that stand. So what? We're supposed to just coexist. Share a dormitory and pretend nothing happened. We're supposed to be whatever we choose to be. Harry's voice was calm. You can hate me. You can work against me. You can try to sabotage everything I do. That's your choice. He paused. Or you can recognize that we're both stuck here for 7 years and find a way to make that bearable. Malfoy was silent for a long moment. His face was unreadable, but something in his eyes suggested he was actually considering the words. You're not what I expected, he said finally. I thought you'd be like your father. Arrogant. Impulsive. I never knew my father. Maybe that's why. Malfoy turned away, pulling his curtains closed. We'll see how things develop, Potter. But don't expect me to forget what you've done to my family. I wouldn't dream of it. The curtains fell shut. A moment later, Malfoy's wand light went out. Harry lay back on his own bed, staring at the stone ceiling. Through the windows, the lake shifted and moved, creatures passing in the depths like shadows in a dream. His first day at Hogwarts was over. He'd been sorted into Slytherin, made contact with potential allies and definite enemies, and received confirmation that the Conclave was watching his every move. All in all, a productive beginning. He closed his eyes and let sleep take him, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges, and new opportunities. The first morning in Slytherin began with Professor Snape. The head of house arrived in the common room at precisely 7 o'clock, his black robes billowing dramatically despite the absence of any wind. The first years had been assembled by the prefects, 12 of them in total, 6 boys and 6 girls, and they stood in a nervous cluster as Snape surveyed them with evident distaste. "You are now members of Slytherin House," he said. His voice was soft but carried perfectly. "This means you belong to the finest house at Hogwarts. We have produced more leaders, more innovators, more influential figures than all other houses combined." His dark eyes swept across the group, lingering on Harry for a fraction longer than the others. "It also means you are targets. The other houses despise us. They fear what we represent. They will look for any excuse to condemn us, to prove that their prejudices are justified." His lip curled. "You will not give them that excuse." He began to pace. "In Slytherin, we take care of our own. Your conflicts remain within these walls. Your weaknesses are never displayed in public. When you face the other houses, you present a unified front, regardless of your personal feelings toward one another." His eyes found Harry again. "Some of you come from prominent families. Some of you have already made names for yourselves. None of that matters here. In Slytherin, you earn your position through demonstrated ability, not inherited privilege." Harry met the professor's gaze steadily. The hatred was still there, burning beneath the surface, but Snape's professionalism was keeping it contained, for now. "You will attend all classes, complete all assignments, and comport yourselves with dignity. You will not start fights with other houses, though you are permitted to finish them. You will not embarrass this house in public." He stopped pacing. "I am your head of house. If you have problems, you bring them to me. If you have conflicts with other students, you bring them to me. If you have issues with your families, you do not bring them to me. I am not your parent, and I have no interest in your personal dramas." A few nervous laughs. Snape did not smile. "Prefects will escort you to breakfast and your first classes. Welcome to Slytherin. Try not to disappoint me." He swept out of the common room, leaving the first years in stunned silence. "Well," Daphne murmured beside Harry. "That was encouraging. He didn't single me out for special criticism. I'm counting that as a win. Give it time." The first week at Hogwarts established patterns that would define Harry's academic life. Classes were held in various locations around the castle, taught by professors whose competence varied wildly. Flitwick, the tiny charms professor, was excellent, energetic, knowledgeable, and genuinely delighted by his students' progress. Sprout, the herbology instructor, was practical and kind. McGonagall, who taught transfiguration, was demanding but fair. Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor, was a nervous wreck who spent more time stuttering than teaching. Harry found himself oddly unsettled by the man. Something about him felt wrong, though Harry couldn't identify what. And then there was Snape. Potions class was held in the dungeons, in a room that somehow felt colder than the Slytherin common room despite being even deeper underground. Snape swept in like a predator, robes billowing, and immediately established that this would not be a comfortable experience. "Potter." His voice cut through the usual beginning of class rustling. "Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The question was an EWT level. Harry knew because he'd read the textbooks cover to cover during his weeks of preparation. The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's face before he masked it. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that cures most poisons. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. The classroom was dead silent. Hermione, who was taking this class with the Slytherins due to a scheduling quirk, had her hand raised but slowly lowered it, watching the exchange with wide eyes. Snape's expression had gone completely blank. It seems that fame isn't everything, he said finally. Though I suspect you've merely memorized facts without understanding their significance. He turned away, beginning his lecture. Harry felt a small satisfaction, but he knew better than to think he'd won anything. Snape had been testing him, looking for weakness, for an excuse to punish. Harry had denied him that excuse. For now. Brewing is not about following instructions, Snape was saying. Any fool can follow a recipe. True mastery comes from understanding why each ingredient is necessary, how they interact, and what variations might improve or destroy the final product. He waved his wand, and instructions appeared on the board. You will brew a cure for boils. A simple potion, first-year level, that nevertheless requires precision and attention to detail. Begin. Harry worked methodically, following the instructions while noting areas where slight variations might improve the result. Potions, he was discovering, had a logic to it that reminded him of cooking, understanding flavors and combinations, knowing when to follow recipes and when to improvise. Beside him, Neville Longbottom, who'd been paired with the Slytherins for this class, was struggling. His hands shook as he added ingredients, and his cauldron was producing ominous bubbling sounds. Longbottom, Snape's voice cracked like a whip. What have you done? I'm not sure, sir, you've added the porcupine quills before removing the cauldron from the fire. Snape loomed over the boy. A mistake that any idiot should have known to avoid. The instructions are written clearly on the board. Neville went pale. His cauldron was starting to shake. Everyone back, Snape commanded. The potion is about to. Harry moved without thinking. He grabbed Neville's arm and pulled him away from the cauldron just as it erupted, sending boiling green liquid across the space where they'd both been standing. The classroom descended into chaos. Students scrambled for safety. Snape was shouting something. And Harry found himself on the floor with Neville beside him, both unharmed but covered in the remnants of failed potion. Potter. Snape's voice cut through the noise. 10 points from Slytherin for disrupting my classroom. I was helping, you were showing off. As usual. Snape's eyes were dark with satisfaction. And Longbottom, detention tonight. Perhaps sometime scrubbing cauldrons will teach you to pay attention. Neville looked devastated. Harry felt a cold anger building in his chest but forced it down. Don't give him excuses, Daphne had said. She was right. Yes, Professor, Harry said flatly. Snape's smile was thin and cruel. Class dismissed. Clean up this mess and leave. That was unfair, Hermione said indignantly. They were sitting in a quiet corner of the library after classes, Harry, Daphne, Hermione, and Neville, who'd barely spoken since the potions incident. The unusual gathering had drawn some curious looks, but no one had dared interrupt. Of course it was unfair, Daphne said. Snape has never been fair in his life. The question is what you do about it. What can we do? Neville's voice was small. He's a professor. He can take points, give detentions, fail students. He can also be documented. Harry had been thinking about this since they'd left the dungeons. Every time he treats students differently based on house affiliation, that's a violation of Hogwarts policy. If someone were to keep records, specific incidents, witnesses, circumstances, eventually a pattern would emerge. You're suggesting we build a case against a professor? Hermione sounded scandalized and intrigued in equal measure. I'm suggesting we protect ourselves through information. Harry leaned forward. Snape is petty and vindictive, but he's not stupid. If he knows people are watching, documenting, he might moderate his behavior. And if he doesn't, then the documentation becomes leverage, Daphne finished. Not blackmail, exactly. But insurance. Neville was staring at them with something like hope in his eyes. You'd really do that? Keep records? We'd help each other. Harry met the other boy's gaze. That's what allies do. But I'm in Gryffindor. And you're in Slytherin. We're supposed to be rivals. Says who? Harry shrugged. The Sorting Hat put me in Slytherin because that's where I can grow the most. It didn't say I could only be friends with other Slytherins. That's not how most people see it. Most people, Hermione said firmly, are constrained by assumptions they've never bothered to question. The houses were meant to create healthy competition, not permanent division. Spoken like a true Ravenclaw, Daphne murmured, but there was no mockery in her tone. Harry looked at the group assembled around the table. A Slytherin, a Ravenclaw, and a Gryffindor, united by circumstance and mutual recognition. It wasn't what anyone would have expected, and that was exactly why it might work. We're going to need a name, he said. If we're going to coordinate activities, it helps to have something to call ourselves. A name? Neville looked uncertain. Like a club? Like a study group? Harry smiled slightly. Something innocuous. Something no one would think twice about. The Library Alliance? Hermione suggested. Too obvious. Daphne tapped her chin. What about the Preservation Society? It sounds like we're organizing to protect old books or something. I like it. Harry nodded. The Preservation Society. Our mission, preserving fairness, preserving records, preserving each other. They spent another hour working out details, how to document incidents, how to share information without attracting attention, how to support each other across house lines. By the time they separated for dinner, something new had formed between them. Not quite friendship, not exactly alliance. Something in between. Harry walked back toward the Slytherin common room, his mind working through implications and possibilities. The conclave was watching him. Snape was hunting for weakness. Dumbledore was surely planning something. And somewhere in the castle, mysteries waited to be uncovered, the third-floor corridor, Quirrell's strange behavior, the constant feeling that forces were moving just beneath the surface. But he wasn't facing any of it alone. He had Daphne, who understood politics and power. He had Hermione, who understood information and research. He had Neville, who, despite his self-doubt, had the courage to stand with people who treated him kindly. It was a start. The note appeared on his pillow that night, despite the dormitory's wards. Harry found it when he returned from the bathroom, a single piece of parchment folded precisely, bearing no seal and no signature. Lord Potter, your performance has been noted. The sorting was unexpected but not unwelcome. Your handling of Professor Snape demonstrated restraint. Your formation of cross-house alliances shows strategic thinking. We have decided to extend our deadline. The autumn equinox was arbitrary, a test of your reactions to pressure. You passed. However, our interest remains. The questions we posed in our previous communication stand: join us, or oppose us. There is no third option. As a gesture of goodwill, we offer information. The headmaster is not the only one with plans for you. The item hidden in the third-floor corridor is bait, not treasure. And the man teaching you defense against the dark arts is not entirely himself. Consider this a gift. Or a test. We are curious which interpretation you'll choose. The Arbiter. Harry read the note 3 times, committing every word to memory. Then he burned it with a whispered spell. The conclave was still watching. But they were also providing information, accurate information, if his instincts were correct. The question was why. A test, the note had said. Or a gift. Maybe it was both. Harry lay in his bed, listening to the sounds of the dormitory, Crabbe and Goyle's snoring, the scratch of Zabini's quill, the restless shifting of someone having troubled dreams. Through the windows, the lake was dark, its depths hiding creatures he couldn't imagine. He had more questions than answers. More enemies than allies. More challenges ahead than victories behind. But for the first time in his life, he was playing on his own terms. Making his own choices. Shaping his own destiny. And that, Harry decided, was worth all the uncertainty in the world. The weekend brought Halloween, and with it, the first real crisis of the year. Harry had been settling into routines, classes, library sessions with the Preservation Society, careful navigation of Slytherin politics, when everything was disrupted by a single announcement at dinner. Troll in the dungeon. Troll in the dungeon. Professor Quirrell came screaming into the great hall, his turban askew, his face white with terror. Thought you ought to know, he managed before collapsing in a dead faint. Chaos erupted. Dumbledore's voice cut through the panic, commanding the prefects to lead students to their houses. But Harry's mind was already racing ahead. Slytherins lived in the dungeons. The troll was in the dungeons. They were being sent directly toward the threat. He caught Daphne's eye across the table. She'd had the same thought. Prefects, Harry said sharply, loud enough for the older students to hear. We can't go to the common room. The troll is between us and it. Flint, who was marshalling the younger students, paused. Potter, think about it. Dungeons. Troll in the dungeons. Our common room is in the dungeons. Harry kept his voice calm. We need an alternative location until the threat is neutralized. Several older students were nodding now. Flint's eyes narrowed, but he was a Quidditch captain, he understood tactical thinking. The library, he decided. It's close, it's defensible, and Madame Pance's wards are strong. Slytherin House, follow me. They moved as a unit, green and silver robes flowing together, presenting exactly the unified front Snape had demanded. Other houses were streaming in different directions, some toward dangers they couldn't foresee. Harry fell into step beside Daphne. Hermione, he murmured. She wasn't at dinner. Daphne's expression flickered. You're right. I saw her heading toward the bathrooms earlier, some idiot Gryffindor made her cry. The bathrooms near the dungeons? A pause. Yes. Harry made a decision. Cover for me, he said quietly. Tell anyone who asks that I'm with the group, just somewhere toward the back. Harry, she's alone, Daphne. And there's a troll between her and safety. Daphne's jaw tightened, but she nodded. Be careful. He slipped away from the group as they rounded a corner, using the cloak to disappear into the shadows. His heart was pounding, but his mind was clear. Hermione Granger was brilliant, curious, and desperately lonely. She'd reached out to him despite being in a different house, despite all the social pressures that should have kept them apart. She was part of the Preservation Society. She was, in some small way, his responsibility. And Harry Potter didn't abandon his people. He found the troll first. It was massive, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, and unbelievably stupid-looking. It lumbered through the corridor with a wooden club the size of a small tree, smashing torches and suits of armor without apparent purpose. And it was heading directly toward the girls' bathroom. Harry assessed the situation in seconds. The troll was too big to fight directly, too stupid to distract for long, and too close to its target for him to reach Hermione first. He needed to intercept it somehow, buy time, find a way to. The bathroom door opened. Hermione stepped out, drawn by the noise, and froze at the sight of the creature blocking the corridor. Her scream was cut short by sheer terror. The troll turned toward her. Harry moved. He threw off the cloak and sprinted forward, his wand rising. Lumos Maxima. Blinding light exploded from his wand, filling the corridor with brilliance. The troll roared, its tiny eyes overwhelmed, and swung its club blindly. Harry dove aside, rolling across the stone floor, coming up in a crouch between the creature and Hermione. "Run," he shouted. Hermione didn't move. She was frozen, her eyes fixed on the troll with the paralysis of absolute terror. The creature's vision was clearing. It spotted Harry, smaller, closer, more convenient, and raised its club. Harry's mind raced through options. He was 11 years old, barely a month into magical education, facing a creature that could crush him like an insect. Direct confrontation was suicide. Running would leave Hermione vulnerable. He needed something clever, something that used the troll's own limitations against it. The club began its descent. Wingardium Leviosa. The spell wasn't aimed at the club, Harry wasn't strong enough for that. It was aimed at a piece of rubble near the troll's feet, a chunk of stone from a shattered suit of armor. The stone flew upward, striking the troll directly in its tiny brain just as the club reached the bottom of its swing. The impact wasn't enough to hurt the creature, but it was enough to distract it, to make it stumble, to throw off its aim. The club smashed into the floor 6 inches from Harry's head. He was already moving, rolling backward, coming up beside Hermione and grabbing her arm. "Run now." This time, she obeyed. They sprinted down the corridor together, the troll's bellows of confusion echoing behind them. Harry didn't look back, he was too busy calculating distances, corners, possible escape routes. They rounded a corner and nearly collided with Professor McGonagall. "Potter. Granger. What in Merlin's name, troll?" Harry gasped. "That way." Hermione was in the bathroom, I couldn't leave her, McGonagall's wand was already raised. "Stay here. Both of you." She swept past them, and seconds later, the sounds of combat echoed through the corridor, spells, roars, the crash of the troll's club against ancient stone. Then silence. McGonagall returned, her expression severe but her eyes showing something that might have been approval. "The troll has been subdued. Professor Snape is ensuring it's properly contained." She looked from Harry to Hermione. "Explain. Now." Harry kept his answer brief and honest. Hermione hadn't been at dinner, he'd realized she might be in danger, he'd gone to help. He left out the cloak, the tactical analysis, the calculation of risks and rewards. Some things didn't need to be shared. "You could have been killed," McGonagall said when he finished. "A first-year student, taking on a mountain troll alone, it's the height of foolishness." "Yes, Professor. You should be severely punished." "Yes, Professor." Her expression softened slightly. 10 points to Slytherin. For outstanding courage in defense of a fellow student. She paused. "And Mr. Potter, your parents would have been proud." She left them there, in the corridor outside the bathroom, with the sounds of cleanup echoing in the distance. Hermione was staring at Harry with an expression he couldn't quite read. "You came for me," she said quietly. "You left your house, risked your life, faced a troll, for me. You're one of us." Harry shrugged. "Preservation Society, remember? We take care of each other. But we barely know each other. I'm a Muggle-born Ravenclaw, and you're Harry Potter, Lord of 5 Houses, the most important wizard in Britain. I'm an 11-year-old who made some friends." Harry met her eyes. "And friends don't leave each other to face trolls alone." Hermione's eyes were bright with tears. But she was smiling. "Thank you," she said. "Harry. You're welcome." He offered his hand. "Now let's get back before anyone else notices we're missing." They walked through the corridors together, 2 students from different houses, different backgrounds, different worlds. But something had changed between them. Something forged in terror and reinforced by simple kindness. The Preservation Society had survived its first real test. And Harry Potter had learned something important: all the political power in the world meant nothing compared to knowing someone would risk their life for you. The aftermath of Halloween brought unexpected consequences. Word of Harry's actions spread through Hogwarts with the speed of magical gossip. The boy who lived, sorted into Slytherin, had faced a mountain troll to save a Muggle-born Ravenclaw. The narrative was irresistible, dramatic, unlikely, and perfectly calibrated to confuse everyone's expectations. The Gryffindors didn't know what to make of him. The Ravenclaws viewed him with new respect. The Hufflepuffs seemed cautiously impressed. And the Slytherins were divided. "You risked yourself for a mudblood," Draco Malfoy said the next morning, his voice carrying clearly across the common room. "How very Gryffindor of you." Harry didn't rise to the bait. "I risked myself for an ally. The blood status is irrelevant." "Nothing about blood status is irrelevant." Draco's lip curled. "You're the heir of Slytherin. You should be upholding the values of the house, not debasing yourself by the values of Slytherin House," Harry cut in, "are cunning, ambition, and resourcefulness. Hermione Granger is the most intelligent person in our year. Cultivating her as an ally demonstrates exactly those values." He met Draco's eyes. "Unless you prefer I form alliances based on blood rather than capability. But that seems to have worked out poorly for your father." The common room went silent. Draco's face flushed with anger. His hand twitched toward his wand. But he didn't draw, didn't attack, didn't do anything that would give Harry an excuse to respond. "This isn't over," he said quietly. "It never is." Harry turned away. "But maybe try picking battles you can win." He left the common room, Daphne falling into step beside him. "You're making enemies," she observed. "I'm clarifying positions." Harry's voice was calm. "Malfoy needed to decide whether to oppose me openly or keep his hostility subtle. He chose open opposition. Now I know where he stands." "And where does that leave you?" "Exactly where I want to be." Harry smiled slightly. "In a position to respond." The first Quidditch match of the season provided another opportunity for observation. Harry hadn't tried out for the team, first years rarely made it, and his schedule was too full of other priorities. But he attended the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, sitting with the green and silver section, watching as much of the crowd as the game. The match itself was brutal. Slytherin's strategy emphasized physical dominance, Gryffindor relied on speed and enthusiasm. The Seekers circled overhead, waiting for a glimpse of gold that would end the contest. Harry watched it all, learning the dynamics of wizard sports, the way house loyalties manifested in competition. He also watched the staff section, where professors sat observing the match with varying degrees of attention. Quirrell was there, wrapped in his ridiculous turban, his eyes fixed on the Gryffindor Seeker with unusual intensity. Snape sat nearby, his gaze flickering between the game and Quirrell. Harry filed that observation away. The conclave's note had mentioned that Quirrell was not entirely himself. What did that mean? Possession? Impersonation? Some kind of magical influence? The match ended with Slytherin's victory, 170-60. The Slytherin section erupted in celebration, while the Gryffindors trudged off in defeat. Harry participated in the celebration appropriately, maintaining the expected house loyalty, but his mind was elsewhere. Something was wrong at Hogwarts. The third-floor corridor. Quirrell's strange behavior. Snape's watchfulness. The conclave's interest. Too many variables. Too many unknowns. And Harry was running out of time to understand them. The breakthrough came in early November. Harry was returning from a late library session when he heard voices from an empty classroom. Instinct made him reach for the cloak, draping it over himself before moving closer. "Can't keep making excuses, Severus." Quirrell's voice, but different. Stronger, more confident, with none of the stuttering nervousness he displayed in class. "The boy is more capable than we anticipated. Snape's response was tight with frustration. He's already forming alliances across house lines. The Granger girl, the Longbottom boy, irrelevant. The stone is what matters. Harry pressed closer to the door, barely breathing. Dumbledore has layered the protections extensively. Snape again. The mirror in particular, I will handle the mirror. You handle the boy. Quirrell's voice had an edge now. He suspects something. His questions in class, the way he watches, he's too clever for an 11-year-old. He's Potter's son. Arrogance runs in the blood. Perhaps. But underestimating him would be foolish. A pause. The Dark Lord is growing impatient. The stone must be secured before the year ends. Dark Lord. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. You're certain he's connected? Snape asked. More than connected. He is with me. Always. Quirrell's voice changed, becoming something else entirely, higher, colder, utterly inhuman. And we both grow weary of your failures, Severus. Harry pulled back from the door, his heart racing. He'd heard enough. More than enough. Quirrell wasn't just acting strangely. He was harboring something, someone, inside him. And that someone was connected to the Dark Lord. To Voldemort. The man who'd murdered Harry's parents was somehow present at Hogwarts. And Harry had just learned that Severus Snape was working with him. He found Daphne in their usual meeting spot, a quiet alcove near the library that they'd warded against casual eavesdropping. We need to talk, he said without preamble. Something's happening. Something bigger than politics. He told her everything. The overheard conversation. Quirrell's transformation. The mention of the stone. And most significantly, the implication that Voldemort himself was involved. Daphne listened in silence, her expression growing more troubled with each revelation. This is bad, she said when he finished. This is very, very bad. I know. If Voldemort is really somehow present at Hogwarts, if Snape is working with him, we need to tell someone. Dumbledore, McGonagall, someone with the authority to act. And what would we tell them? That I eavesdropped on a private conversation? That I'm accusing a professor based on suspicion and a mysterious note from a secret organization? Harry shook his head. We need evidence. Proof that can't be dismissed. Harry, this isn't a political game. This is the Dark Lord who killed your parents. I know what he is. Harry's voice was quiet but intense. I know better than anyone. But rushing in without preparation is exactly what he'd expect. It's what Gryffindors would do, and that's why Gryffindors get killed. Daphne studied him for a long moment. What do you propose? We gather information. We document everything, Quirrell's behavior, Snape's movements, anything connected to the third-floor corridor. We bring in Hermione for research support and Neville for additional observation in Gryffindor. And when we have enough information, then we decide. Maybe we take it to Dumbledore. Maybe we handle it ourselves. Maybe we find another option entirely. Harry met her eyes. But we don't act until we understand what we're dealing with. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. The Preservation Society, she said. Preserving our lives, now. Among other things. This is dangerous, Harry. More dangerous than trolls or politics or anything we've faced. I know. Harry smiled grimly. But we're Slytherins. We don't run from danger. We find ways to turn it to our advantage. And if we can't? Harry thought about his parents. About the letter they'd left him. About everything they'd sacrificed to give him a chance at a life they'd never see. Then we make sure we take our enemies down with us. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Game Below. December arrived with snow that buried Hogwarts in white silence. Harry stood at the window of the Slytherin common room, watching the lake's surface freeze in patterns that shifted with ancient magic. Most students had left for the holidays, the common room was nearly empty, the usual political maneuvering suspended in favor of family gatherings and seasonal obligations. He'd chosen to stay. The official reason was research. The library would be quieter, the castle more accessible, and certain investigations easier without crowds of students watching his every move. The unofficial reason was simpler, he had nowhere else to go. The Dursleys hadn't sent an invitation. Harry hadn't expected one, and he certainly hadn't wanted it. But the absence of any familial connection during the holidays underscored a truth he usually managed to ignore: he was alone in ways that went beyond politics and power. "You're brooding again." Daphne's voice came from behind him. She'd stayed as well, citing family obligations that would be better handled through correspondence than presents. Harry suspected the truth was more complicated, but he hadn't pressed. "I'm thinking," he corrected. "There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing." She joined him at the window, her reflection ghosting beside his in the frost-touched glass. "What are you thinking about?" "The pattern we've been tracking. Quirrell's movements, Snape's surveillance, the third-floor corridor." Harry watched a fish swim past beneath the ice, life continuing despite the cold. "Something's going to happen soon. I can feel it." "Feel it how?" Harry touched his forehead unconsciously. The scar had been different lately. Not painful exactly, but present in a way it hadn't been before. A low-grade awareness that spiked whenever Quirrell was nearby. "My scar," he admitted. "It reacts to Quirrell. Gets worse when he's close." Daphne's expression sharpened. "You didn't mention that before." "I wasn't sure it was significant. Lots of things affect curse scars: weather, magical fields, emotional states." He turned from the window. "But it's consistent. Every time Quirrell passes me in the corridor, every time I'm in his class, the scar burns. Just a little, but enough to notice." "And you think that's connected to him?" Neither of them said Voldemort's name. Some habits were hard to break, even for those who prided themselves on clear thinking. "The scar came from him. From the night he tried to kill me." Harry's voice was flat, analytical. "If he's somehow connected to Quirrell, it would make sense that the scar would react." "That's terrifying, Harry." "That's useful." He moved to the table where they'd spread their accumulated evidence. "If my scar can detect his presence, it's an early warning system. I'll know when he's close before anyone else does." Daphne stared at him for a moment. "Sometimes I forget you grew up differently than the rest of us." "Meaning?" "Meaning most 11-year-olds, when told they have a magical connection to the darkest wizard in history, would panic. You're treating it like a tactical advantage." Harry considered this. "Panic doesn't help anything. Fear is information, it tells you something's dangerous. But once you know that, you process it and move on. Staying afraid just makes you slower." "That's very rational. I had a lot of time to develop coping mechanisms." He didn't elaborate. The cupboard under the stairs wasn't something he discussed. Daphne seemed to understand anyway. She touched his arm briefly, a rare gesture from someone who usually maintained careful physical distance. "What's our next step?" Harry spread the documents across the table. "We've mapped Quirrell's patrol patterns. He visits the third-floor corridor every night between 2 and 4 in the morning. Snape follows him about half the time." "Following or watching?" "Both, I think. Snape suspects something, but he's not certain enough to act." Harry traced a line on one of their hand-drawn maps. "The question is what's actually in that corridor. What's Quirrell trying to reach?" "The stone," Daphne said. "That's what you heard them mention." "But what stone?" "I've been through every reference I can find: Philosopher's Stones, Resurrection Stones, Ward Stones. Nothing explains why it would be hidden at Hogwarts or why Voldemort would want it badly enough to possess a professor." The library door opened, admitting Hermione Granger with an armload of books and a triumphant expression. "I found it," she announced. Hermione dropped the books on the table, sending their carefully arranged documents scattering. "Nicholas Flamel," she said, slightly breathless. "I knew I'd heard that name somewhere. It was driving me mad. I'd seen it recently, I was sure of it, but I couldn't remember where." "And?" Harry prompted. "It was on a chocolate frog card. Dumbledore's card mentions his work with Nicholas Flamel, the noted alchemist." Hermione opened one of the books to a marked page. "Flamel is the creator and only known owner of the Philosopher's Stone." Harry leaned forward. "The Philosopher's Stone. What does it do?" "Two things." Hermione's finger traced the relevant passage. "It transforms any metal into pure gold. And it produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal." Silence fell over the table. "Immortality," Daphne said slowly. "That's why he wants it." "Voldemort's body was destroyed 10 years ago," Harry said, his mind racing. "But if he somehow survived, if he's existing as something less than alive, the elixir could restore him. Give him a new body. Make him truly immortal. That's horrible." Hermione's voice was small. "That's the threat we're facing." Harry stood, pacing. "The stone is hidden somewhere in the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore brought it here for protection, probably at Flamel's request. And Voldemort, somehow connected to Quirrell, is trying to steal it." "We should tell someone," Hermione said. "Dumbledore, McGonagall, and say what?" Harry stopped pacing. "That we've been investigating a professor based on an anonymous tip. That we've been sneaking around the castle documenting movements and speculating about Dark Lords. But if we're right, Dumbledore already knows. He's the one who set up the protections. He's the one who brought the stone here." Harry's expression was grim. "The question is why he's allowing Quirrell to continue teaching. Why he hasn't acted already." "Maybe he doesn't know about Quirrell specifically," Daphne suggested. "Maybe he knows there's a threat but not its exact nature. Or maybe he knows exactly what's happening and he's waiting for something." Harry's mind was spinning through possibilities. Dumbledore plays long games. What if Quirrell, what if the stone, is bait? Bait for what? For Voldemort. To draw him out, force him to reveal himself, give Dumbledore an opportunity to destroy him permanently. Harry returned to the table, staring at their evidence. "Think about it. The stone is hidden at a school full of children. That's insane unless you want someone to try for it. Unless you're setting a trap." Hermione looked horrified. "He wouldn't use students as bait. He might use one student." Harry's voice was quiet. "The one student Voldemort has reason to target. The one whose presence at Hogwarts guarantees that whatever's possessing Quirrell can't simply leave." "You," Daphne said flatly. "You think Dumbledore is using you as bait?" "I think it's possible. I think it fits with everything else we know about him, the manipulation, the control, the certainty that he always knows best." Harry met their eyes. "I don't know if I'm right. But I'm not going to ignore the possibility." The three of them sat in silence, processing implications that none of them wanted to accept. "What do we do?" Hermione asked finally. "We continue gathering information. We prepare for multiple scenarios. And we make sure that if something happens, we're ready to act, on our own terms, not anyone else's." "That sounds like you're planning to go after the stone yourself." "I'm planning to be ready for whatever comes." Harry began reorganizing their documents. "Including that." The opportunity came sooner than expected. 3 days before Christmas, Harry's scar woke him in the middle of the night, not the usual low-grade awareness but a sharp, burning pain that made him gasp. He lay still for a moment, breathing through the sensation, waiting for it to fade. It didn't. If anything, it intensified. Something was happening. Harry slipped out of bed, reaching for the cloak where he kept it hidden in his trunk. Around him, his dormitory mates slept on, Malfoy's soft breathing, Crabbe and Goyle's rumbling snores, not suspicious silence. He moved without sound, years of practice making each step automatic. The common room was empty. The fire had died to embers, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Harry crossed to the exit, pushed through the concealed door, and emerged into the dungeon corridor. His scar was burning steadily now, a compass pointing toward something he didn't want to find. He followed it anyway. The path led upward, out of the dungeons, through empty corridors, past sleeping portraits who murmured in their frames. The castle was different at night, its daytime bustle replaced by ancient stillness. Harry's footsteps made no sound beneath the cloak. The burning intensified as he approached the third floor. The corridor was dark, its warning signs barely visible in the moonlight that filtered through high windows. Harry paused at the entrance, every instinct screaming that he should turn back, that this was exactly the kind of reckless action he'd warned others against. But the burning wouldn't stop. And somewhere beyond that door, answers waited. He moved forward. The first room held a massive three-headed dog, which was currently asleep, its snores shaking the floor, a harp playing softly in one corner. Someone had already been here. Someone who knew how to get past. A trapdoor lay open beneath one of the dog's enormous paws. Harry approached carefully, watching for any sign of waking. The burning in his scar was almost unbearable now, a constant pressure that made thinking difficult. He reached the trapdoor, looked down into darkness, and jumped. The fall was longer than expected, ending in something soft that immediately began to move. Devil's Snare. Harry recognized it from herbology. Professor Sprout had mentioned it in passing, a plant that strangled anything that struggled against it. The key was to relax, to stop fighting. He went limp, forcing his body to stillness despite every instinct screaming to thrash. The tendrils loosened, and he slipped through. The next chamber held flying keys and broomsticks. Harry mounted one, his natural talent for flying making quick work of the puzzle. The correct key, old, silver, with a bent wing, tried to escape, but he was faster. A giant chessboard. A logic puzzle with potions. Each obstacle was clever, challenging, clearly designed to test different abilities. Harry moved through them systematically, his mind cataloging the protections even as he bypassed them. These weren't defenses meant to stop a determined intruder. They were tests, challenges that a clever student could overcome. Which meant either Dumbledore's security was laughably inadequate, or this was exactly what was supposed to happen. The final chamber held a mirror. It stood in the center of an empty room, ornate and ancient, its surface showing nothing but darkness. Harry approached cautiously, the burning in his scar reaching a crescendo. And then he saw him. Quirrell stood before the mirror, his back to Harry, his turban unwound to reveal a face that shouldn't exist, a face growing from the back of his head, pale and terrible, with red eyes that gleamed in the magical light. Voldemort. I know you're there, Harry Potter. The voice came from the face in the back of Quirrell's head, high, cold, utterly inhuman. The cloak of invisibility hides much, but it cannot hide pain. I can feel your scar burning from here. Harry didn't remove the cloak. What do you want? What I've always wanted. Life. Power. The ability to exist beyond this parasitic half-existence. The face smiled, and it was the most horrible thing Harry had ever seen. The stone would give me that. But the mirror refuses to yield it. Then maybe you should leave. Voldemort laughed. It sounded like snakes hissing. Such courage. Such foolish, Gryffindor courage. Your parents had the same trait. It killed them. Harry's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice steady. My parents died protecting me. That's not foolishness. That's love. Love. The word was a sneer. Love is weakness, boy. I offered your father a chance to join me, power, influence, everything he could have wanted. He chose death instead. And for what? For a prophecy he didn't understand, a war he couldn't win, a son who would grow up an orphan. He chose to stand for something. You wouldn't understand that. I understand power. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on where Harry stood invisible. I understand that power is the only thing that matters. Love, loyalty, friendship, these are illusions. They make you vulnerable. They get you killed. They also give you something worth living for. Silence stretched between them. The mirror's surface shimmered, showing neither of them their reflection. You have the stone, Voldemort said suddenly. The mirror must have given it to you. Only someone who wanted the stone but didn't want to use it, Dumbledore's final protection, his last clever trick. The terrible face twisted. Give it to me. Harry didn't move. He didn't have the stone, the mirror had shown him nothing, given him nothing. But Voldemort believed he did. No. Quirrell. Voldemort's voice sharpened. Take him. The professor's body turned, moving with puppet-like jerks toward Harry's position. Harry stepped back, his mind racing through options. He couldn't fight Voldemort. Not directly, not with a decade of dark magic against 2 months of first-year spells. But he could run. Could reach the other teachers. Quirrell's hand closed on his wrist. Pain exploded through both of them. Harry screamed. Quirrell screamed. Where their skin touched, something was burning, not fire, not magic, something deeper and more fundamental. Quirrell's hand was blistering, smoking, dissolving. He wrenched away, staring at the damage with horror. What is this? Voldemort's voice was shocked, furious. What magic, your protection? Another voice, calm and ancient, came from the chamber's entrance. Lily Potter's sacrifice. Her love, bound into his very skin. You cannot touch him without being destroyed. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his wand raised, his eyes burning with cold fire. Tom. The name was a weapon. We meet again. What followed happened too fast for Harry to fully process. Dumbledore moved like lightning, spells erupting from his wand in streams of silver and gold. Voldemort screamed commands at Quirrell, but the professor's body was failing, the burn spreading, his movements becoming slower and more erratic. Harry scrambled backward, putting distance between himself and the battle. His wrist was burned where Quirrell had grabbed him, throbbing with pain that somehow felt clean. Purifying. Quirrell collapsed. A dark shape rose from his body, smoke and shadow and malevolent will, Voldemort in whatever form he truly wore. It hung in the air for a moment, those terrible red eyes fixed on Harry. This is not over, boy. You have merely delayed the inevitable. I will return. I will have my body. And when I do, I will make you watch as I destroy everyone you care about. The shape streamed toward the ceiling and vanished. Dumbledore lowered his wand. In the sudden silence, Harry could hear his own breathing, ragged and too fast. Professor Quirrell is dead, Dumbledore said quietly. Voldemort's possession was destroying him even before tonight. The burns merely hastened what was already inevitable. Harry stared at the body on the floor. Quirrell, terrified, stuttering, secretly harboring the darkest wizard in history. Dead now, his role in the story finished. The stone, Harry managed. Did he get it? No. Dumbledore approached the mirror, touching its frame with something like reverence. The stone is safe. It will be destroyed. Nicholas has agreed that its continued existence poses too great a risk. And Voldemort? Fled. Diminished but not destroyed. Dumbledore turned to face Harry, his expression unreadable. He will return, as he said. His connection to this world is too strong to be severed by such means. Harry's legs were shaking. He sat down heavily, his back against the chamber wall. You knew, he said. You knew Quirrell was possessed. You knew I would come here tonight. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I suspected, he said finally. I had hoped to trap Tom, to force a confrontation on my terms. But you complicated matters by arriving first. Complicated matters. Harry's voice was flat. You used me as bait. I used the situation as it existed. Voldemort was coming for the stone whether you were here or not. Your presence merely accelerated his timeline. And if I'd died? If the protections hadn't worked? Dumbledore's eyes held something that might have been regret. Then I would have failed you, as I failed your parents. But I believed, I had to believe, that the magic Lily invoked would protect you. You gambled my life on a belief. Yes. The word was simple, without defense or justification. I did. Harry wanted to be angry. He was angry, somewhere beneath the exhaustion and the shock. But the anger was distant, muffled by more immediate concerns. What happens now? Now you return to your dormitory and rest. The school will be told that Professor Quirrell suffered a tragic accident, magical backlash from an experimental defense project. No one needs to know the truth. No one except me. Dumbledore's expression flickered. You have a right to know. You've earned that much. I have a right to make my own choices. Harry forced himself to his feet. I'm not your piece to move around the board, Professor. I'm not going to follow your plans just because you think you know better. I never assumed you would. For a moment, something like respect showed in Dumbledore's ancient eyes. You are very like your mother, Harry. She also refused to be controlled. And look what happened to her. The words hung in the air, brutal and unfair and absolutely true. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Yes. Look what happened. He moved toward the exit. I will escort you back to your dormitory. In the morning, this will all seem more manageable. Harry followed, because there was nothing else to do. But as he walked through the castle's silent corridors, his mind was working on problems that would take far longer than one night to solve. Voldemort was out there. Voldemort would return. And Dumbledore, for all his power and wisdom, wasn't someone Harry could trust completely. He needed more information. More allies. More power of his own. The game had changed tonight. And Harry Potter wasn't going to be caught unprepared again. The next few days passed in a blur of recuperation and careful planning. Harry told Daphne and Hermione everything, the chamber, Voldemort, Dumbledore's manipulation, the implications for their future. They listened with expressions that cycled through horror, anger, and grim determination. He used you, Hermione said flatly. Dumbledore actually used you as bait for a Dark Lord. He would say he was using circumstances that already existed. Harry's voice was tired. And he's not entirely wrong. Voldemort was coming for the stone regardless. My presence just made the timing unpredictable. That doesn't make it acceptable. No. It doesn't. Harry met her eyes. Which is why we need to operate independently. We can't trust Dumbledore to protect us, he'll sacrifice any of us if he thinks it serves the greater good. Daphne had been quiet, processing. Now she spoke. The conclave warned you, she said. Their note mentioned that Dumbledore wasn't the only one with plans for you, and that Quirrell wasn't entirely himself. They knew. They knew something. Whether they knew the full picture. Harry shrugged. They're another variable we can't fully predict. But they gave you accurate information. Which doesn't mean they're allies. It just means our interests aligned for a moment. Harry stood, moving to the window. We need to understand them better. The conclave, whoever they are, has been operating in the shadows for a long time. They have resources and information we don't. But they also have their own agenda. What do you suggest? We accept their information when it's useful but don't commit to anything. We continue gathering our own intelligence. And we stay alert for opportunities to learn more about them without revealing ourselves. Hermione looked troubled. This is getting complicated, Harry. Secret organizations, Dark Lords, manipulative headmasters, we're 11 years old. 12, soon. Harry's smile was brief. And yes, it's complicated. But the alternative is letting other people make decisions for us. I've had enough of that to last a lifetime. The winter holidays ended. Students returned. The castle filled again with noise and movement and the resumption of normal routines. But nothing was normal anymore. Not for Harry, not for his allies, not for anyone who understood what had happened in that underground chamber. The game continued. And they were playing for keeps. February brought Valentine's Day and an unexpected development. Harry was leaving the library when Theodore Nott fell into step beside him, a careful distance maintained, as if approaching a dangerous animal. Potter. A moment. Harry didn't slow. What do you want, Nott? To talk. Privately. Theo's voice was carefully neutral. There's an empty classroom on the next floor. No one uses it. Every instinct screamed caution. Theo was connected to the conclave, possibly deeply. This could be a trap, a manipulation, a test. But it could also be an opportunity. 5 minutes, Harry said. The classroom was dusty, unused, its desks covered in sheets. Theo closed the door and cast a privacy ward, a complex piece of magic for a first year, which told Harry something about the boy's training. The conclave has decided to make you an offer, Theo said without preamble. I've already received their offers. Join us or oppose us. Not much of a choice. That was the arbiter's position. Some of us disagree. Theo's expression was complicated. The conclave isn't monolithic, Potter. There are factions, disagreements, people who think the traditional approach is outdated. And which faction do you represent? The ones who think accommodation might be more productive than confrontation. Theo moved to lean against a desk, maintaining distance. You're too powerful to eliminate cleanly. Too well connected to isolate. The old methods won't work on you, anyone with sense can see that. So you want to negotiate. I want to explore options. Theo's dark eyes were intent. My father is a monster. I've known that since I was old enough to understand what he did during the war. But family obligation is complicated. I can't simply walk away. What are you asking for? Protection. Eventually. When I'm old enough to inherit, when I can break from my father's obligations without destroying everything. Theo's voice was quiet. In exchange, I'll share what I know about the conclave. Their structure, their goals, their key players. Harry studied the boy across from him. This could be manipulation, a conclave strategy to plant false information, to learn about Harry's own intelligence gathering. Or it could be genuine, a desperate bid for freedom from someone trapped by circumstances beyond his control. Either way, it was information. And information was always valuable. I'm not going to promise protection I'm not sure I can provide, Harry said carefully. But I'm willing to listen. Share what you know, and we'll see where it goes from there. Theo nodded slowly. Fair enough. He began to talk. The picture Theo painted was complex and disturbing. The conclave of shadows had existed for centuries, longer than the ministry, longer than most magical nations. They saw themselves as guardians of magical bloodlines, preservers of power that might otherwise be lost to dilution and intermarriage. They don't care about blood purity the way Death Eaters do, Theo explained. It's not about hatred of Muggles or Muggleborns. It's about magical preservation. They believe certain bloodlines carry unique abilities that could be lost if not carefully maintained. And they maintain these bloodlines how? Arranged marriages. Selective breeding. And when bloodlines seem to be dying out. Theo hesitated. Acquisition. Acquisition. The bloodline researchers who've disappeared over the years. Students who ask too many questions about family histories. They weren't killed, not most of them. They were recruited. Or their memories were harvested. Or their blood was preserved for later use. Harry felt cold. They collect people's blood. They collect magical potential. Blood, memories, artifacts, anything that carries the essence of important bloodlines. Theo's voice was flat. My family has been part of this for generations. We're considered specialists in preservation techniques. What techniques? Memory extraction. Bloodline analysis. And something else, something I've only heard whispers about. A ritual that would allow the conclave to concentrate multiple bloodlines in a single vessel. A vessel. Meaning a person. Meaning someone whose blood already runs with multiple inheritances. Theo met Harry's eyes. Someone like you, Potter. The heir of 5 houses. The perfect container for everything the conclave has spent centuries collecting. The implications cascaded through Harry's mind. The conclave's interest in him wasn't just political, it was biological. They didn't just want to use him as an ally or eliminate him as a threat. They wanted to use him as a vessel. The Arbiter, Harry said slowly. Who are they? I don't know their identity. No one below a certain level does. Theo's expression was frustrated. They communicate through intermediaries, through symbols and coded messages. But they're old, ancient, some say. And they've been guiding the conclave strategy for at least a century. Where do they operate? Where's their base? Multiple locations. The main archives are supposed to be somewhere beneath London, connected to Gringotts, some say, though the goblins deny any knowledge. There are satellite facilities throughout Britain, usually hidden beneath old pureblood estates. Harry filed all of this away, cross-checking it against what he'd learned from other sources. Some of it aligned with Ragnarok's oblique warnings. Some of it was entirely new. Why tell me this? He asked. You're betraying your family, your obligations, everything you've been raised to value. Theo was quiet for a long moment. My father tortured people, he said finally. During the war. Not because he had to, because he enjoyed it. And the conclave covered for him, protected him, used his cruelty as a tool. His jaw tightened. I've spent my whole life pretending to be what they expect. Following rules I despise, performing loyalty I don't feel. I'm tired of pretending. And you think I can help you stop? I think you're the first person in years who might actually be able to challenge them. Theo's dark eyes held something like hope. You've got resources they can't match. Connections they can't predict. And you've already proven you're not afraid to fight back. Harry considered. This was a risk, a massive one. Theo could be a plant, feeding him exactly what the conclave wanted him to believe. Or he could be genuine, and his betrayal might bring the organization's full wrath down on both of them. But the information was too valuable to ignore. And there was something in Theo's expression, a desperate sincerity that was hard to fake. I can't promise protection, Harry said again. Not now, not with certainty. But I can promise that when I move against the conclave, and I will move against them eventually, you'll have options. Choices. The chance to be something other than what your father made you. Theo's shoulders loosened slightly. That's more than anyone else has offered. It's what I can give. Harry moved toward the door. We'll talk again. Carefully, through intermediaries when necessary. But this conversation never happened. Understood. Harry left the classroom, his mind churning with new information and new concerns. The conclave wasn't just a political threat. They were hunting him specifically, for his blood, his potential, his accumulated inheritances. Everything that had seemed like advantage was also making him a target in ways he hadn't fully understood. He needed to accelerate his plans. Build alliances faster. Strengthen his position before the conclave could move. The game had just gotten considerably more dangerous. March brought spring thaw and a decision Harry had been postponing. The third-floor corridor was empty again, the stone destroyed, the protections dismantled, Quirrell's body quietly buried without ceremony. But Harry couldn't stop thinking about what had been hidden there. Not the stone itself. What was beneath it? Theo's information had included a reference to something older than Hogwarts, something the founders had built upon rather than simply occupying. The castle's deepest levels contained secrets that the Conclave had been trying to access for centuries. Harry went looking for them. The cloak made exploration easy, late nights spent mapping corridors that didn't appear on any student's copy of the Marauder's map, a Potter family heirloom he discovered in his vault, apparently belonging to his father's school days. The castle was larger than anyone realized, its architecture containing spaces that seemed to exist outside normal geometry. He found the entrance on a cold March evening. It was in the dungeons, far past the Slytherin common room, in a section of corridor that most students avoided without knowing why. A blank wall, unremarkable except for a subtle pattern in the stonework, 3 shapes arranged in a triangle. The Peverell symbol. Harry pressed his hand against the stone, and the wall recognized him. It slid aside to reveal a staircase descending into darkness. The chamber at the bottom was ancient. Not Hogwarts ancient, but something older, the work of builders who'd lived when Britain was still wild, when magic was raw and unstructured. The walls were carved with symbols that made Harry's eyes water to look at directly. In the center of the chamber stood a cage. It was made of silver and light, woven into patterns that hurt to comprehend. And inside the cage, something moved. Heir of Peverell. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. We wondered when you would find your way here. Harry didn't run. He didn't draw his wand. He simply stood, watching the shape in the cage resolve into something almost human. Almost. What are you? Old. The voice was amused. Older than your bloodline, older than the founders, older than the division between magical and mundane. The shape shifted, becoming clearer. A figure wrapped in shadow, with eyes that gleamed like distant stars. I am what the Peverells imprisoned when they built their first fortress on this land. I am what Slytherin sought to study and Ravenclaw sought to understand. I am the secret at the heart of magical Britain. You're a prisoner. I am contained. There is a difference. The figure moved closer to the cage's edge. The Peverells were clever, more clever than most mortals. They couldn't destroy me, but they could bind me. Limit me. Use me. Use you how? As a source. A well of power that they could draw upon. The star-like eyes gleamed. Where do you think the Deathly Hallows came from, young heir? Do you think mortal magic could create objects of such power? The cloak that hides from death itself, the wand that cannot be defeated, the stone that calls back shadows of the dead. Harry thought about the cloak in his pocket. About the power it contained, power he'd assumed came from some ancient enchantment. You made them. I was made to make them. Bound and compelled, my essence drawn into physical form. The figure laughed, a sound like wind through empty spaces. The Peverells called themselves masters of death. But death is merely a word mortals use for what they cannot understand. I am something far more fundamental. What? I am change itself. Transformation. The force that turns one state into another. The eyes held Harry's. Death is simply one transformation among many. The Peverells understood this, dimly. They used their understanding to create objects of great power. And then they buried me here, where I would fuel Hogwarts wards for eternity. Harry processed this. The castle's protections draw on your power. They draw on what leaks through my prison. The founders knew, Slytherin especially. He spent years trying to access me directly, to use more of my power than the Peverell bindings allowed. The figure moved again, restless. He failed. But he left traces. Chambers and passages designed to eventually breach my containment. The Chamber of Secrets. Not just a hideout for Slytherin's monster, but part of a larger scheme to access this, whatever it was. Why are you telling me this? Because you're the first Peveril in 5 centuries to find your way here. Because you have questions that only I can answer. And because. The figure paused. Because I grow tired of waiting. Waiting for what? For someone who can finally set me free. Harry stepped back. That sounds like something I shouldn't do. Does it? The star eyes gleamed with something like respect. Clever child. The Conclave has been trying to release me for centuries. They believe my power could restore pure bloodlines, amplify magical abilities, transform their chosen vessels into something more than human. They are fools. My release would not give them power, it would give them change. Uncontrolled, unlimited, catastrophic. Then why would you want me to free you? I didn't say I wanted you to free me. The figure settled, becoming more contained. I said I was tired of waiting. These are different things. I have waited 10,000 years, what is a few more centuries? A pause. But I would prefer to wait with interesting company. The last Peveril to visit was your many times great-grandfather, and his conversation was disappointingly limited. Harry stared at the impossible being in its impossible cage. You want to talk. I want to be known. To be remembered. To matter to someone beyond these walls. The voice was ancient, lonely, utterly inhuman, and somehow, despite everything, sincere. The Conclave seeks to use me. The Founders sought to contain me. But you, young heir, you might actually want to understand me. It was possibly the most dangerous proposition Harry had ever received. Establishing communication with a force of pure transformation, something that predated human magic entirely, the risks were incalculable. But so was the potential. I'll come back, Harry said carefully. When I've had time to think about this. To prepare questions. I'll be here. The star eyes held his. I've been here for 10,000 years. A few days more won't matter. Harry turned and walked back up the stairs, his mind overwhelmed with new information and new possibilities. The Conclave was hunting him for his blood. Voldemort was out there, planning his return. Dumbledore was playing games with lives he considered less important than his greater good. And beneath Hogwarts, something ancient and terrible and fascinating waited, something that might be the key to understanding everything. Harry climbed into the familiar corridors of the castle, the cloak wrapped around him, his head full of secrets that no one else knew. The game had become something far larger than political maneuvering. Far more dangerous than rivalries between houses or conflicts between Dark Lords and headmasters. But that didn't mean Harry was going to stop playing. If anything, it meant the stakes were finally high enough to matter. The term ended without further incident. Harry returned to the Dursleys for Easter break, a necessity he couldn't avoid without drawing attention, and spent the weeks in careful planning. He wrote letters to Daphne and Hermione using codes they'd developed, received information from Theo through dead drops at a post office neither of them should have known about. The Preservation Society was becoming something more than a study group. It was becoming a network. When Harry returned for the final term, he had a clearer picture of the challenges ahead. The Conclave's annual gathering was scheduled for midsummer, a ritual occasion when major decisions were made. Theo had provided details, location, timing, expected attendees. It wasn't enough to act on, but it was a foundation. Voldemort remained at large, his current location unknown. Ragnarok's intelligence suggested he'd fled to Eastern Europe, possessing small animals and desperate followers, slowly rebuilding strength. He wasn't an immediate threat, but he couldn't be ignored. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore watched Harry with eyes that saw too much, his expression always carrying that slight twinkle of someone who believed he understood more than everyone around him. Harry let him believe it. For now. The exams came and went. Harry performed well without standing out, good enough to be respected, not so brilliant as to draw excessive attention. Daphne topped several classes. Hermione topped the rest. Neville surprised everyone by earning top marks in herbology. The Preservation Society was working. On the last day of term, Harry stood on the train platform, watching his fellow students stream toward the Hogwarts Express. Another year survived. Another step closer to whatever was coming. Daphne found him there, her trunk already loaded. "Penny, for your thoughts." "I was thinking about next year." Harry watched the crowd, cataloging faces. "Everything we've learned, everything we've discovered. It changes things." "Changes them how?" "The Conclave, Voldemort, Dumbledore, they all have plans for me. Plans that assume I'll follow certain patterns, make certain choices." He turned to face her. "But I'm not going to be what any of them expect. I'm going to be something new." "And what's that?" Harry smiled, not the careful, controlled expression he usually wore, but something genuine. "Someone who wins." They boarded the train together. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from the station, carrying them toward a summer of preparation and planning. The first year was over. The real game was just beginning. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Old Alliances. Potter Manor rose from the morning mist like a memory made solid. Harry stood at the edge of the property, beyond the ancient ward line, watching the house reveal itself. He'd seen photographs in the family vault, grainy images showing a grand estate surrounded by manicured gardens, but nothing had prepared him for the reality. The manor was enormous. 3 stories of grey stone and mullioned windows, with towers at each corner and chimneys that climbed toward a sky still pink with dawn. Ivy crawled up the eastern walls, and somewhere behind the house, Harry could hear water, a stream or fountain, its sound carrying through the still air. 11 years this house had stood empty. 11 years since his parents had fled to Godric's Hollow, since the wards had sealed themselves against intruders, since the magic had settled into patient waiting. Now the heir had returned. "The wards will recognize you," Ragnarok had told him before his departure from Gringotts. "Potter blood opens Potter doors. But be prepared, a house left alone for so long may have accumulated things." Harry touched the ward line and felt it respond. The magic was old, older than the current house, older than the Potter's noble title. It reached into his blood, examining, assessing, deciding. For a moment that stretched toward eternity, he felt the weight of generations pressing down on him, every Potter who'd lived and died, their echoes embedded in the protective enchantments. Then the wards opened, and Harry stepped onto his family's land for the first time. The gardens were overgrown but not dead. Whatever maintenance magic the house possessed had kept the grounds from becoming completely wild. Hedges had grown shaggy rather than monstrous. Flower beds showed weeds among the roses. The gravel paths were still visible beneath encroaching grass. Harry walked toward the front door, taking in details. A fountain in the circular drive, its water still flowing despite years of neglect. Stone griffins flanking the entrance, their eyes following him with protective awareness. Stained glass windows depicting scenes from Potter history, battles, discoveries, moments of triumph and tragedy. The door opened before he could touch it. The entrance hall was dust and silence and preserved grandeur. A chandelier hung dark overhead, its crystals catching the morning light from windows that hadn't been cleaned in a decade. A grand staircase swept upward, its banister carved with the Potter stag. Portraits lined the walls, their frames empty, their canvases dark. No. Not empty. As Harry watched, the portraits began to wake. Color seeped back into painted faces. Eyes that had been closed fluttered open. Mouths that had been still began to move, forming words too soft to hear across the dusty hall. "James." A woman's voice, elderly and confused. "Is that James?" "Don't be ridiculous, Euphemia." "James is," a man's voice, cutting itself off. "Oh. Oh my. Harry looked at the portrait that had spoken. An elderly couple in formal robes, their painted faces showing shock that slowly transformed into something else entirely. "You're Harry," the woman, Euphemia, said. "You're James and Lily's boy." "Yes." Harry's voice was steady, but something in his chest felt very unsteady indeed. "I'm Harry. I'm home." The portraits erupted into noise. It took an hour to calm them down. Every potter for 3 centuries had left a portrait in the manner, a tradition stretching back to when magical painting first became sophisticated enough to preserve true personality. Harry's great-great-grandparents, his great-grandparents, his grandparents. Aunts and uncles and cousins he'd never known existed. And finally, in a private sitting room on the 2nd floor, 2 portraits that made his breath catch in his throat. James Potter looked exactly like an older version of Harry, the same messy black hair, the same angular face, the same glasses. His painted eyes were bright with barely contained energy, with mischief and intelligence and something deeper that might have been pride. Lily Potter had Harry's eyes. Green as spring leaves, green as jealousy, green as the killing curse that had ended her life. Her red hair fell past her shoulders, and her expression held a warmth that made Harry's chest ache with longing for something he'd never known. "Harry." His mother's voice was soft, wondering. "Look at you. You're so grown." "I'm 12. Harry's voice cracked slightly. "Nearly, anyway. 12 years. James shook his head slowly. "We've been asleep for 12 years. The ward sealed when we left for Godric's Hollow. We thought we'd be back in a few weeks. You didn't come back." "No." Lily's painted eyes glistened with something that shouldn't have been possible in a portrait. "We didn't. Harry, we're so sorry, don't." Harry held up a hand. "Don't apologize. You died protecting me. You don't owe me apologies for that." Silence fell over the room. The 2 portraits watched their son with expressions that mixed grief and love and desperate longing. "We left you letters," James said finally. "In the family vault. And instructions, estate management, political allies, enemies to watch for. Did you find them?" "I found everything." Harry sat in a chair facing the portraits, settling in for a long conversation. "I found the letters, the vault records, the inheritance claims. I found out about the Peverills and the Emery's bloodline. I found out about everything you tried to hide me from." "We weren't trying to hide you from it." Lily's voice was gentle. "We were trying to protect you until you were old enough to handle it. I was raised by the Dursleys." The words landed like stones. James's expression went dark. Lily's painted face paled. "Dumbledore promised us," James said tightly. "He promised that if anything happened, you'd go to Sirius. Or Alice and Frank. Or Minerva, or Remus, or anyone but Petunia. Sirius is in Azkaban. The Longbottoms were tortured into insanity. And Dumbledore decided that his wards mattered more than your wishes." Harry kept his voice level. "I spent 10 years in a cupboard under the stairs. 10 years being told I was worthless, unwanted, a freak. 10 years with no one to tell me who I really was." His parents' portraits were silent. The grief in their painted eyes was almost unbearable to see. "I'm sorry." Lily's voice was barely a whisper. "Harry, I'm so sorry. We never wanted, we never imagined, I know." Harry stood, moving to touch the frame of his mother's portrait. The paint was warm under his fingers, almost like living skin. "I know you didn't. And I'm not telling you this to make you feel guilty. I'm telling you because I need you to understand something." "What?" "I'm not going to be manipulated anymore. Not by Dumbledore, not by the Ministry, not by anyone." Harry's green eyes met his mother's painted green. "I've inherited 5 noble houses. I've survived confrontations with Death Eaters and Dark Lords and ancient organizations. I've built alliances that cross house lines and blood prejudices. And I've done all of it on my own, without anyone's guidance or protection. He stepped back from the portrait. I came here to learn what you can teach me. To understand the history I've inherited, the enemies I've made, the game I'm playing. But I'm not going to be your puppet any more than I'll be Dumbledore's. I make my own choices now. James and Lily exchanged a look, 12 years of marriage captured in a glance. You sound like your mother, James said finally. That same stubborn independence. And your father's strategic thinking. Lily smiled through her painted tears. We always knew you'd be extraordinary, Harry. We just didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. I had good teachers. Harry returned to his chair. Now. Tell me everything. About the war, about the conclave, about whatever you learned before you died. I need to know what I'm really dealing with. His parents began to talk. The story they told was larger than Harry had imagined. Voldemort wasn't the real threat, James explained. Oh, he was dangerous, brilliant and powerful and absolutely ruthless. But he was a symptom, not the disease. What do you mean? The pureblood supremacy movement has been building for centuries. Voldemort was just the latest expression of it, a half-blood with delusions of grandeur who gave the old families an excuse to pursue their real agenda. James's expression was grim. The conclave backed him. Funded him. Provided him with resources and intelligence. And when he fell, they simply went back to working in the shadows. You knew about the conclave. We knew they existed. Knew they were connected to Death's Eaters at the highest levels. Lily took over the narrative. Your father's family had been tracking them for generations. The Potters have always been problematic for pureblood supremacists. Too old to dismiss, too wealthy to ignore, too principled to corrupt. The conclave approached us once, James added. Right after we graduated. Offered us membership, promised power and influence, hinted at secrets that would make us reconsider our allegiances. His painted face twisted with disgust. We turned them down. That's when we became targets. Not just because of the prophecy. The prophecy made us urgent targets. But we were already on their list. Lily's voice was heavy with old anger. The attack at Godric's Hollow wasn't random, Harry. Voldemort knew exactly where we were, exactly when to strike. Someone told him. Peter Pettigrew. Harry had learned this from the Gringotts records. He was your secret keeper. No. James shook his head. Sirius was our secret keeper. That's what everyone believed, including Dumbledore. But at the last minute, we switched. Sirius thought it was too obvious. He was my best friend, the first person anyone would suspect. He convinced us to use Peter instead. And Peter was working for Voldemort. Peter was working for the conclave. Voldemort was just their weapon. James's voice was bitter. We trusted him with our lives, with our son's life. And he sold us for a promise of power and protection. Harry processed this. The betrayal was worse than he'd imagined, not a single traitor, but a network of conspiracies stretching back decades. The Potters had been targeted because they threatened the Conclave's plans. Voldemort had been used to eliminate them. And Harry himself had been left alive as, what? They let me survive, he said slowly. The Conclave. They could have killed me 100 times over the past 12 years. Why didn't they? Lily and James exchanged another look. We don't know for certain, Lily admitted. But we had theories. Your bloodlines, Harry, the combination of inheritances you carry. You're not just the Potter heir, or the Peverell heir. You're something unprecedented. The Conclave's ritual. Harry remembered what Theo had told him. They need someone with multiple bloodlines. A vessel. If that's what they're planning, it would explain a lot. James's voice was grim. They kept you alive because they need you alive, at least until they're ready to use you. The question is what happens when that moment arrives. I don't intend to be available. Harry stood, pacing. I've been building alliances, gathering intelligence, preparing for the moment when they move against me. But I need more. I need to understand their organization, their methods, their weaknesses. The Potter archives might help. Lily gestured toward a door at the far end of the room. Your grandfather spent decades gathering information about the conclave. Records, analyses, lists of suspected members. It's all in the family library. And there's something else. James's expression shifted to something more serious. The Alliance, Harry. The Potter Alliance. I know about it. Families who supported our house during the First War. Harry had the list memorized. Most of them are still around, still nominally loyal. Then call them. James leaned forward in his frame. The alliance hasn't been convened since before you were born. But the old agreements still stand. If you call, they're obligated to answer. You want me to summon the Potter Alliance? I'm 12 years old. You're the lord of 5 noble houses, survivor of 2 Dark Lord encounters, and apparently the target of an ancient conspiracy. James smiled, a fierce, proud expression. Age is irrelevant when you've already proven yourself. Harry thought about it. The political implications were significant. Convening the alliance would be a public declaration of power, a statement that couldn't be ignored. It would force the conclave to respond. But it would also give Harry something he desperately needed, allies with resources and experience who had reasons of their own to oppose the conspiracy. How do I call them? The sigil. Lily nodded toward a display case on the wall. Every Alliance family has one. When the Potter Lord activates the central seal, all the others respond. It's old magic, binding magic. They can refuse to attend, but they can't ignore the summons. Harry moved to the display case. Inside, a golden medallion rested on black velvet, a stag surrounded by flames, the Potter crest rendered in precious metal. He touched it, and felt the magic stir. 15 families, James said quietly. 15 houses that swore loyalty to the Potters generations ago. Longbottom, Bones, Abbott, Macmillan, Diggory, Fawcett, Boot, Clearwater, Thomas, Finch-Fletchley, Perks, Jordan, Bell, Johnson, Spinnet. Harry looked at the names, recognizing some from school. The Longbottoms, Neville's family. The Bones, Susan Bones was in Hufflepuff. The Diggorys, Cedric Diggory was a popular Hufflepuff prefect. Some of these families aren't ancient nobility, he observed. Half-bloods, Muggleborns, people the conclave would consider beneath notice. That was deliberate. James's smile was proud. The Potters have never cared about blood status. We cared about loyalty, capability, and shared values. The alliance includes anyone willing to stand with us, regardless of their ancestry. Harry picked up the medallion. It was warm in his palm, pulsing with contained potential. Then let's see who still honors their oaths. He activated the seal. The response was immediate. Within 24 hours, letters began arriving at Potter Manor, owls carrying formal acknowledgements, Floo calls requesting details, even a few visitors who appeared at the ward boundary, waiting for permission to enter. Harry received them all. Augusta Longbottom was first, Neville's formidable grandmother, a woman whose stern exterior couldn't quite hide her sharp intelligence. She walked into the manor's receiving room like she owned the place, looked at Harry for a long moment, and then nodded crisply. You look like your father. But your eyes are pure lily. She sat without being invited. The alliance has been dormant for 12 years. Why wake it now? Because the threats that made it necessary haven't gone away. Harry remained standing, a deliberate choice. The Conclave of Shadows is still active. Still planning. And I'm tired of waiting for them to move first. Augusta's eyes sharpened. You know about the conclave. I know enough to be dangerous to them. And apparently enough to be useful. Harry met her gaze directly. I need allies, Lady Longbottom. Not puppets, not pawns, genuine partners who understand what we're fighting and why it matters. And what exactly are we fighting? An organization that's been manipulating magical Britain for centuries. They backed Voldemort. They orchestrated my parents' deaths. And they've got plans for me that I have no intention of allowing to succeed. Augusta was quiet for a long moment, her aged face revealing nothing of her thoughts. Your grandfather said something similar, she said finally. Charles Potter, shortly before he died. He told me the war against Voldemort was only the surface. That the real enemy was older and more patient and far more dangerous. He was right. Then he raised a grandson worth following. Augusta stood. The Longbottoms stand with the Alliance. As we always have. One by one, the others followed. Amelia Bones came next, Susan's aunt, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, whose professional demeanor couldn't quite hide her personal interest in anyone willing to challenge the status quo. She listened to Harry's presentation with narrowed eyes and asked questions that showed exactly why she'd risen to one of the ministry's highest positions. You're asking us to commit to a shadow war, she said when he finished. Against an enemy we can't identify, using methods we haven't defined, for goals that aren't entirely clear. I'm asking you to recognize that the war already exists. That you've been fighting it without knowing what you were really fighting. Harry leaned forward. How many cases have you seen, Director Bones, where the evidence disappeared? Where witnesses changed their stories? Where justice was somehow deflected at the last moment? Amelia's jaw tightened. More than I'd like to admit. The Conclave protects its own. They have people in every department, every organization, every institution that matters. You've been fighting them your whole career without ever seeing their face. Harry spread his hands. I'm offering you a chance to finally know who you're fighting. To understand the game well enough to win it. She didn't answer immediately. But she didn't refuse either. The meetings continued through the next several days. Amos Diggory, whose son Cedric Harry recognized from Hogwarts. The Macmillans, who brought their son Ernie, a pompous Hufflepuff who was clearly more intelligent than he let on. The Boots, whose son Terry was one of Hermione's closest friends in Ravenclaw. Not everyone came. Some families sent regrets, their commitments had changed, their circumstances were complicated, the world was different now than it had been when the oaths were sworn. Harry noted each absence but didn't press. Forced allies were worse than no allies at all. But by the end of the week, he had commitments from 9 houses. 9 families with resources and connections and reasons to oppose the conspiracy that had been controlling their world. It was a beginning. The formal convening of the Potter Alliance was scheduled for midsummer. Harry spent the intervening weeks in preparation. He studied the family archives, absorbing decades of intelligence that his grandfather had gathered. He practiced combat magic in the Manor's training room, improving skills that Hogwarts barely touched. He wrote letters to his school allies, Daphne, Hermione, Neville, coordinating plans and sharing information. And he visited the entity in Hogwarts depths. Not physically, he wouldn't return to the castle until September. But the connection he'd formed during that first encounter remained, a thin thread of awareness that sometimes carried whispers across the miles. Young heir. The voice came in dreams, in quiet moments, in the spaces between thoughts. You're building something. An alliance. Against the Conclave. Ah. The collectors. Amusement colored the entity's tone. They've visited me too, you know. Tried to bargain, to threaten, to find ways to breach my containment. They never succeeded, but they never stopped trying. What do they want with you? The same thing they want with everything, power. Control. The ability to shape the world according to their vision. A pause. They believe that if they could harness my essence, they could restore bloodlines that have been diluted. Create perfect vessels for their accumulated heritage. Build a new generation of magical nobility that would rule forever. And could they? If they succeeded? Perhaps. Change is my nature, transformation of one state into another. In the right circumstances, with the right vessel, such alterations would be possible. The voice grew thoughtful. But they misunderstand what they're seeking. Change cannot be controlled. It cannot be directed with precision. Release me, and the world transforms, but not in ways anyone could predict. Is that why you're warning me? I'm not warning you. I'm educating you. The amusement returned. You're interesting, young heir. More interesting than anyone I've spoken with in centuries. I would prefer your story to continue for as long as possible. The conversations always ended there, fading back into dreams or quiet. But Harry learned from each one, about the conclave's methods, about the entity's nature, about the deeper patterns that shaped magical history. Knowledge was power. And Harry was accumulating all he could. Daphne arrived at Potter Manor 3 days before the Alliance meeting. She came alone, having convinced her father that an extended visit was necessary for political education. The truth was more complicated. She wanted to see what Harry had built, to meet his parents' portraits, to understand the heritage that had shaped him. It's beautiful, she said, standing in the entrance hall where Harry had stood weeks before. Bigger than I expected. The Potters were wealthy long before they were noble. Harry led her through the house, playing tour guide. Most of this was built in the 15th century, expanded in the 17th. The wards are older than the structure itself. And your parents' portraits? Are they? This way. He brought her to the sitting room where James and Lily waited. The introductions were awkward, his parents examining the girl who'd become their son's closest ally, Daphne maintaining her composure despite the strangeness of meeting paintings that could talk back. She's Slytherin, James observed after Daphne had left to settle into her guest quarters. Your closest friend is a Slytherin from a traditionally neutral house. She's also the smartest person I know after Hermione, the most politically astute, and completely loyal to our alliance. Harry's voice held a hint of challenge. Is that a problem? Not at all. Lily's smile was warm. Your father was a Gryffindor who married a Muggleborn. I don't think either of us has standing to judge your choice of companions. I just wasn't expecting. James trailed off. When we imagined your future, we assumed it would look more like ours. Gryffindor, fighting dark wizards with courage and righteousness, falling for some fiery redhead who would keep you humble. I'm fighting dark wizards. Just with different methods. Harry glanced at the door Daphne had exited through. And we're 12. It's a bit early to be thinking about who I'm falling for. His mother's smile became knowing. If you say so, dear. The night before the Alliance meeting, Harry couldn't sleep. He walked the manor's corridors in the dark, learning the house that should have been his home. Every room held memories he'd never made, a nursery that had been prepared for him, a playroom filled with toys he'd never touched, a study where his father had planned strategies against enemies he'd never defeated. He ended up in the family library. The room was vast, 2 stories of shelved books, with spiral staircases connecting the levels and reading nooks tucked into alcoves. A fire burned in the enormous hearth, though Harry hadn't lit it. The house's magic, taking care of its air. Can't sleep either. Daphne's voice came from one of the alcoves. She was curled in an oversized chair, a book open on her lap, her pale hair loose around her shoulders. She looked younger than usual, softer, without the careful composure she wore like armor. Nervous about tomorrow. Harry settled into a chair across from her. Everything we've been building, everything we've planned, it comes down to whether I can convince a room full of adults to follow a 12-year-old into a shadow war. They'll follow. Daphne's voice was certain. You're not asking them to follow a child. You're asking them to follow someone who's already proven he can win. I haven't won anything yet. I've survived. That's different. Is it? She set her book aside. You've faced the same enemy that destroyed your parents. You've outmaneuvered one of the most powerful families in Britain. You've built alliances across house lines, across blood divisions, across every barrier the magical world puts up to keep people in their places. Her eyes met his in the firelight. If that's not winning, what is? Harry didn't have an answer. What were you reading? He asked instead. A Potter family history. Your great-great-grandmother, Cordelia Potter. Daphne held up the book. She was a fascinating woman. Built most of the alliance structure single-handedly after the Grindelwald War. Convinced families that had been enemies for generations to work together against a common threat. I didn't know about her. Most people don't. The histories focus on the men, the warriors, the politicians, the public figures. But a lot of what made the Potters powerful came from women who worked behind the scenes. Daphne's expression was thoughtful. Your mother was the same, from what the portraits tell me. Strategic, patient, willing to let others take credit while she did the actual work. You sound like you admire her. I admire effective people. Daphne smiled slightly. Your mother died protecting you. That's brave, certainly. But she also spent years building networks, gathering intelligence, preparing for a war she knew was coming. The bravery was just the end of a much longer story. Harry thought about his mother's portrait, about the warmth in her painted eyes and the steel beneath her gentle voice. She would have liked you, he said. The real her, I mean. Not just the portrait. You think so? I know so. Harry stood, moved by an impulse he didn't fully understand. Come on. There's something I want to show you. He led her through the library, past rows of shelving, to a door she hadn't noticed. It opened onto a small terrace overlooking the manor's grounds, the garden silver in moonlight, the stars brilliant overhead. My mother's spot, Harry said. According to the portraits, she used to come here when she needed to think. Said it was the only place in the manor where she felt like herself, not like a Potter by marriage. Daphne stepped onto the terrace, breathing in the night air. It's beautiful. It's honest. Harry joined her at the railing. No portraits watching, no house elves hovering, no family history pressing down. Just, space. They stood in silence for a while, watching the moon rise over the distant hills. Harry. Daphne's voice was soft. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens this summer or next year or whenever the conclave finally moves, I want you to know something. What? I chose this. She turned to face him. When I first approached you on the train, I was calculating. Positioning myself with the most powerful new variable in British politics. But somewhere along the way. She paused, gathering words. You became more than a useful ally. You became someone I actually trust. Someone I'd fight for even if there was nothing to gain. Harry felt something shift in his chest, the same warmth he'd felt when Hermione had thanked him for saving her from the troll, when Neville had looked at him with desperate hope, when his parents' portraits had first opened their painted eyes. I'm not very good at this, he admitted. Personal things. Emotional things. I spent too long learning to hide everything. I know. Daphne smiled. I'm not very good at it either. But I'm trying. Me too. They stood there in the moonlight, two children who'd grown up too fast, who'd learned to armor themselves against a world that demanded perfection and punished weakness. And for just a moment, in the quiet of the night, they let the armor down. Whatever happens, Harry said quietly, we face it together. Together, Daphne agreed. The moon rose higher. Eventually, they went back inside, back to the reality of war and politics and endless games. But something had changed between them. Something that couldn't be measured in strategic advantage or political calculation. Something that might actually matter. The Alliance met at noon on Midsummer's Day, They gathered in Potter Manor's great hall, a room that had hosted centuries of meetings, negotiations, and gatherings of magical significance. 9 families, represented by their heads and heirs, arranged around a table that had been carved from a single ancient oak. Harry sat at the head, the Potter sigil glowing softly on his chest. "Thank you for coming." His voice carried clearly through the hall. "I know many of you have risked much to be here. The conclave has eyes everywhere, and your presence today marks you as enemies of their agenda. Then let's make it worth the risk." Augusta Longbottom's voice was dry. "You promised information, Lord Potter. Intelligence that would justify the resurrection of this alliance. We're listening." Harry nodded to Daphne, who stood and began distributing folders to each attendee. "What you're receiving is a summary of everything we've learned about the Conclave of Shadows. Their structure, their methods, their likely membership." Harry watched their faces as they read. Some of this comes from family archives. Some from ministry sources. And some from an informant inside the conclave itself. That got their attention. "You have an informant?" Amelia Bones looked up sharply. "Who?" "Someone whose identity I'll protect until they're safe. But their information has proven reliable." Harry stood, moving to a map that hung on the wall behind him. "The conclave operates through cells, small groups that don't know about each other, coordinated by intermediaries who answer to the Arbiter." "Who is the Arbiter?" "We don't know. Not yet." Harry traced lines on the map. "What we do know is that they're planning something significant. The intelligence points to a ritual, something that requires multiple rare components and a specific type of vessel." "Vessel?" Amos Diggory's voice was sharp. "Someone whose bloodlines carry multiple magical inheritances. Someone who can serve as a container for whatever power they're trying to consolidate." Harry met the eyes of each Alliance member in turn. "Someone like me." The silence that followed was heavy with implications. "They're going to try to use you," Augusta said slowly. "Your blood. Your inheritances. They're going to try. I don't intend to let them succeed." Harry returned to his seat. "But stopping them requires more than just defense. We need to understand their operation well enough to dismantle it. And for that, I need the Alliance's resources." "What specifically are you asking for?" Amelia's voice was all business now. "3 things." Harry held up fingers. "First, intelligence. Each of your families has contacts, sources, historical records that might contain relevant information. I'm asking you to share what you have, not just with me, but with each other. We've been fighting this enemy in isolation for decades. It's time to pool our knowledge." Nods around the table. "Second, protection. The Conclave has been eliminating threats for centuries, people who asked too many questions, who got too close to their secrets. We need to watch each other's backs. If anyone in this room is targeted, we respond collectively." More nods, though some faces showed concern about the implications. "Third, and most importantly, action." Harry's voice hardened. "I'm done waiting for them to move first. We have enough information now to start disrupting their operations. Exposing their members. Cutting off their resources. Making it impossible for them to function in the shadows." "That's not defense," Augusta observed. "That's war." "Yes." Harry didn't flinch from the word. "The Conclave has been at war with everything we value for centuries. Our families, our ideals, our vision of what magical Britain could be. They just never bothered to tell us we were under attack." He spread his hands. "I'm proposing we fight back." The debate that followed lasted hours. Some Alliance members were cautious, decades of keeping their heads down had taught them to fear exposure. Others were eager, seeing in Harry's proposal an opportunity they'd never expected. The arguments went back and forth, concerns balanced against opportunities, risks weighed against potential rewards. In the end, they voted. 7 in favor. 2 abstaining. The Potter alliance was at war. The weeks after the meeting were a blur of activity. Intelligence flowed into Potter Manor from every direction, old records extracted from family vaults, ministry files that had been buried for decades, rumors and observations from sources throughout magical society. Harry spent hours each day processing it all, looking for patterns, building a picture of the enemy he was facing. The picture was not encouraging. The conclave was everywhere. Not obviously, not directly, but through layers of influence and obligation that touched nearly every significant institution in Britain. Ministry departments, Hogwarts governors, the Wisengamot, the Prophet, all had members who, knowingly or not, served the conclave's interests. And at the center of it all, the Arbiter remained hidden. "We're looking for the wrong thing," Daphne said one evening. They were in the library, surrounded by documents, both exhausted. "We keep trying to identify who the Arbiter is. But maybe the question isn't who, it's what." "What do you mean?" "The conclave has existed for centuries. The Arbiter has supposedly guided them for at least that long. But no human lives that long, not without the Philosopher's Stone, and we know Flamel wasn't involved." Daphne spread her hands. "So either the Arbiter is a title passed between generations, or they're not human." Harry finished the thought slowly. "Something else. Something that doesn't age normally. Or something that was never alive to begin with." Daphne pulled a book from the stack beside her. "I found this in your family archives. Your grandfather's notes from 40 years ago." Harry took the book. His grandfather's handwriting was precise, methodical, filling pages with observations and theories. The Arbiter shows no consistency in communication style over documented history. Messages from 1700 read differently than those from 1900, which differ again from recent correspondence. Either the title has passed between multiple individuals, or the entity adapts its voice to match contemporary expectations. More troubling, certain references suggest the Arbiter has access to information that no human network could provide. Secrets that were never written down. Thoughts that were never spoken aloud. Either they have access to unprecedented surveillance capabilities, or they perceive through means we don't understand. Hypothesis: the Arbiter may not be a person at all, but a constructed entity. A magical intelligence created to guide the conclave strategy across generations. If true, their knowledge would be cumulative, everything learned by every member, preserved and accessible. Harry looked up from the notes. A magical construct. Like a very advanced portrait. More advanced than portraits. Daphne's voice was thoughtful. A true intelligence, capable of learning and adapting. Built from accumulated knowledge rather than a single person's memories. Built by whom? That's the question, isn't it? She met his eyes. Something like that would require incredible resources. Knowledge of soul magic, memory magic, binding rituals, it's beyond what any single wizard could accomplish. Unless they started centuries ago and kept building on their work. Harry thought about the entity beneath Hogwarts, about the Peverils and their impossible creations. The magical world is older than we think. There are things in its depths that nobody talks about. Things like your friend in the Hogwarts basement. Harry hadn't told anyone about the entity except Daphne. Even Hermione didn't know, some secrets were too dangerous to spread. Maybe. He set down his grandfather's notes. If the Arbiter is a constructed intelligence, that changes things. You can't negotiate with a construct. Can't convince it to change sides. Can't exploit human weaknesses. But constructs can be destroyed. Daphne's voice was soft. Or reprogrammed. Or contained. Like the entity. Exactly like the entity. She leaned forward. Harry, what if the Conclave's Arbiter and the thing beneath Hogwarts are related? What if they're both examples of the same type of magic? Harry felt pieces clicking together in his mind. The Peverills had contained the entity, built Hogwarts wards on its power. The Conclave had been seeking to release it for centuries. And at the heart of both organizations, constructed intelligences of impossible sophistication. "I need to talk to the entity," he said. "Ask it directly about the Arbiter." "Is that safe?" "Nothing we're doing is safe." Harry stood, beginning to pace. "But we're running out of time. The Conclave's ritual is approaching, I can feel it. Whatever they're planning, it's coming soon. Then we accelerate our own plans." Daphne rose, her expression determined. "We've been gathering intelligence for weeks. It's time to act on it." "What did you have in mind?" "The Conclave's midsummer gathering happened 3 days ago. Our sources suggest they're planning something for the autumn equinox, 3 months from now. That gives us a window." "A window for what?" Daphne smiled, not her political smile or her public smile, but something sharper. "More dangerous. A window to cut off their resources. Expose their members. Make them so busy defending themselves that they can't execute whatever ritual they're planning." She moved to stand beside him. "We have 9 families committed to the Alliance. We have intelligence they don't know we possess. We have the element of surprise. And we have a 12-year-old general." Harry's voice was dry. "We have a lord of 5 houses who's already survived more than most adults ever face." Daphne's eyes met his. "The world treats our age as weakness. Let's make it a weapon." Harry thought about everything they'd built. The Alliance, the intelligence network, the preparations they'd made. It wasn't enough, might never be enough, but it was more than anyone expected from a boy who'd grown up in a cupboard. "Call the Alliance," he said. "We move before they expect it. And if we fail? Then we fail fighting instead of waiting to be used." Harry's voice was quiet but certain. "I'm done being other people's pawn, Daphne. Even if I lose, I'm going to lose on my own terms." She nodded slowly. "Then let's make sure we don't lose." They worked through the night, planning campaigns against an enemy that had ruled from shadows for centuries. The game was about to change. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Heir's Declaration. The Wizengamot chamber was full. Every seat occupied, every gallery packed, the highest attendance in a generation. They'd come for the spectacle, the boy who lived, Lord of 5 houses, addressing the full assembly for the first time since his dramatic debut against Lucius Malfoy. Harry stood at the petitioner's podium, watching the sea of plum-colored robes settle into anticipation. He'd chosen this moment carefully, the autumn session's opening, when attention was highest and the political currents were most favorable. 3 months of preparation had led to this. The summer had been brutal. The Alliance's campaign against the Conclave had achieved results beyond their expectations: 3 mid-level members exposed, 2 financial networks disrupted, 1 safe house raided by the DMLE based on anonymous tips. Each victory was small, but together they'd sent the Conclave into damage control mode. And now, before they could recover, Harry was about to deliver the killing blow. "The chair recognizes Lord Harry James Potter," Dumbledore announced from the Chief Warlock's seat. His voice was neutral, but his eyes held warning. He'd tried to meet with Harry a dozen times since term ended. Harry had refused every attempt. Whatever happened today, Dumbledore wouldn't be able to stop it. "Members of the Wizengamot," Harry began, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "I come before you today not to petition for personal remedy, but to expose a threat that has endangered magical Britain for centuries." Murmurs rippled through the assembly. This wasn't what anyone expected. "Over the past year, I have gathered evidence of an organization operating within our society. An organization that has manipulated our politics, corrupted our institutions, and eliminated anyone who threatened their control." Harry paused, letting the words sink in. "They call themselves the Conclave of Shadows." The murmurs became exclamations. Several members shifted uncomfortably in their seats. "This is absurd," someone called from the conservative section. Conspiracy theories from a child, I have documentation. Harry's voice cut through the objection. Financial records showing coordinated theft from noble house vaults. Communication logs detailing the manipulation of ministry appointments. And testimony from individuals who have participated in conclave operations. He raised his hand, and documents began to float from his podium, distributing themselves among the members. What you're receiving is a summary of 3 months of investigation. Names, dates, amounts, methods. Everything needed to understand how the conclave has operated, and who has been helping them. The chamber went silent as members began to read. Harry watched their faces. Some showed shock, genuine surprise at what they were seeing. Others showed fear, the cold recognition of people seeing their own names in damning context. And a few showed something else entirely. Calculation. Assessment. The look of predators deciding whether to flee or fight. This is outrageous. A witch in the front row stood, her face flushed with anger. Lord Potter, you're accusing respected members of this body of criminal conspiracy. I'm presenting evidence, Madam Umbridge. Harry's voice was ice. Whether it constitutes criminal conspiracy is for the Wisingamot to determine. Dolores Umbridge. Senior Undersecretary. The woman who'd warned him on his first day that he'd made powerful enemies. Harry had spent months learning exactly how powerful, and exactly how connected to the conclave. The evidence shows that Madame Umbridge has received payments from conclave-affiliated accounts totaling 47,000 galleons over the past decade, Harry continued. In exchange, she's facilitated the appointment of 17 ministry officials, the suppression of 23 investigations, and the disappearance of at least 4 individuals who threatened conclave operations. Umbridge's face went from flushed to white. You have no proof. I have Goblin-certified financial records. I have testimony from 3 of the appointed officials. And I have correspondence, recovered from a conclave safe house, in which you report directly to someone called the Arbiter. Harry let that name hang in the air. The Arbiter, he said, is the leader of the conclave. A figure who has guided their operations for centuries. And who, according to our investigation, is present in this chamber today. Chaos erupted. The next hour was pandemonium. Members shouted accusations and denials. Umbridge attempted to flee and was detained by Aurors acting on Amelia Bones' authority. 3 other members, their names prominent in Harry's documentation, were similarly restrained pending investigation. Through it all, Harry watched from the podium, his expression calm. He wasn't finished yet. Order. Dumbledore's voice boomed through the chamber, amplified by magic. I will have order, or I will clear these galleries. The noise subsided reluctantly. Members returned to their seats, though the tension remained electric. Lord Potter, Dumbledore said, his voice carefully controlled, you have made extraordinary accusations. The evidence you've presented is substantial, the evidence is preliminary, Harry interrupted. What I've shared today is merely an overview. The full documentation, hundreds of pages of records, testimony, and analysis, has been provided to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He met Amelia Bones' eyes across the chamber. She nodded slightly. Director Bones will be conducting a comprehensive investigation, Harry continued. One that will take months, possibly years, to complete. But the immediate threat must be addressed now. What immediate threat? Someone called. The Arbiter. Harry turned to face the full assembly. The leader of the conclave is not a mere coordinator. According to our intelligence, they are something far more dangerous, a constructed intelligence, created centuries ago to guide the organization's strategy. Confused murmurs. The concept was unfamiliar to most. Think of it as an extremely advanced portrait, Harry explained. But not limited to a single frame or location. The Arbiter can manifest anywhere the conclave has prepared anchors, physical objects that serve as connection points. Our investigation has identified several such anchors in ministry buildings, in Gringotts, and He paused deliberately. And in Hogwarts itself. The chamber went deathly silent. For centuries, the Arbiter has been gathering information through these anchors. Observing conversations, reading documents, learning secrets that were never meant to be shared. Harry's voice was steady. Everything discussed in this chamber, in ministry offices, in the headmaster's study at Hogwarts, the Arbiter has had access to all of it. Impossible, someone breathed. I thought so too. Until I found the records of how the anchors were created. Harry gestured, and a new document floated to each member. The Conclave has spent centuries perfecting this network. They know everything about us, our weaknesses, our secrets, our pressure points. That's how they've maintained control for so long. If what you're saying is true, Dumbledore said slowly, then the Arbiter is listening to this very session. Almost certainly. Harry smiled, a cold, sharp expression. Which is why I'm saying it publicly. The Arbiter's power depends on secrecy. On people not knowing they're being watched. Now everyone knows. You're trying to force them to act, Augusta Longbottom observed from her seat. I'm trying to end a shadow war by bringing it into the light. Harry turned to address her directly. The Conclave has operated for centuries because no one could see them clearly enough to fight them. Now they're exposed. Every member we've identified, every operation we've documented, every asset we've frozen, it's all public record. They'll retaliate, someone said nervously. They'll try. Harry's voice was confident. But they've spent so long operating in darkness that they're not prepared for open conflict. We have numbers, resources, and, most importantly, we have legitimacy. The Conclave has been breaking laws for centuries. We're asking the Wizengamot to enforce them. He let that sink in. I'm formally requesting that this body authorize a full investigation into the Conclave of Shadows. That the detained members be held for questioning. And that the identified anchors be located and destroyed. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. Whatever he saw in the boy's eyes, it seemed to decide something. The motion is before the Wizengamot, he announced. All in favor. The vote wasn't close. The session continued for hours, but Harry's part was done. He sat in the petitioner's gallery, watching as the Wizengamot debated implementation details. Amelia Bones presented preliminary investigation plans. Augusta Longbottom moved for expanded Auror authority. Other Alliance members introduced supporting measures. The system was working. Perhaps for the first time in centuries, working against the Conclave rather than for it. Daphne found him during a recess. It's actually happening, she said quietly. They're actually doing it. They're doing the easy part. Harry's voice was cautious. Voting for investigation, authorizing resources. The hard part comes when the Conclave pushes back. You think they will? Even with all this exposure? The Arbiter has been planning for centuries. They'll have contingencies. Harry watched the chamber, counting allies and enemies. This was the opening move. The endgame is still coming. What do you expect them to do? Something desperate. Harry stood, stretching muscles that had gone stiff from hours of sitting. We've cut off their financial networks. Exposed their members. Destroyed their ability to operate in shadow. A cornered enemy either surrenders or strikes with everything they have. Exactly. He met her eyes. We need to be ready. The session resumed. More votes, more debates, more measures that slowly tightened the noose around the Conclave's neck. By the time it ended, near midnight, the organization that had controlled magical Britain for centuries was facing an assault unlike anything in its history. Harry should have felt triumphant. Instead, he felt the weight of unfinished business pressing down on him. The attack came 3 days later. Harry was at Potter Manor, reviewing reports from Alliance members, when the ward screamed. Not the gentle chime of an arriving visitor, but a full alarm, the ancient protections recognizing a hostile incursion and responding with everything they had. Daphne. Harry was on his feet instantly, wand in hand. Get to the panic room. She was already moving, grabbing the emergency bag they'd prepared for exactly this situation. What about you? I need to see what we're dealing with. He was running toward the entrance hall, where the ward monitor displayed threats in glowing red. Go. She hesitated for just a moment, long enough for their eyes to meet, for something unspoken to pass between them, and then she was gone, disappearing down the corridor toward the hidden shelter. Harry reached the entrance hall as the front doors exploded inward. They came through the smoke like nightmares, black robes, silver masks, wands raised. Death Eaters, or something that wanted to look like them. 6, 7, 8 figures spreading through the hall, their movements professional and coordinated. And behind them, something else. It didn't walk so much as drift, a figure that seemed to phase in and out of reality, its form constantly shifting. Where the Death Eaters were solid, physical, this being was something other. Something that made Harry's scar burn with recognition. Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. The heir who thought he could destroy what took centuries to build. The Arbiter. You're not supposed to be able to manifest physically, Harry said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. I'm not physical. Not entirely. The shifting figure moved closer. But when necessary, I can, project. Focus my awareness into a single point. It's costly, draining, but for this moment. For this moment, it's worth it. For the pleasure of watching you die. Yes. The Arbiter's voice held something like satisfaction. You've caused me considerable difficulty, young Potter. 3 months of work undone by a child who couldn't accept his place in the natural order. My place was always to fight you. Your place was to serve us. The figure rippled with agitation. The perfect vessel, 5 ancient bloodlines combined in a single body. Do you have any idea how rare that is? How long we've waited for someone with your potential? I'm not your vessel. No. You've made that abundantly clear. The Arbiter's form stabilized slightly. Which is why you must die. Your bloodline's potential will transfer to your closest relatives, distant cousins, minor descendants. Less pure, but more, cooperative. Harry raised his wand. You'll have to get through me first. I brought friends. The Arbiter gestured, and the masked figures began to advance. Kill him. But try not to damage him too severely. The blood is still valuable. The battle erupted. Harry had been training all summer, but training couldn't fully prepare anyone for real combat. Spells flew in every direction. He ducked, dodged, shielded, his reflexes pushed to their absolute limit. A curse grazed his shoulder, tearing robes and drawing blood. He responded with a stunner that caught one attacker in the chest. Reducto. The wall beside him exploded, showering him with stone fragments. He rolled, came up firing, dropped another attacker. 6 left. Plus the Arbiter. Impressive, the shifting figure observed. You've been practicing. But you're still just one child against trained killers. Harry didn't waste breath responding. He was moving constantly, never letting them surround him, using the manor's architecture to limit their angles of attack. But he was tiring. They weren't. Avada Kedavra. The green light missed him by inches. He felt death brush past his cheek, close enough to raise the hair on his neck. If one of those connected, no amount of training would matter. Expelliarmus. He disarmed one attacker, followed up with a stunning spell that dropped them. 5 left. Crucio. The torture curse caught him in the side, and the world dissolved into pain. Harry screamed, couldn't help it, his body convulsing as agony tore through every nerve. Then it stopped. He was on his knees, gasping, his wand somehow still clutched in his hand. The Death Eaters were closing in, taking their time now, savoring the moment. "Hold him," the arbiter ordered. "I want to do this myself." Hands grabbed Harry's arms, forcing him upright. He struggled, but his body wasn't responding properly, the aftereffects of the cruciatus leaving him weak and disoriented. The arbiter drifted closer. Up close, its form was even more disturbing, features that almost resolved into a face before dissolving again, eyes that seemed to look in every direction at once. "Such potential," it said softly. "Wasted on someone who couldn't see the larger picture." "I see plenty." Harry's voice was raw. "I see a puppet master who's about to lose everything it built." "Lose? I've existed for 500 years. I've guided the conclave through wars, through revolutions, through the rise and fall of Dark Lords. Do you think one child's investigation will destroy all of that?" "Not the investigation." Harry managed something like a smile. "The investigation was just to get you here." The arbiter's form rippled. "What? You're predictable." Harry's voice was stronger now. 5 centuries of planning, and you've never learned to deal with someone who won't play by your rules. You knew I was a threat. You knew I had to be eliminated. So when I forced you to act quickly, publicly, you came yourself. I came because I wanted to watch you die. You came because you couldn't trust anyone else to do it right." Harry's smile widened. "And that's exactly what I was counting on." The manor's wards, which had been screaming since the attack began, suddenly changed pitch. Not alarm. Recognition. "What?" The arbiter spun, its form destabilizing. "What is this?" The ancient magic of Potter Manor was awake. Really awake, for the first time in decades. Harry felt it rising from the foundations, from the land itself, responding to the air's blood spilled on its floors. "The Potters have lived here for 6 centuries, Harry said quietly. Every generation added to the protections. Every lord poured their power into these wards. You broke through the outer defenses. But you didn't account for what waited underneath. Light erupted from the walls. The Death Eaters screamed as the manor's magic turned on them, binding spells, stunning spells, hexes that had been woven into the very stones. One by one, they fell, their silver masks clattering against the floor. And the arbiter was trying to flee. Its form was destabilizing rapidly, the projected consciousness being torn apart by wards designed to destroy hostile magic. But it was still fighting, still holding together through sheer force of will. "This isn't over," it hissed. "I am eternal. You cannot destroy what has no physical form. I don't need to destroy you." Harry forced himself to his feet. "I just need to trap you." He pulled the Potter sigil from beneath his robes, the golden medallion that had summoned the Alliance. But now it served a different purpose. "Centuries ago, the Peverils imprisoned something far older than you. They bound it beneath Hogwarts, contained it in a cage of silver and light." Harry raised the sigil. "My grandfather spent decades studying how they did it. He thought he might need to use the same technique someday." The sigil began to glow. "No." The arbiter's voice was pure panic now. "You can't, the bindings require power you don't possess, the bindings require blood." Harry's hand was bleeding where he'd cut himself, the red liquid dripping onto the golden surface. Potter blood. Peveril blood. The same lineage that built the original prison. The light from the sigil intensified, becoming blinding. The arbiter screamed, a sound like tearing metal, like breaking glass, as ancient magic wrapped around its consciousness and pulled. 5 centuries of planning, Harry said quietly. And you never learned the most important lesson. The arbiter's form was collapsing now, being drawn inexorably into the sigil. What lesson? Never underestimate a Potter in their own home. The light reached its peak. And then, silence. Harry collapsed. The sigil was warm in his hand, pulsing with contained consciousness. The arbiter, 500 years of accumulated intelligence, was now trapped in a space the size of a gold coin. The Death Eaters were unconscious or bound, the manor's wards having dealt with them thoroughly. The entrance hall was destroyed, doors shattered, walls cracked, scorch marks everywhere, but the house still stood. "Harry!" Daphne's voice. She emerged from the hidden passage, running toward him, her face pale with fear. "I'm okay." He wasn't sure that was true, but it seemed important to say. "It's done. We got him." "The Arbiter?" He held up the sigil. "Contained. Not destroyed, I don't think that's possible, but contained." She fell to her knees beside him, her hands running over his injuries. The curse damage, the cuts from debris, the aftereffects of the cruciatus, all of it becoming real now that the adrenaline was fading. "You almost died." "Almost." He managed a weak smile. "But almost doesn't count. Don't make jokes. Not about this." Her voice cracked. "I heard the fighting. I heard you scream. And I couldn't do anything, you stayed safe. That was your job." Harry reached up to touch her face. "If you'd been out here, they would have used you against me. You did exactly right. I hate that you're right." She was crying now, Daphne Greengrass, who never showed weakness, never let anyone see her walls come down. "I hate that the right thing was hiding while you almost got killed. Next time, you can do the getting almost killed part." He was losing consciousness, he realized distantly. "Just need to rest for a moment." "Harry. Harry." The world went dark. He woke in his own bed, 3 days later. Healers had been called, Alliance members with medical training, treating him in secret to avoid ministry attention. The damage was significant but not permanent. The cruciatus effects would fade. The physical injuries would heal. The conclave, for all practical purposes, was destroyed. The Weisengamot investigation had continued during his recovery. With the Arbiter gone, the organization's remaining members had no coordination, no guidance. Some tried to flee. Others attempted to negotiate. A few chose to fight and were dealt with accordingly. By the time Harry was well enough to receive visitors, it was essentially over. 37 arrests, Amelia Bones reported, sitting in a chair beside his bed. Including 12 Weisengamot members, 3 department heads, and Dolores Umbridge. "We've frozen assets totaling approximately 90 million galleons. And the anchors? Being destroyed as we speak. The ones in the ministry are already gone. Hogwarts is proving more complicated, the castle's magic resists interference, but Dumbledore is cooperating." "Dumbledore is cooperating?" Harry couldn't hide his surprise. "He's adjusting to new realities." Amelia's expression was complicated. "I think the revelation that the Arbiter had access to his office for decades was something of a shock. He's been unusually cooperative since." "And the Arbiter itself?" "The Department of Mysteries wants to study the sigil. I told them they could discuss it with you directly." Amelia smiled slightly. "I'm not sure they were pleased to hear that the most significant magical capture in centuries belongs to a 12-year-old. 13, soon. Even so." She stood, preparing to leave. "The Weisengamot wants to honor you formally. A ceremony, probably in the spring. I assume you'll have opinions about the arrangements." "I always have opinions." "Yes." Her smile widened. "I've noticed." She left him alone with his thoughts. The visitors came steadily over the following days. Alliance members, offering congratulations and discussing next steps. Ragnarok, bringing financial updates and grumbling about the disruption to Gringotts operations. His parents' portraits, transported temporarily so they could see him recovering. And eventually, Dumbledore. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him. The trademark twinkle was absent, replaced by something more thoughtful. Lord Potter. Dumbledore settled into the chair Amelia had vacated. How are you feeling? Better. The healers say I'll be fully recovered in another week. I'm glad to hear it. A pause. I understand the Arbiter is now contained in the Potter Sigil. It is. May I ask what you intend to do with it? Harry considered the question. Study it, eventually. The Arbiter accumulated 5 centuries of knowledge, information about magic, about history, about things the rest of us have forgotten. That knowledge could be valuable. It could also be dangerous. Everything powerful is dangerous. Harry met the old wizard's eyes. I thought you'd understand that better than anyone. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. I owe you an apology, Harry. For which part? For underestimating you. For assuming I knew what was best. For trying to guide your path without considering that you might be capable of finding your own way. He spread his hands. I have been manipulating events around you since before you were born. I told myself it was for your protection, for the greater good. But I was wrong. You weren't entirely wrong. Harry's voice was measured. Voldemort was real. The Conclave was real. The threats you saw were genuine. But my methods were flawed. I treated you as a piece to be moved rather than a person to be respected. Dumbledore's eyes held something like regret. You've accomplished more in 1 year than I managed in decades of working against the Conclave. Not because you're more powerful, but because you were willing to take risks I wasn't. I was willing to be direct when you preferred shadows. Harry shrugged. Different approaches for different situations. Perhaps. Dumbledore rose slowly. I won't ask for forgiveness, I haven't earned it. But I would ask for something else. What? A chance. To work with you rather than around you. To share what I know rather than hoarding it. The headmaster's expression was earnest. Voldemort is still out there. The Conclave's destruction will create chaos that someone will try to exploit. And there are other threats, things I've seen hints of over the years, that will require more than political maneuvering to address. Harry thought about it. His instinct was to refuse, to maintain the independence he'd fought so hard to establish. But he also recognized the value of Dumbledore's knowledge, his connections, his century of experience. I'll consider it, he said finally. But any partnership would have to be genuine. No secrets, no manipulation, no treating me like a child who needs to be protected from the truth. Those terms are acceptable. Dumbledore moved toward the door. I hope you recover quickly, Lord Potter. The magical world is changing rapidly, and you seem to be at the center of most of it. Lucky me. Indeed. For just a moment, a hint of the old twinkle returned. Indeed. Daphne came last. She'd been present throughout his recovery, of course, managing visitors, coordinating with the Alliance, handling the 1,000 details that needed handling. But they hadn't really talked since the night of the attack. Now, with the manor quiet and the immediate crises past, she sat on the edge of his bed and looked at him with eyes that held something he couldn't quite read. You almost died. We covered this. We didn't cover it properly. Her voice was sharp. We made jokes. We talked about strategy. We didn't talk about what it actually meant. What did it mean? It meant that for 3 days, I didn't know if you were going to wake up. It meant that every plan we've made, every future we've discussed, could have ended in that entrance hall. She took a breath. It meant that I had to face the possibility of a world without you in it. Harry reached for her hand. She let him take it. I didn't die. But you could have. And if you had. She shook her head. I thought I understood what we were doing. Building an alliance, fighting a conspiracy, making ourselves powerful enough to matter. But it was always abstract. Theoretical. Something that happened to other people. And now? Now I understand that we're playing for keeps. That the stakes are our actual lives, not just our positions. Her fingers tightened around his. I need to know that you understand that too. That you're not going to take stupid risks because you think you're invincible. I've never thought I was invincible. Then why did you fight them alone? Why didn't you wait for backup, or flee through the emergency passages, or do anything other than take on 8 attackers and a 500-year-old magical construct by yourself? Because they would have found you. Harry's voice was quiet. The panic room has wards, but the Arbiter's anchors could have detected it. If I'd run, they would have hunted us through the manor. The only way to protect you was to keep them focused on me. Daphne stared at him. You almost died to protect me. Among other things. But yes. That's. She stopped, apparently lost for words. That's very Gryffindor of you. I've been told I have hidden depths. She laughed, a surprised, almost unwilling sound, and then she was crying again, and somehow she was in his arms, her face pressed against his shoulder, her body shaking with emotions she'd been holding back for days. Don't do that again, she whispered. Don't make me watch you almost die. Not ever again. I can't promise that. Harry held her tighter. We both know what we've chosen. What kind of life we're building. There will be more fights, more enemies, more moments where everything could end. Then promise me something else. She pulled back to look at him. Promise me that whatever we face it together. No more solo heroics. No more noble sacrifices. Partners, remember. That means we share the risks. Harry looked into her ice-blue eyes, at the girl who'd become his closest ally, his most trusted confidant, something that might be more than either of those. Partners, he agreed. Together. She kissed him. It was brief, barely a brush of lips, but it changed everything. That was probably too soon, she said, pulling back. We're 13. It's not appropriate. Probably not. We should wait. Build on what we have. Not rush into anything. Definitely. So we'll pretend that didn't happen. Harry smiled. If you say so. I do. But she was smiling too. For now. She stayed with him until he fell asleep, her hand still holding his, and for the first time since the attack, Harry felt something like peace. The autumn term at Hogwarts began without incident. Harry returned to find himself famous in new ways. The Conclave's destruction was public knowledge now, and his role in it had been thoroughly documented by a press eager for dramatic narratives. Boy Who Lived Defeats Ancient Conspiracy, competed with Potter Lord Saves Magical Britain for headline space. He ignored most of it. The Preservation Society continued its work, though the nature of that work had changed. Without the Conclave as an immediate threat, they shifted focus to longer-term projects. Documenting the organization's history. Identifying remaining members who'd escaped justice. Building institutional reforms that would prevent similar conspiracies from emerging. Hermione threw herself into the research aspects. Neville surprised everyone by becoming an effective liaison with the Hufflepuff network. And Theo Knott, his family obligations finally severed by his father's arrest, joined them officially, a former enemy turned valuable ally. Classes continued. Snape remained insufferable. Dumbledore watched Harry with something that might have been respect. And life went on. The Wizengamot ceremony happened in April. Harry stood in the chamber where he'd challenged Lucius Malfoy, where he'd exposed the Conclave, where his parents' portraits watched from magical frames installed for the occasion. Lord Harry James Potter, Dumbledore intoned, you stand before this assembly as one who has served magical Britain with extraordinary distinction. Through your actions, you have exposed corruption, defeated conspiracy, and protected the institutions that safeguard our society. The chamber was full again, but the atmosphere was different. Not anticipation or conflict, something closer to celebration. In recognition of these services, the Wizengamot hereby awards you the Order of Merlin, first class. May your example inspire others to similar courage. Applause filled the chamber. Harry accepted the medallion with appropriate gravity, said the expected words of thanks, and managed not to roll his eyes at the speeches that followed. When it was over, he found his parents' portraits in a quiet alcove. "We're proud of you, Harry." Lily's voice was soft. "More than you can know. I'm just doing what you would have done." "No." James shook his head. "You're doing what we couldn't do. We fought the symptoms, Voldemort, the Death Eaters, without ever touching the disease underneath. You found the root and tore it out. The root was 500 years old and had connections everywhere. It took an army to dig it up. An army you built." Lily smiled. "An alliance you created from nothing. Don't diminish what you've accomplished, Harry. You've earned the right to be proud." Harry looked at his parents, portraits, not people, but the closest thing he would ever have, and felt something settle in his chest. "I wish you could be here for real," he said quietly. "Not just paintings. I wish I could have actually known you." "We know." James's voice was gentle. "But you've got to live the life you have, not mourn the one you didn't. And the life you have looks pretty extraordinary from where we're standing. Go," Lily added. "Celebrate with your friends. Make memories worth having. We'll be here whenever you need us." Harry nodded, turned, and walked back toward the chamber where Daphne and the others were waiting. His friends. His allies. His family, in all the ways that mattered. The spring term ended without catastrophe. Harry's second year at Hogwarts had been considerably more eventful than most, but the daily routine of classes and meals and dormitory politics had a normalizing effect. By June, even the dramatic events of the autumn seemed like ancient history. But some things had changed permanently. The conclave was gone, but the power structures it had influenced remained in flux. The vacuum at the top of magical society was being filled by new factions, new alliances, new players who saw opportunity in chaos. The Potter Alliance had grown. What started as 9 families had expanded to 15, then 20. Harry found himself managing a political coalition that included representatives from across the traditional spectrum, old blood and new, light and dark, progressive and conservative. And Voldemort was still out there. Harry's scar reminded him of that regularly, occasional twinges of pain, moments of strange awareness that suggested the Dark Lord remained active somewhere in the world. The connection between them hadn't disappeared with the conclave's fall. But that was a problem for another day. Today, Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, watching the Hogwarts Express prepare for its journey back to London. Around him, students said goodbye to friends, made summer plans, celebrated the end of another year. Daphne found him near the train's engine, away from the crowds. "Ready for summer?" she asked. "Ready for whatever comes." He took her hand, something they'd started doing publicly, though they maintained they were just friends to anyone who asked. "We've got planning to do. The Alliance Conference in July, the Wisengamot sessions in August, whatever new crisis emerges to keep us busy." "You make it sound exhausting." "It probably will be." He smiled. "But we'll handle it. Together." "Together," she agreed. The train whistle blew. Students began boarding. The platform filled with the usual chaos of departure. Harry Potter, Lord of 5 Houses, Vanquisher of the Conclave, Order of Merlin First Class, climbed aboard the Hogwarts Express like any other student heading home for the holidays. But nothing about him was ordinary anymore. Nothing about his life would ever be ordinary again. And that, Harry had decided, was exactly how he wanted it. The letter arrived by International Owl 3 days into summer break. Harry was at Potter Manor, reviewing Alliance reports, when the bird appeared at his window. It was a species he didn't recognize, tropical, brilliantly colored, and clearly exhausted from a very long journey. The envelope bore the seal of the International Confederation of Wizards. "Lord Potter, your recent activities have attracted considerable attention beyond Britain's borders. The dismantling of the Conclave of Shadows, in particular, has implications that extend throughout the magical world. The Confederation requests the honor of your presence at our annual summit in Geneva this August. There are matters of international significance that we believe would benefit from your unique perspective. Additionally, we wish to discuss certain artifacts in your possession. The containment of the entity known as the Arbiter represents a significant magical achievement, one that has applications beyond Britain's domestic concerns. We understand you are young, but your accomplishments speak for themselves. The magical world is changing, Lord Potter. We believe you should have a voice in shaping what it becomes. With respect and anticipation, Supreme Mugwump Jean-Claude Beaumont, International Confederation of Wizards. Harry read the letter twice, then set it aside. The Conclave had been a British organization, but its influence had extended throughout Europe and beyond. The Arbiter had accumulated knowledge from multiple nations over 5 centuries. Whatever secrets remained trapped in the Potter sigil might have implications for magical communities worldwide. The game was getting larger. He picked up a quill and began composing his response. Supreme Mugwump Beaumont, I would be honored to attend the Confederation Summit. The magical world's challenges do not respect national borders, and neither should our responses to them. Regarding the Arbiter, the entity remains contained and stable. I am open to discussing its future in appropriate forums, though any decisions will be made with careful consideration for the risks involved. I look forward to continuing this conversation in person. Respectfully, Lord Harry James Potter, head of Houses Potter, Black, Peveril, Slytherin, and Emrys. He sealed the letter and sent it with the waiting owl. The conclave was finished. Voldemort remained a distant threat. And now the international magical community wanted to meet the 13-year-old who'd accomplished what their own institutions had failed to do for centuries. Harry smiled. The first chapter of his story was complete. But the larger tale, the one about power and legacy and the future of magical civilization, was just beginning. And he intended to be there for every page. Chapter 6 and the END. But the story continues. The Potter Alliance grows in strength and influence. The International Confederation watches with interest and concern. Voldemort plots in the shadows, waiting for his moment to return. And Harry Potter, the boy who walked into Gringotts expecting pocket change and emerged as the wealthiest wizard alive, continues to reshape the world one calculated move at a time. Some call him savior. Some call him threat. Some simply call him the most dangerous player in a game that spans continents and centuries. Harry calls himself something simpler, someone who finally got to choose his own destiny. And that, perhaps, is the greatest wealth of all.